The morning at Duke Riga's estate began with a verdict. The father informed young Tor that he was being given to another country as a hostage. He didn't even turn around. The Duke looked indifferently out the window at the carriage that was already waiting below. Thor was caught in shock. The father finally turned around and calmly cut off. The boy was no longer needed. Thor rushed forward in confusion, pleading for an explanation. He just couldn't believe what he heard. The response struck like a blade, "Because you are worthless." It was their first conversation in 3 years. Thor remembered how, at 13, he left home to work as an ordinary commoner, and how recently soldiers had brought him back to the estate without any questions. In the ears echoed the cruel laughter of the servants. The boy bitterly regretted not cutting all ties with this family forever. The boy lowered his head gloomily, while the crowd of servants and soldiers openly laughed at his back. And above him, the voice of the Duke thundered again, openly scornful of his son for his lack of combat skills. The knight solemnly bowed his head in agreement. The steward with a monocle seriously addressed the captain of the guard. The scarred Duke sharply asked whether it was about testing Thor's abilities. His fist trembled nervously. The malicious smile distorted the examiner's face. At 10 years old, the heir of the family had not acquired any combat skills. The aristocrats immediately began to poison the boy, openly calling him a disgrace and demanding his expulsion. The steward sighed heavily. The second inspection confirmed the absence of combat magic, completely shattering the family's hopes. Young Thor shrank back guiltily under his father's harsh shout. The Duke bitterly reminded of the great warrior ancestors and his shattered expectations. The man turned away, closing his eyes in pain. And the next moment he burst into a frenzied scream, pouring out all his despair. Pointing at his son with his finger, the father angrily cut in. The grandson of the Holy Sword is useless to him without the strength for battles. Thor grew cold, realizing his impending fate. In the cruel empire, the weak were destroyed, but the young man silently hid his only secret, a unique skill in alchemy. In the Dulgarian Empire, which continuously expanded its borders by force, only military might held absolute value for all. The commander grimaced discontentedly. The young man grimly admitted that he did not know how to fight at all, but reminded of his talent for alchemy. He passionately argued that these skills are essential for repairing state property and will eventually allow for the creation of entirely new artifacts. The officer shouted to be quiet, and his heavy fist smashed the table to pieces. Despite the tension, the young man stubbornly declared his intention to save money and open his own workshop. The commander's gaze darkened with rage. He openly mocked the dreams of craft. Why create something new when the Empire already has the most powerful sacred relics of past heroes in its arsenal? The young man froze in confusion. He tensed up sharply, clenching his fists. Accepting defeat, the alchemist resigned himself to the order and resignedly asked to be told about the location of his new assignment. The commander endured a heavy pause. Looking at the fragments of furniture, he muttered that no one ever understood him. Hovering over the broken table, the officer coldly announced the verdict. The boy was being sent there as an ordinary hostage. The scorched void breathed death. None of the hostages sent there by the Empire ever returned. The officer grimly admitted to the young man that it was an extremely dangerous place. The boy asked in surprise. He refused to believe his ears. Could it really be about the territory of the Demon Lord? The commander's eye twitched in horror. Just the mention of those lands made him want to take his own life. The man abruptly cut off the sentence, trying to hide his fear. The Empire had to somehow defend itself from the bloodthirsty monsters at its borders. The veteran's face had hardened sternly. The young man was covered in cold sweat, realizing the essence of the secret deal. They really intended to throw him into this hell. From the darkness, a cold command echoed to get out. The boy turned around in confusion, panicking as he realized he was destined to become the next victim. He trudged away resignedly. Meanwhile, the officer gazed heavily out the window, recalling the tradition of offering a living tribute every few decades for the sake of peace. And behind his back, the knights were openly skinning, hoping that the wild demons would satisfy their beastly thirst with human blood. The guard roughly pushed the young man, and he fell helplessly to the ground. The man in uniform cut off that this was all, and indifferently turned away from the fallen young man. Why? The boy barely managed to utter behind him. He gasped for air, trembling from helplessness and pain. Gritting his teeth, the young man seethed with burning rage as he spat out that he hated Duke Balgarigas. The stern man with a scar didn't even turn around, he just coldly threw out that the dead were not given words. Thus, the boy was permanently expelled from the country where he was born and raised. The convicted person was thrown into a barred carriage and under guard was taken to the lands of demons and half-humans, ancient enemies of humanity. The path led through a dead wasteland straight to the gloomy mountains, right into the very domain of the Demon King. The prisoner helplessly curled up in the corner of the cramped carriage, hiding his face. From beneath his hair, his sharp, tired gaze flashed. The prison cart, accompanied by mounted knights, ruthlessly rolled towards the unknown. Hundreds of years ago, people stopped a demonic invasion only thanks to heroes summoned from another world. And after that bloody war, the two races never crossed paths again. A beam of light illuminated the silhouette of a boy who was sitting bewildered right on the magical summoning circle. This whole story began when the Demon King led his mighty army to destroy humanity. Hundreds of years ago, they clashed in a merciless war for the territories of the Teikoku Empire. Driven into a corner, the people took the ultimate step and called upon heroes from another world for help. The aliens turned out to be so powerful that in a fierce battle they defeated the army of darkness and drove it out of human lands. After that, the border was clearly drawn. The south of the empire remained with the people, while the forested north was ceded to the monsters. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. There had indeed been no large-scale clashes since then, but the demons driven into the reservation still fiercely hated humanity. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, remembering that the demons pushed north still hate humans. What exactly was hidden behind the bare cliffs of the Demon Kingdom remained a dead mystery. He hopelessly covered his face with his hand. Nothing could be seen through the boarded-up window. Outside, the crew was surrounded by 20 guards and cavalry. Escape was out of the question. He was sure that he had permanently severed ties with the Duke. The young man helplessly hunched over, regretting that he got involved in these matters at all. He recalled how he took the civil service exam under his mother's surname and began sorting through documents and fixing other people's things. Other departments looked down on him and the pay was meager, yet he still loved his job. Thoughts returned to the workshop, where he fully utilized alchemy while repairing the magical sword. "You are a dead man," echoed dully in my head. He exhaled heavily. His hands clasped together until they cracked. He dreamed of perfecting that weapon. The gaze sharpened instantly at the mention of the unfinished repair. 3 ordinary metal spoons glinted between the fingers. The body burst into a powerful aura. He activated alchemy. Thor thoughtfully examined the metal spoons that the soldiers had just used for lunch. The young man squeezed the spoon between his fingers and carefully examined it from all sides. A sharp determination flashed in the boy's eyes. The metal on his palm suddenly boiled and began to melt. He simply pulled out a perfectly straight blade from the molten mass with his bare hands. No unnecessary movement. This is how his alchemy worked, a skill capable of breaking down materials and instantly creating new weapons from them. Once he dreamed of a peaceful life and his own shop. But now he coldly tightened his grip on the knife's handle. He definitely wasn't planning to die here. The door opened and the boy stepped confidently outside. And right nearby, the nightly convoy tensed, realizing that they had approached the dangerous lands of the Lord of Demons. Thor froze for a moment, assessing the threat. His gaze turned icy, and he briefly commanded the group to follow him. Tora tightly surrounded the nightly convoy. The squad commander called his name dryly. The deserted road led them further away from civilization. Thor calmly looked at the mountains. Here the empire ended, and with it, the entire human world. The young man asked who they were going to hand him over to, but the commander only silently swallowed his sweat and hid his eyes. Ahead looms a gloomy forest, the border with the lands of the Demon King. The dense thickets were engulfed in complete darkness. Suddenly, the commander couldn't take it anymore and shouted in panic to shoot. The knight immediately shot a signal arrow with a ribbon into the forest. A tense silence hung over the black crowns of the trees. Suddenly, a heavy crunch echoed from deep within the forest. The footsteps were steadily approaching. From the darkness emerged a massive horned creature with bright white eyes. Her predatory gaze pierced through the uninvited guests. The young man froze, his eyes widening in shock. A worried whisper ran through the rows of soldiers clad in armor. The half-humans are already here. From the thicket emerged an elven maid, confidently smiling from behind the protection of 2 muscular minotaurs. The horned giants ominously moved forward, forcing the boy to tense up. In front of him stood a real elf in a maid's outfit, and nearby loomed a giant minotaur, he was seeing one live for the first time. Thor decided to make a good impression right away and politely greeted everyone while the Imperial Knights behind him trembled in fear. The young man calmly moved forward, ignoring the pitiful babbling of the guard. The boy moved forward, and the guard merely mumbled confusedly after him to wait. The escort knight trembled all over, fearfully asking if they were really half-humans. He squinted, running the plan through his mind, to lull their vigilance with his friendliness and find a moment to escape. Suddenly, the elven Mabel gracefully curtsied in a bow and welcomed Thor on behalf of the Lord of Demons to their land. The young man blinked in confusion. It did not resemble a hostage situation or a sacrifice at all. Even the burly minotaurs bowed respectfully. Although Imperial legends painted them as cruel monsters, supposedly elves erase crowds with magic while minotaurs crush skulls with their bare hands. "This is a trap going to them unarmed," the escort knights shrieked hysterically. In response to their cries, Thor calmly countered that the demons actually greet them with all due respect. These cowards kept him locked in the carriage the whole way, so the boy irritably thought that it was better for the locals not to listen to them at all. The soldiers of the Empire screamed in panic, flatly refusing to approach the monsters. Thor calmly approached the demon entourage and politely thanked them for their patience. He stated his noble title and firmly declared that by the Emperor's order he was setting out with them to the lands of the Demon Lord. A short step forward, the young man froze, waiting for a reaction. The maid lowered her head, hiding her eyes in the shadows, and a tense silence fell. Suddenly her face lit up with delight. She joyfully thanked, admitting that this was the first such polite address from people. Thor exhaled with relief. He handed the girl the official documents. The messenger, they probably just avoid the word victim, the boy thought ironically. From a safe distance, the trembling soldier shouted the order to sign faster. The giant minotaurs waved cheerfully at the frightened knight, offering their help with the load. The maid elegantly waved a feather and signed the document, officially accepting the boy. The demons turned and moved into the forest thicket, shaking the ground with heavy steps. She looked at the joyful crowd of soldiers, hoping with all her heart that the peace between the Dulgaria Empire and the lands of the Demon King would last forever. The girl lowered her gaze, preparing to name the messenger. The boy exhaled heavily and intermittently. Together with the maid, he froze at the panic scream that they needed to flee immediately, or else they would be killed. The elf with a gentle smile confessed, she was seeing a human who was not afraid of them at all for the first time. The boy calmly replied that there is a peace agreement between the races, so showing fear would simply be rude. And then he faltered, looked away, and quietly added that he was actually scared. The huge muscular minotaur carefully took him by the hand, helping him to climb the hill. The young man walked behind the massive horned silhouette, pondering that these monsters treated him as an honored guest. He looked at his open palm with confusion, feeling strange internal changes. His foot confidently and firmly stepped onto the thick grass. The maid kindly suggested taking a break, but the young man gratefully declined. Compared to the Imperial soldiers, their care was as different as night and day. A dark aura suddenly enveloped his figure. His body pulsed with a powerful magical force that he had never felt in his homeland. They continued their journey through the damp earth, and the boy was surprised to realize that in the territory of the Demon King he felt only better, and the fatigue had vanished without a trace. Dark energy swirled in the air. He felt a sudden surge of mysterious magical power. A flood of messages echoed in his mind. The absorption of all elements was complete, and his skill had evolved into creative alchemy, instantly awakening 3 new abilities. The boy summoned a status hologram in front of him. "What was that just now?" he said, puzzled, touching his temple. The description of creative alchemy was impressive. The highest level of mastery allowed for the creation of items simply by knowing their properties and effects. The skill of enchanting allowed for the addition of any elemental attributes to already existing weapons or materials. The branch of material alchemy allowed for the shaping of new substances from pure mana, altering their form at one's discretion. The ability of assessment scanned and stored all data about the objects. Now it only remained to test this insane power in practice. He stood frozen in the middle of the forest above the glowing panel, unable to believe that his skill had truly evolved. He looked at the screen and finally understood. The system did not give him combat skills precisely because it had been developing his potential as a creator all this time. Meanwhile, his elven companion became alert, sensing changes in the magical background. She warned anxiously that the mana in the territories of the Demon King is completely different, and people often feel unwell from it. The girl anxiously asked if his condition had worsened. The boy turned around, calmly explaining the specifics of the local fire and earth magic, and suddenly he stumbled over his words. A strange, dark silhouette emerged right in front of him. The boy unexpectedly asked if the dark magic was really much stronger in the territory of the Demon King. A light surprise. The elf girl nodded with a smile and asked if light also dominates in the world of humans. The young man's eyes widened in sudden realization. He understood why his abilities had awakened right here. In the human capital, he critically lacked darkness, but as soon as he absorbed the local mana, the puzzle came together. The boy's body ignited with power. Uniting light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind, he finally unlocked creative alchemy. The boy looked around anxiously. With one swift motion, he caught Mabel, saving her from falling. "Thank you," she exhaled when a branch cracked loudly under her boot. The terrain was becoming increasingly difficult, so the young man asked her to walk more carefully while the Minotaur silently followed behind. Suddenly, Mabel screamed, a thin chain broke, and the pendant fell from her neck. The young man froze. Panic flared up in the girl's eyes. The torn decoration fell down. The pendant lay in the grass, and the girl hurriedly assured that the chain was already cracked, even though this item had been passed down to her from her mother. The Minotaur leaned over the girl with concern, assuming that the pendant had simply caught on a branch. The giant carefully held the remnants of the chain in his massive palms, while Mabel silently looked at them. The girl lifted her gaze and forced herself to smile, assuring that everything was fine. The boy met her words with heavy silence. It was too clear up close how much effort this feigned calm actually cost her. Thor calmly offered to fix the broken chain, as he had done it many times before. The boy's voice fell silent. He remembered how in the Empire he was strictly forbidden to call himself an alchemist. The elf girl blinked in surprise, not understanding why the messenger suddenly spoke like a master. Thor remembered the past. Instead of having his own workshop, he had spent years just patching up someone else's junk. But here, on the lands of the Demon Lord, he straightened his back and confidently called himself a true alchemist. The girl's pupil dilated. The boy boldly stood before the giant minotaurs and introduced himself as Thor Rigas, asking for permission to restore their chain. The elf girl tightly clenched her fist, not daring to respond immediately. The maid timidly asked if he would take an order from a non-human, to which Thor smiled warmly. He was indifferent to race. The girl carefully extended her beloved mother's pendant and hopefully asked him to fix it. The young man's eyes sparkled sharply when he set the creative alchemy in motion. He settled at the roots of the tree and calmly got to work under the watchful eyes of the monsters. Thor smiled confidently, indicating that he would fulfill the request. He activated the assessment, carefully examining the torn pendant in his palm. The interface revealed an unknown metal and old damages, but Thor did not lose his composure. Magical alchemy would allow him to recreate the chain and imbue it with the attribute of water. It remains only to direct the mana to the head and clearly envision the turbulent alchemical cauldron. The novice was able to give birth to any metal from the magic of the earth. Only her own strength was needed. A bright flash and the chain perfectly fused, softly glowing above his palms. Mabel was stunned, not believing her eyes. Even the huge minotaurs were stunned by how skillfully he worked with just one trick. The young man examined the restored chain on his palm, amazed by the power of his new alchemy. Thor carefully handed the jewelry to the girl, modestly warning her that this was a quick fix and that she should eventually consult a real master. Although inside, the guy was just as surprised by his success as those around him. Mabel lowered her gaze and quietly called him by name, dismissing the official status of the messenger. Thor blinked in confusion. She tenderly pressed the restored pendant to her chest. Tears of joy burst from her eyes. He had just saved the only memory of her mother. The minotaurs and the elf enthusiastically surrounded Thor, praising his talent in turn. The boy just blinked in confusion, stunned by such a wave of attention. He smiled warmly, genuinely pleased that he was able to perfectly fix the broken chain. Thor widened his eyes. For the first time in his life, he was thanked so passionately for alchemy. In memory, the contempt of a cruel father and the mockery in the Empire surfaced instantly, but the warm words of the elf about helping people immediately overshadowed the past. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he quietly confessed that he was happy to be here. He recalled the old legends about an ancient alchemist who forged a powerful magical weapon. The elf gently interrupted his thoughts and asked him to call her simply Mabel from now on. Now Thor understood. The legendary masters of the past created their artifacts precisely to see the joy in the eyes of others. The girl playfully winked, openly acknowledging him as a true alchemist. Thor laughed heartily through tears and gratefully accepted her mentorship. Thus, amidst the majestic mountains, his new life began. Thor peered out of the carriage window with suspicion, trying to comprehend whether he had truly found himself in the domain of the Lord of Demons. Instead of the expected hell, the crew smoothly rolled through the endless peaceful steppe. In the distance, trading ships sailed down the river, and the young man blinked in shock. Instead of sailors, muscular fishmen were hauling the rigging. He focused intently on holding the magical flame in his palms, while a menacing phantom mask loomed behind him. Outside the window, a sturdy werebear was casually dragging a huge sack over his shoulder. A little further away, the wolfman was peacefully grazing a flock of sheep in the tall grass. On the coastal stone, a mermaid with long hair was peacefully resting. In the Empire, these lands were considered a center of bloody chaos, but Thor had seen with his own eyes the peaceful life of various half-humans. A family of rabbits with carrots was scurrying across the road, and everything around seemed much calmer than in human cities. And throughout his life, they drilled into him scary tales about wild monsters that mercilessly tear apart travelers just beyond the border. The elven maid interrupted the contemplation, casually stating that she was waiting for a good job from Thor. The girl smiled gently and added that due to the small population, every worker here is worth their weight in gold. Thor angrily reminded that he had arrived here as a hostage and suspiciously asked about the fate of previous human captives. "Wait, do I have to work now?" he exclaimed, finally realizing his new situation. Thor inquired with the elven maid about the fate of other people who had previously crossed the borders of the Demon King. The girl confessed that the last such visit took place half a century ago, before her birth. The previous messenger then simply sneaked home through the dangerous forest. The old coachman suggested that the man left quietly precisely because no one restricted his actions. Thor thoughtfully squinted. Everything was finally falling into place. The Empire sends people here as death sentences, being absolutely confident that the captives will inevitably try to escape. In contrast, demons greet outsiders with open arms, treating them as honored guests. Because of this, the messengers simply desert and disappear without a trace, and the worried elf suddenly grabbed Thor tightly by the hands, fearing to lose such a valuable alchemist. "Please stay with us," she pleaded, and the young man smiled warmly. He gently replied that he had come here solely for the sake of peace between their nations. Absolutely sincere smile. However, in a second, Thor awkwardly looked away and became embarrassed. In his mind, he admitted to himself that he had initially planned to run away, but without shackles on his hands, any escape plan had ultimately lost its meaning. He admitted that at first, he was just going to run away. But he could not disappoint Mabel, who had given him the chance to become an alchemist. These words instantly moved the girl to tears. With a warm smile, the young man promised to do everything possible for this country. Mabel shone with genuine delight. Her huge eyes sparkled with tears of genuine joy. That joy was interrupted by a warning. In an hour, he has an audience with the Demon King. The mention of the ruler evoked an unpleasant chill. Everyone knew the one rule of survival in these lands: never anger the Lord. The monster satellites treated him well. However, their friendliness did not save them from the fear of the one sitting on the throne. Soon before them stood a monumental Gothic castle. The road led directly to the majestic throne room. The young man fell to his knees beside Mabel and the Minotaurs, bowing his head before the tall figure. A stern, horned demon in a business suit silently drilled the guest with an icy gaze. The young man nervously averted his gaze and grabbed his collar. The heart thudded in the chest while the girl next to her smiled joyfully. A sinister face with a sharp nose and a predatory grin asked if he was perhaps a guest from the Empire. Immediately after this, the huge Minotaur guard roared about the arrival of the Demon King. The boy froze in horror. From the darkness emerged a massive silhouette on the throne. Everguard's hands turned out to be a figure in a terrifying mask who confidently stated their name. Long white strands fell down. The clawed hand firmly rested on the knee. Tor Rigas unhesitatingly knelt down and introduced himself as a guest from the Dulgarian Empire. His companion silently sat down beside him, lowering her gaze. Faced with the terrifying figure of the Lord of Demons, Thor decided not to waste time and immediately offered his services as an alchemist. The Dark Ruler slumped on the throne and began to inquire what talents had compelled the Empire to send this young man here. The boy swallowed a lump in his throat and cautiously repeated that he knows a thing or two about his craft. A cold drop of sweat rolled down his face. To avoid causing panic, Thor gathered all his strength and firmly greeted the Lord. In response, the massive shadow simply remained silent. The young man was feverishly calculating the situation. Since he wasn't thrown into prison, he needed to go all in and demand official work. Suddenly in the darkness, predatory white eyes flashed. From beneath the ruler's mask came a satisfied chuckle. While Prime Minister Care was captivated by the might of the Empire which supposedly spread across such rare footage, Thor barely held back his hysteria. At home, he was an ordinary mess. Hearing his name, the boy froze, and the demon lord unexpectedly promised him complete freedom of action and ordered him to prepare the workshop. Thor's eyes widened in shock. He immediately dropped to one knee, bowing his head before his new patron. Pressing his trembling hand to his chest, the boy still couldn't comprehend his own luck. The incredible plan had worked, and now he only needed the equipment. The demon lord readily agreed to provide all resources. He asked only, what else? Thor asked to be given a room next to the workshop. The young man was still amazed by such friendliness, while the ruler casually advised him to make a list of what was needed. But the alchemist was troubled by something else. The demon silently waited for the question. Standing before the throne, Thor asked if he would be allowed to mass-produce inventions for the benefit of the demonic people. He is a foreigner from an enemy empire and sincerely did not understand such generosity. "Why are you doing this?" the boy blurted out. The king replied immediately, "To learn." The white mask concealed any emotions. The ruler recalled a bitter history. Once, it was human wisdom and summoned heroes that defeated the demons. Thor blinked in confusion. Hundreds of years ago, people summoned warriors from other worlds, who unleashed a massacre for the sake of honing their skills and forever poisoned the empire with a painful obsession for power. Once upon a time, a hero defeated the demon king, drove them to the north, and returned to his world with a peaceful heart, leaving behind only old knowledge and artifacts. The woman in the mask acknowledged that ancient defeat by humans and explained that she does not intend to be a ruler who fights, but rather to continue learning from them. The boy blinked in confusion, fully realizing that such hospitality was the real policy in demon territories. The maid and the giant minotaur calmly confirmed that this is precisely why they are so eager to welcome people from the Dulgarian Empire. The woman in the mask sharply covered her face with her hand. She would never allow those who fell in the past battle to die in vain. She directly told the young man that only here would his alchemist talent fully unfold, as without his power, the demons would never catch up to the Empire. The boy silently clenched his trembling fist. He finally clearly understood what he really wants. The young man's eyes widened. Here he is completely free to create anything, for the demon king himself has personally recognized him as an alchemist. It was still incredibly hard to believe. A confident smile appeared on his face, and the boy promised to create a true miracle with his gift for the sake of peace, as a tribute to his majesty. The young man respectfully bowed, placing his hand on his chest. The demon lord glanced intently from under his hood and stated that he fully relied on Torrigas. This requirement significantly hung in the air. The young man bowed respectfully, pressing his hand to his chest. The advisor with long claws gently intervened and suggested that the guest go rest after the long journey. The lord nodded in agreement with this thought, releasing Thor. With these words, the audience in the gloomy castle came to an end. Only a submissive retinue remained before the high throne. Dozens of muscular horned monsters stood silently in anticipation. The lord's lips stretched into a predatory smile and he quietly uttered, "And now." The lord's assistant announced to the commanders the purpose of the gathering, to discuss Torrigas, their new guest from the Empire. The commander of the elven mages listened immovably. The leader of the lizard people listened intently to every word. The one-eyed commander of the Minotaurs froze in anticipation. All as one fell to their knees, loudly accepting the command. The masked lord sternly warned, "No one is allowed to harm this person." He commanded to treat the Torah with respect and to acquire knowledge about the human world from it. The elf respectfully bowed his head, but dared to ask what one could possibly learn from a representative of the empire. A sly smile played on his lips. The lord met this audacity with grave silence. The lizardman panikedly tugged at the mage's clothing, trying to silence him. But he confidently suggested bringing forth the descendants of the fire giants to scare the guest with the true strength of their lands. At that moment the elf's pupil widened in wild terror, and cold sweat rolled down his temple. The space around the throne darkened with a terrifying aura, and the lord ominously extended, "Who?" The masked leader agreed. The plan to scare Thor Rigas and show him the true power of the Demon King's lands was quite appropriate. The elf smiled politely, beginning to thank for the understanding. A sharp but rang out. The horned ruler sighed heavily and with disappointment. The horned ruler fiercely reminded that due to the complacency of ancestors who were not afraid of people, demons nearly went extinct, so he would not forgive disrespectful words about the empire. The elf gasped in horror as a terrifying reptilian eye stared at him up close. The dark silhouette ahead reminded of a terrible truth. The empire is relentlessly expanding, and some people there are already stronger than demons. The elf immediately fell to his knees and with scales hit his forehead on the floor, begging for forgiveness. The clawed hand tensed at the mention of the alchemist Tor Rigas. The lord exploded with fury, angrily shouting at his subordinate for his arrogance and unwillingness to learn from the people of the empire in the face of such a threat. The subordinates shouted their agreement, ready to adopt the culture and technologies of the empire. The horned advisor calmly reported that His Majesty's order was heard by all. The lord, shrouded in darkness, declared that if the guest was truly an alchemist, his creations would still be of use to the lands of demons. The masked lord abruptly stopped Mabel, deciding to first measure the true strength of the boy. The advisor reminded about the general caution, as Tor Rigas came from a hostile empire. The elven maid respectfully bowed her head and readily accepted the order to become Thor's caretaker. The ruler responded with heavy silence. Mabel nodded briefly, lightly touching her pendant with a smile. The advisor suddenly caught on to this detail and asked if it was really Thor who fixed the ornament. The girl confirmed this with undisguised pride. The ruler thoughtfully noted that real magical silver was used in the water spirit pendant. Someone's hands tightly gripped the chain. The skill of assessment kicked in instantly. Mabel firmly stated that she had no doubts about the guy because she had seen his work on the shining artifact with her own eyes. The advisor extended his hand to her, coldly cutting off that the words could easily be verified by a banal assessment of the thing itself. The figure in the mask spoke softly, trying to understand how Tor Rigas created magical silver from emptiness. The eye widened sharply from the sudden realization. Somewhere a horned man in a strict suit called the maid Mabel. He momentarily closed his eyes with concentration. The man asked if the pendant was passed down to her from her mother, to which the girl confirmed, "It is an ancient family relic, whose magic was supposed to fade away forever." Suddenly she stared at him in shock. The three beast people behind only exchanged confused glances. A blinding beam burst from the palm of the horned one. It calmly announced that everything was fixed, simply by restoring the damaged magical stone in the center of the pendant. The horned demon lifted the shining stone of the water spirit. Tor really managed to fix the artifact that all the demon technologies could not handle. He raised two fingers. The arrival of this guy had a double meaning. The elven maid froze, not believing her own eyes. On one hand, the empire could already have a whole army of alchemists of that level. On the other hand, the very fact of the existence of a person capable of instant magic repair completely changed the balance of power. The demon grew gloomy. If there are many such geniuses, the war is lost, and this gift is merely a demonstration of human strength. The man in the mask grinned with anger, for he knew that the enemy would not have given them such a master without a hidden motive. The horned one thoughtfully touched his chin. There was still one conclusion left. A heavy, thick tension hung in the hall. The lizardman swallowed nervously. A cold sweat rolled down the face of the old elf like hail. This option was completely absurd. People turned out to be so stupid that they failed to recognize Thor's talent and simply threw him in the trash. The horned one coldly acknowledged that anything could be expected from humanity, so they would remain on guard. Reflections were set aside. It was time to allocate a personal room and workshop for their new genius. The horned demon respectfully bowed before the Lord while someone nearby angrily demanded not to underestimate the people and the empire. The door opened, and the smiling elven maid invited Thor to finally enter his room. As she walked down the corridor, she mentally pitied the boy, certain that the long wait had completely exhausted and frightened him. She confidently led the guest through the endless halls. Suddenly, Thor excitedly grabbed the painted vase. Real sparks were shining in his eyes. He rattled on incessantly, asking about the materials and pointing his finger at every new detail of the interior. The maid suddenly stopped and asked if something had caught his attention. The young man flinched, frozen with the vase in his hands as if caught red-handed. The elf smiled with relief. She had worried for nothing, so she gently suggested settling in first. Suddenly, two burly lizard men blocked the way, dryly stating that they would guard the guest by order of the Prime Minister. The maid tensed up, as the giant claws of the monsters looked too threatening for such a defenseless boy. She turned around anxiously, expecting to see panic, but Thor was barely trembling with excitement, shouting that he still had so much to learn. He stared intently at the lizards with wild research enthusiasm. Thor cheerfully asked the lizards to take care of him. They briefly agreed, and the maid just exhaled in confusion. The elf girl froze in confusion, hearing for the first time how a human addressed monsters by name. Thor walked calmly down the corridor next to her and two humanoid lizards, admitting that he had never encountered their race before. They just sighed. People always saw them as ordinary scaly reptiles. Suddenly, the eyes of the young alchemist sparkled with an idea. He suggested inventing a special smooth fabric so that the stiff clothing would no longer painfully catch on the scales during changing. Thor smiled softly. The maid was stunned by such unexpected and sincere care. Her gaze froze in silent astonishment. Even the burly humanoid lizards exchanged awkward glances. "Mr. Thor," she whispered with deep trepidation. The boy enthusiastically continued that he aims to study the daily life of all local races. The lands of the Demon Lord were inhabited by dozens of species, each facing unique life challenges. The young man clenched his fist decisively, promising to solve their problems with new inventions and to fulfill his main dream, to change the world. The elf girl looked at him with absolute admiration, for there was not a single drop of deceit in those ambitious words. The masked warrior quietly confessed that he desires only one thing: to repay the Demon Lord for the work provided. Mabel's eyes widened. Looking into Thor's clear gaze, she understood. This alchemist doesn't care about races, he just wants to save the locals. The elf firmly stated that she now understands everything. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks when she quietly called him incredible. The girl bowed low and vowed from now on to help him with all her heart. Her gaze filled with unexpected tenderness. Thor, with a warm smile, entrusted himself to her care, and Mabel joyfully reciprocated. That is how she became the caretaker of the one who would soon rewrite the history of the Demon Lord's lands forever. She was once again surrounded by the malicious faces of elves who ruthlessly branded the girl with shame for human blood and her complete inability to use magic. She suddenly jumped up in bed with a desperate scream. A tear rolled down her cheek. Childhood nightmares wouldn't let go. The girl approached the window and pulled back the curtains, pondering with sadness whether she would ever be able to overcome this trauma. Breathing heavily, she wearily sank onto the bed. The physical pain added to the emotional pain. My legs became icy again. She tried to rub her feet, but only let out a painful gasp from her own touch. Suddenly her gaze froze. In her eyes sparkled the determination to overcome both this damned cold and her deepest fears. "It wouldn't be bad," she whispered softly, nurturing a timid hope. A pair of massive fluffy leg warmers was already waiting on the table. The elf girl awkwardly averted her gaze, feeling terribly embarrassed about how ridiculous she would look in front of Mr. Thor. But comfort prevailed. Already in the form of a maid, the girl with a gentle smile pulled warm clothes over her legs. And at that moment, the door burst open with a bang, revealing an excited young man on the threshold. He examined the storeroom of the Demon King's castle, where various items were piled on the floor in heaps. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The gaze caught bent shields and torn armor from a pile of junk. Although at first it seemed that only old sword sheaths lay here. The young man sharply slapped himself on the cheeks, shaking off the euphoria. The hand fell limply. The young man joyfully raised his arms up, celebrating the incredible luck with the castle's storeroom. It was too early to rejoice. The Demon King sent him here not out of kindness but as a profitable investment. If he does not meet expectations, this room will be taken away immediately. He frowned and clenched his fists tightly. In just a moment, a sly, self-assured smile spread across his face. To stay here, he had to create something that would impress absolutely everyone. The young man unfolded the catalog of materials found among the junk. The excitement engulfed him completely. He was almost dancing with impatience, anticipating the creation of new useful things. His fingers glided over the page with the strange massage bath. The cover was covered with unknown hieroglyphs. Most likely, the item was simply abandoned because they couldn't read it. The boy stared in shock at the inscriptions. It was an object left behind by heroes from another world. He nervously swallowed his saliva, not believing that such a treasure was just lying here. Wait, he wasn't supposed to understand a foreign language. The guess struck like lightning. His hidden skill assessment had kicked in. He just read the title product catalog completely naturally, without even thinking about it. The ability to analyze the equipment somehow translated the text for him. The novice simply extracted the essence of things and implanted knowledge directly into the mind. He abruptly turned the page. A super comfortable orthopedic pillow advertisement was looking at him. The boy leaned intently over the table. This catalog from the mysterious country of Nihon undoubtedly belonged to one of the past heroes. Suddenly, it was as if he was struck by electricity. Thor stood frozen over the open book, not believing his own eyes. Strange things from another world adorned the pages, warming masks and pillows that instantly relieved fatigue. He was pierced by shock. That's why the local heroes had such beastly strength. The boy immediately called up the alchemy menu, wondering if he could create something similar. Glasses for 20-fold vision and oxygen capsules that replaced full sleep. With such an arsenal, anyone would become invincible. Suddenly, he jumped in place from an unexpected shout. At the threshold stood the maid Mabel with a tray in her hands. She asked in surprise what he was so intently reading. The girl apologized for the intrusion, explaining that she had called him but he was completely out of touch with reality. Thor smiled lightly and showed her the book, asking if she could read these strange symbols. Mabel glanced around the cluttered room and recounted that past demon lords had brought all sorts of dubious finds here for centuries. She carefully examined the page but sighed in disappointment. These entries were an absolute mystery to her. And then she sarcastically cut in that all this talk sounds like a pathetic excuse not to clean the room. A pause hung in the air, and she silently shifted from one foot to the other in her fluffy slippers. Thor stood frozen in surprise. The elf maid Mabel cheerfully suggested brewing tea, and he gladly agreed. As she warmed up, the girl awkwardly confessed. Due to poor mana circulation, she completely lacks the ability to cast spells, and it's all because of her human grandmother. Mabel calmly explained that human blood had forever blocked her path to elven magic. She just smiled widely. Her ordinary talent for cleaning helped her find a home with the Demon King himself. Her gaze dimmed for a moment. Her own people simply drove her away. Tor immediately burst into tears of sympathy, which terrified Mabel to death, causing her to panic and apologize for her complaints. The boy was suddenly enlightened. While the maid awkwardly waved her arms, insisting that she didn't miss magic at all, the puzzle in his head finally came together. He understood. Mabel had volunteered to meet him because she desperately wanted to see in person a representative of her grandmother's race. The girl smiled gently. She was endlessly happy that the first person in her life turned out to be so kind. According to her, the amazing lands of the Demon King regularly provided a reliable refuge for such exiles from other countries. Thor blushed awkwardly at such sincere words. Suddenly, he joyfully perked up and shifted his gaze to the book. He had another question for Mabel. The smiling elven maid explained that everyone eventually finds a job suited to their abilities, mentioning Mabel as an example. The boy showed a thick catalog and suggested that I accompany him for a small experiment. 2 old equipping shields were gathering dust on the wooden wall. Thor thoughtfully flipped through the pages, studying the description and price of the mysterious device from another world, foot baths. He was intently reading the unusual text. The advertisement promised a true miracle. Swirling streams of water, healing vibrations, and complete relief from cold for the body. Broken artifacts from his collection were perfect for creating this comfort. The boy smiled contentedly, realizing that only the magical stones of wind and fire were needed to activate the mechanism. The first shield could once deflect arrows and summon storms, but its inner magic has long faded. The second one could spew flames, but now has also turned into ordinary scrap. Tor reached out to them and calmly activated Alchemy. A powerful energy instantly flared around his body. He pulled on the central crystal, and the strong metal suddenly stretched easily like soft rubber dough. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a cheerful maid appeared on the threshold with an empty basin. Thor continued to calmly knead the artifact, preparing to use it for the body of his new bathtub. Seeing the owner calmly stretch the priceless relic from the storage, the girl let out a frantic scream of horror. The elven maid enchantedly poked a finger at the unfamiliar soft object while the boy watched with satisfaction. He lifted the ordinary basin and declared that true alchemy was now in play. The palms were enveloped in a magical aura. It was time to recreate technologies from the otherworldly realm. The young man focused and activated the ability Alchemy to copy a foot massage basin from the hero's world. In the air, the blueprint of the future product ignited, where he mentally infused materials from magical shields. He closed his eyes, clearly imagining how the mana released from the stones dissolves in the water. It was impossible to fully replicate earthly technology due to the gap in development. However, magic easily compensated for this shortcoming. The stone of wind provided vibration, while the fire stone provided the necessary heat. The system was supposed to work perfectly. The swirling flow of water would stimulate the blood and massage the acupuncture points of the foot. The image has been established. A bright flash completed the process. The tub materialized right out of thin air. The boy proudly extended his hands towards his creation. The new artifact combined 3 elements, could withstand the blow of magical weapons, and was meant to last a full 25 years. The creator already knew all the characteristics of the product, so it only remained to test it in practice. Thor happily extended the ready foot bath to the bewildered Mabel. The boy awkwardly looked away. At home in the Empire, he was even forbidden to approach the workshops. The maid was almost breathless from shock. He finished the job in less than 10 minutes. In Thor's memory, an angry father immediately surfaced, who always commanded not to get complacent due to the many competitors equal to him. The boy scratched the back of his head guiltily, as he had never seen other alchemists and simply took his relative's word for it. He calmly assumed that there must be a whole bunch of such masters in the world. The thought of the existence of an army of such insane geniuses made Mabel completely lose touch with reality. Thor sincerely did not understand her panic, as he considered his creation to be an ordinary copy of an object from the hero's world. He casually shoved the box right into the girl's hands. The boy joyfully asked to be taken to the water to immediately show the artifact in action. Mabel froze in place, still not believing that the incredible treasure from another world had come to her personally. The boy picked up the portable tub and offered to demonstrate it in action. The minister nodded calmly. He understood that he had to give this presentation since he had used their materials for free. However, the sudden appearance of the minister still made him nervous, despite the guests' assurances of ordinary curiosity. The boy placed the device on the floor and commanded the maid Mabel to lower her legs there. The girl gasped in surprise from the thick steam while he explained how to feed the firestone with mana. And before that, he generously poured water from a regular bucket inside. Mabel obediently lifted her leg. The black stocking smoothly slid down. Her cheeks flushed and her heart nervously raced with embarrassment. She hesitantly stood barefoot in front of the device. The boy casually asked to pour in more mana for the vibration, making the maid nod uncertainly. The hot water pleasantly relaxed her, while he remembered another embedded stone of the wind. The foot quietly splashed as it submerged in the water. The boy and his horned companion calmly watched the outcome. Not a single muscle twitched on their faces, and at someone's knees, treachery trembled in the meantime. Bare feet feverishly stomped in place. The elf, taken by surprise, blushed to her ears and cried out in a voice that was not her own. Air got stuck in the throat from uncontrolled panic. The boy explained to Tora in an ordinary tone that it was just the effect of the magical stone. The girl's body rebelled and began to involuntarily bounce from every invisible impulse. The elf bent and quietly complained that the streams of water were hitting her most sensitive spots. She trembled nervously. The fingers clenched the fabric of the skirt convulsively, the strength to endure this had finally run out. Gasping for air, the girl rasped about the hot wave that pleasantly spread through all her veins. Tears streamed from her eyes, and in despair, she screamed, completely losing control of herself. Her gaze became hazy, and a confession slipped from her parted lips. It seemed to her as if the floral vision flooded Mabel's consciousness. She felt as if she were right in paradise. The warmth from the water spread through the body like a hot spring in the middle of an icy desert, evaporating the remnants of cold. The minister called out to the girl with concern. The elf was breathing heavily with a flushed face. Just now, wild changes were happening inside her. Mabel finally exhaled and was astonished to admit that the mana in her body had suddenly begun to circulate perfectly. The minister tensed up immediately. He skeptically asked Tor if he really used the ordinary health products of the hero for this, and he immediately stared in shock, assessing the sharp surge of her magical power. No archives mentioned that these items could influence mana. They were solely meant to relieve fatigue. Thor calmly reminded that the heroes themselves always possessed an enormous amount of energy. The minister was completely stuck while the guy explained the obvious. These are the things of heroes, so their crazy effect is quite natural. The horned minister helplessly fell to his knees, unable to comprehend how some health products had healed Mabel after the best doctors of the Lord of Demons had failed. The young man simply smiled carelessly and nodded, completely breaking his interlocutor's brain. However, this turned out to be insufficient. The elven maid barely stood on her feet from the dizziness. Watching this, the boy understood the main reason for the shock. The power of the hero's object had just utterly shattered the pride of this world in its own advanced technologies. All wet and flushed, the elven maid was glad that her mana was finally flowing freely, and the young man beside her suggested they check it immediately. She weakly sank to the floor in a cloud of steam, begging to stop, while the horned companion leaned over her with concern. The fingers tensed and clenched into a fist. Hiding her eyes, the girl bitterly confessed that she had long since given up any attempts at witchcraft. Suddenly her face flashed with panic. She fearfully denied it, insisting that magic was beyond her control. But in a moment, she sharply thrust her palms forward and began to recite the spell. "Dark wind," she exclaimed desperately. The young man smiled calmly opposite, completely confident that everything would work now. A sudden blow from the elements forced the horned one to cross his arms sharply for protection. Through the raging whirlwind, he could only stunnedly utter her name. His companion was also stunned by the force of the current. The air was torn apart by a powerful hurricane, hurling wooden buckets and debris in all directions. Wrapped in a dense aura, the girl looked in disbelief at her palms, from which true magic had just erupted. In the impenetrable darkness, a series of bright stars burst forth. Mabel quietly remarked that everyone always considered her a nobody. Thor hurriedly rushed to her. The girl suddenly threw herself around his neck, bursting into happy tears. She pressed tightly against Thor and through her sobs called him her savior. From now on, her magic would be able to help people. She broke down. In her native village, she was constantly mocked for her inability to cast spells, and in reality, she was terrified of remaining that way forever. The boy merely groaned softly in her dead grip, while the demon cautiously hinted that Tora was about to be suffocated. Mabel jumped back in fear with apologies, while the confused Thor waved his arms, trying to calm her down. Mabel excitedly noted that she no longer felt cold at all. Both of her legs had finally become warm. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, he changed the subject and noted that the matter was not only about the restored circulation of mana. While the elf was shining with happiness, Thor felt genuine joy that his inventions were benefiting someone. Suddenly, the demon frowned and sternly warned, "This artifact awakens inner magic, and it is terrifying to imagine it in the hands of villains." Thor blinked in confusion, and with a comic shock, he muttered that he actually created this thing solely for treating Mabel's legs. A loud voice abruptly interrupted the conversation, declaring that this foot bath now belongs to the territory of the Demon Lord. To avoid getting Mabel into trouble, Thor decided not to argue with the Prime Minister and silently handed over his product. The boy stared at him in confusion. The demon responded with the same bewildered look. Thor's eye twitched nervously from the shock. The Prime Minister calmly held the basin and casually suggested buying it with local gold coins. Tora was just overwhelmed. He could hardly contain his surprise that he would be paid for something he had crafted purely for himself. He awkwardly cleared his throat, recalling how in the Empire his alchemy was harshly devalued and relegated to a meager salary. The minister called him by name with concern. Thor clenched his fist until it cracked, filled with joy that his work and desire to create were truly valued here. The memory immediately surfaced of the former supervisor who constantly hit hands and forced to blindly fix junk according to instructions. Resolutely placing his hand on his chest, the young man refused the gold and requested the reward to be given in magical stones for the next project. He suggested writing a detailed petition about future expenses while the demon listened attentively and warned about the dangers of such materials. The minister and the maid were completely taken aback by such an unusual demand. Thor proposed a deal. He would supply his products to the territory of the demons in exchange for their materials and magical stones. This concept was named the Unlimited Usage Plan. A tall horned demon in a suit awkwardly addressed the boy. A tense pause hung in the air. He asked directly, "Does the Torah really not concern him that his inventions will end up in the hands of non-humans?" The young man simply smiled confidently. He didn't care about the client's backgrounds, he just wanted to gather feedback and make others' lives easier. The demon fell silent in confusion, while Thor simply confirmed his words nonchalantly. A spark of excitement ignited in the boy's eyes. He set himself the goal of surpassing the gear of the heroes themselves. The interlocutor promised to personally discuss these terms with the master. The tension instantly left his face, and the young demoness looked at Thor with genuine admiration and a smile. The moon rolled through the hall from the shocked scream. The lord in the horned mask grinned, refusing to believe that Mabel had restored magic thanks to something of Thor Riga's. The long-haired demon knelt submissively before the throne, waiting out the lord's disbelief. He calmly placed his hand on his chest and confirmed that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The ruler was furious. The best healers of the demon lands had been battling Mabel's ailment for years, and this alchemist cured her in less than a day. In the darkness under the hood, eyes gleamed when he understood the principle of the foot bath. The firestone heated the water while the wind created a whirl of bubbles. The demon nodded, confirming that Torrigas managed to combine two different magics into one object. One of the advisors turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat, as this seemed absolutely impossible. The alchemist simply took and dissolved the energy of fire and wind in water. And since Mabel is a water elf, her body greedily and effortlessly absorbed this mana. The lord tensed, realizing the frightening foresight of the young man. This seemingly simple procedure not only removed the elf's sensitivity to cold, but also completely restored her broken magical flow. The bishop skeptically raised his clawed hand, suggesting that the boy simply copied the artifact from the world of heroes. But the servant raised a stern gaze and cut in. This Thor may be an alchemist of whom you can count on one hand in the whole world. The elf minister turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. There was no place for health products with such buffs in any heroic chronicles. In despair, he helplessly slammed his forehead against the column. Ancient texts described only classical healing and enhancement magic. The minister was completely disappointed in himself as a historian. He had no idea about the objects for dispersing the mania, especially those created by an alchemist in a basin of boiling water. In the end, they decided to simply give the mysterious foot bath to Mabel. The gloomy demon king sighed in confusion, admitting that he also understood nothing. The minister thoughtfully propped his chin, noting Mabel's unusual trust in Thor. The bishop firmly decided not to take the useful item from the girl, but his advisor anxiously asked if it was really safe. The demon king froze in surprise. The minister stood before the throne and explained, "It is extremely atypical for Mabel to open up to a person, as she had taken a long time to learn to trust even in these lands." He bitterly recalled the past of the girl who was cruelly bullied in her native village for her inability to cast spells. Considering this, the elf made a serious proposal to his majesty. The lord listened attentively. An intriguing silence prevailed. The woman smiled slyly, suggesting simply convincing Mabel. She was sharply interrupted by the horned advisor. "Let Mabel marry Thor, then the alchemist will have the perfect reason to stay with them forever." "This cannot happen," a furious roar echoed. The demon lord erupted with a black aura, unwilling to surrender his loyal subordinate and longtime friend to a human merely for the sake of some truce. The advisor was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. The air was sliced by a sharp movement. The horned one rushed to channel the destructive energy of the master, pleading with him to cool down, but the lord cut him off, stating that it was time to act. He ominously loomed over his subordinates and announced his verdict. He would judge the alchemist. A heavy step put an end to the dispute. the Lord is personally walking along Torariha's. The mustached officer grinned predatorily with a glass in hand, rejoicing in the disgraceful death of yet another loser. Suddenly, the subordinate reported to the one-eyed steward, "The imperial court demands a report on the repair of the magical sword." The steward immediately recalled this request, as the princess ordered to restore the weapon to the same condition in which the hero himself had wielded it. The corpulent official nervously clutched the scroll and mumbled that even the alchemical workshops refused to take it on. "How is it impossible to fix?" An indignant shout echoed over the streets of the city. The one-eyed man fiercely thrust a document into his face, where it was written in black and white about 80% readiness. He wearily rubbed his forehead and ordered to immediately call the employee who was in charge of this. The official squinted and began to lament pitifully about the reduced budget and the need to save every penny. And then he timidly confessed, it turns out that one of their subordinates had secretly repaired the magical sword. The steward roared furiously, demanding the name of this master, while the fat man waved his arms in panic. The one-eyed man was about to burst with anger because the HR manager let such a genius go, and he was just grinning foolishly as if to say that the master had already resigned. He was a very young, calm young man with light hair. "The Torcana," the official finally said. The one-eyed man was stunned into silence. He realized that this incredible boy had returned to the Duke's family and now his new name was Torrigas. The fat man in the cloak admitted with dismay that it was the ducal house that had brought things to such a state. The young man checked and repaired the equipment by hand every day, leaving no paper reports about it. The strict order forced him to work in the shadows and hide the name of Torrigas from foreign eyes. The one-eyed nobleman fiercely interrupted the conversation, forbidding his subordinate even to mention the boy's return. Out of helplessness, he clenched his jaw tightly. Fury had completely distorted his face. Grabbing the wrapped sword, the aristocrat shouted to forever forget the name of Thor. The duchy would restore the weapon with the best alchemists. But the next day, an indignant cry echoed in the empire's main workshop. The chief blacksmith flatly refused to take on the work. The Grey Master calmly explained that magical blades do not tolerate ordinary repairs. Leaning over the blade, the old blacksmith sighed and repeated that repairing the magical sword was no simple task at all. It was necessary to intervene in the very structure of the metal and perfectly alloy materials with identical properties. The nobleman blinked in confusion, listening to the need to fill the blade with the attributes of fire and earth. The times of heroes have long passed, the status of alchemists has declined, and the secret of restoring such weapons has vanished along with them. The one-eyed man was drenched in cold sweat when the final verdict was pronounced. There was no one left in the entire empire who could repair this sword. The blacksmith admitted that he does know a master capable of perfectly restoring this magical sword. The messenger with the monocle broke out in a cold sweat. Before my eyes, a broken blade and old conversations about how they lose valuable things due to their own negligence towards true talents surfaced. Meanwhile, the blacksmith was fascinatedly running his fingers along the blade, impressed by the genius work of the predecessor who had seamlessly drawn out the deepest cracks. The guest panicked. He could not reach that genius as the boy had already been disposed of, sent away as a sacrifice. The old man bent almost to the floor, begging to be introduced to that craftsman, but the messenger shouted for him to be quiet. The master, unaware of anything, calmly clarified whether the weapon really did not need to be repaired until the end. He tried to warn that mixing foreign materials would ruin the blade, but he didn't make it in time. The messenger pointed his finger at the table and burst into a scream, hysterically demanding to simply tidy up for the ducal family. He cynically remarked that the weapon would still be used for rituals, so its actual strength doesn't concern anyone. Resigned, the old man agreed to take the job but demanded a written receipt stating that the client had requested only cosmetic repairs. The blacksmith sighed heavily. Pressed against the wall, the messenger grimaced and squeezed out his agreement through clenched teeth. The old man smiled warmly and calmly agreed that taking the blame was not necessary for them at all. Meanwhile, far away, a magnificent castle rose in the domain of the Demon King himself. The elven maid smiled widely and offered a spoonful of food, gently asking to open the mouth. She eagerly wanted to thank Tor for the repaired pendant and the returned magic, so the embarrassed boy had to accept the treat. Thor obediently chewed, thickly rustling. The girl contentedly did not take her eyes off him. Having slightly recovered from such excessive care, the young man cautiously shifted the conversation to the search for a workspace. Mabel sighed with concern, as all the nearby rooms were currently occupied. Then Thor suggested that a suitable place could be designated personally by the Demon King. He frowned. For safety, he urgently needed an isolated workshop. Alchemical experiments with fire and reagents right in the treasury could easily destroy priceless materials and books from another world. To avoid taking risks, Thor postponed the search for a room and instead asked to be given a tour of the castle. Mabel pressed her hand to her chest and vowed to fulfill this wish at the cost of her own life, forcing Thor to fearfully reject such sacrifices. The satisfied elf hummed while gathering the dirty dishes on a tray. She joyfully promised to quickly take everything and return with fresh tea. The door clicked quietly behind her. Only empty dishes were left on the tray. The boy sat in the workshop, silently staring at the open catalog. A detail surfaced in memory. The heroes of the past used a convenient spatial box for things. He quickly flipped through the pages, searching for a magical thing that would help build a workshop. The gaze of the frozen is truly a lost technology of the ancient era. Items in such storage are automatically sorted, have no weight, and can be retrieved at any moment. A confident smile played on her face. This guide should definitely have an equivalent. Creating such a box would provide a clue to the secrets of the past, so it was worth a try. Indeed, on the next page, an impressive bunny girl presented the compact chamber, tiny on the outside, but limitless on the inside. He eagerly read the description on the drawing. On the outside, it's an ordinary metal container with sliding doors, 2 by 3 meters. But its essence completely mirrored the magic of the heroes, and the boy was genuinely amazed by the discovery. The crazy guarantee that the structure can withstand even a crowd of 1,000 rabbits finally dispelled all doubts. The little bunny joyfully boasted about its previously unseen dimensions. The boy stared in shock, realizing that he was being offered access to a gigantic isolated subspace. He immediately remembered the local horned rabbits that the local heroes usually encountered first. Those healthy meter-long monsters. Usually, heroes retrieved their gear from bottomless leather bags, but this rabbit version opened a direct portal to the storage. And although he couldn't perfectly replicate the skill, the prospect of stuffing 1,000 rabbits in there made the guy eagerly clench his fist. It was worth a try. He spread his arms to the sides and decisively activated the alchemy. But then he grabbed his head in despair. There was a critical shortage of dark mana for creation. The system window only confirmed the failure. There was enough energy from the earth and wind, but there was a lack of darkness. The boy sighed heavily and resignedly crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at the barely noticeable haze on his palm, he realized the main problem. In his native empire, he simply had nowhere to gather this energy. Suddenly, a black aura crawled along the floor near his shoes. It swirled menacingly, rapidly growing into a solid, dense shadow. Thor pondered, somewhat bewildered, how nice it would be to find someone with a huge supply of dark mana right now. At that moment, a horned figure in a mask emerged from the thick black shadow and asked for permission to enter, addressing Thor Rigas directly. The boy was taken aback in shock when a system window suddenly popped up in front of him about the successful absorption of that very dark mana. His gaze sharpened instantly, and he focusedly threw out a brief apology. The young man walked down the corridor, tense as he recalled the same heavy aura he had felt during the last meeting. The demon lord allowed the guest not to kneel, as he had arrived here secretly, and the young man respectfully complied. He froze in a cold sweat. The force emanated a real threat. The demon lord spoke first. The alchemist instantly recognized in his mask and cloak powerful artifacts. The ruler loomed before him in all his grandeur. The demon quietly coughed into his fist and thanked Mabel, his childhood friend to whom the young man had restored the ability to cast spells. The boy lightly pressed his hand to his chest and smiled sincerely, happy for the opportunity to thank the girl for her constant care. Warmth sparkled in the eyes. He bowed low, refusing to accept such high praise. The demon lord looked intently at the guest. All the previous envoys of the empire trembled in fear and fled, while this one remained completely calm. A heavy silence hung in the air. The ruler directly called him strange. The alchemist's face was hidden in the shadows, and a sly smile played on his lips. He realized that he had been figured out. The lord narrowed his eyes under the mask. pondering whether the guest was truly playing some secret game. Suddenly, the demon abruptly thrust his hand forward and shouted, accusing the young man of conspiracy. The young man suddenly unfolded the product catalog in front of the master and exclaimed in delight that he planned to create exactly this item. His eyes were burning. He asked for permission to build a reliable shed for 1,000 rabbits to set up a real workshop inside. Sitting in the shade, the bishop held a tense pause. The boy joyfully beamed, confirming his readiness to act. Observing this enthusiasm, the lord puzzledly tilted his head and called the subordinate a complete oddball. The alchemist smiled gently, placed his hand on his chest, and calmly acknowledged it. The lord recalled his words about the desire to surpass things from the world of heroes and demanded confirmation of whether it was true. He pointed his finger again at the pages of the hero measurement catalog. As an example, the boy mentioned the special foot bath he recently made for Mabel. He emphasized that this guide contains a whole bunch of unseen items from another world. The lord recalled the grand towers of the aliens and directly asked whether the young man had gone mad to compete with such an advanced civilization. But the boy stubbornly clenched his fist. By recreating these objects, they would finally be able to decipher the secrets of foreign technologies. Having listened to the opinion about the supernatural greatness of the heroes of the past, the bishop merely nodded thoughtfully. The young man rushed from his place, filled with the dream of elevating his alchemy to a new level and opening a grand shop in the lands of demons. Thor paled and broke out in a cold sweat. He had once again blurted out something unnecessary due to his blind love for alchemy. But it was too late to retreat, so the boy passionately declared his main dream: to create things for thousands of people, gather feedback, and constantly improve them. A smile flickered on the lips of Lord Demons, and in a moment he burst out laughing loudly, genuinely impressed by the audacity of the imperialist who intended to surpass the equipment of the heroes themselves. The bishop stood up proudly. He simply had to give such talent a chance. Thor was stunned, not believing his own ears. The demon leaned closer and with a chilling grin embraced the young man's ambitions, bringing him to tears of joy. Upon receiving the official permit to build the workshop, the alchemist literally beamed with joy. Without wasting a second, he slammed a huge metal block onto the table, causing Vladik to recoil in horror. The demon stammered in shock, not expecting such haste, but Thor stubbornly stood his ground. The permission had just been granted. The alchemist prudently melted down old shields and armor into these convenient blanks, and now calmly calculated the dimensions of the future storeroom according to the catalog. The external dimensions did not matter at all, as he intended to magically expand the space inside. Having gathered enough dark mana in his palms, Thor prepared for work. The demon lord looked distrustfully at the back of the young man, around whom a magical aura was already swirling, while the elf Mabel calmly remarked that Tora could not be stopped now. The lord called the maid in confusion. He asked again what she was talking about, and Mabel recalled her conversation with the alchemist on the way to the room. Her face was illuminated by a gentle smile. Then the guy seriously stated that he wanted to create clothing that wouldn't scratch the scales of lizard people. While the lord mentally marveled at the logic of the quirky young man, the elf confidently added that Thor understood them. The alchemist was ready to cast aside all human prejudices and simply create the things needed by the inhabitants of the demonic lands. Steam was rising from the cups of tea, and the lord still couldn't believe that a person could care so much about the fate of monsters. He barely whispered the name of the elf. Mabel placed her hand on her chest and sincerely asked His Majesty to trust the young man. Meanwhile, the alchemist had completely fallen into a trance, mentally outlining the dimensions of the future hideout. The materials have been recorded, the process has started. The space exploded with energy. Thor virtuously wove darkness, earth, and wind, melting rough metal into a perfect spatial compartment before our eyes. Thor tightly closed his eyes, vividly visualizing the future object, its shape, color, mass, and even its smell. A translucent cube flared up between the palms, tearing the space with black flames. Alchemistry, create a small chamber, he commanded in his mind. With a blinding flash, a massive armored cabin materialized on the floor, a unique vault capable of preserving items intact for centuries. Thor critically examined his creation. He was unable to reproduce the small details from the catalog, such as the drainage or the lock. Done, he exhaled, touching the metal wall and promising himself that one day he would surpass the technologies of the world of heroes. A drop of sweat rolled down from the forehead and the eyes sparkled with excitement, the level of the foreign world was truly impressive. The demon lord and his maid stared in shock at the box while Thor sighed in disappointment that it was too small for the workshop. The girl was shining with delight, while the powerful demon simply refused to believe his eyes. This unremarkable chest actually concealed an infinite space capable of absorbing any amount of things. The boy pointed to the chest and asked the Lord if he had heard about the storage box from the world of heroes, suggesting to imagine just such a thing. Glancing at the boy with a frightened look, the Lord asked if all imperial alchemists could so easily distort space. Thor thoughtfully rubbed his chin. In the Empire, there is almost no dark mana, so it's unlikely that anyone could replicate such a thing. I'm doing this for the first time, so I don't know how perfect everything is, the guy replied casually, finally finishing off the demon with that phrase. Having interrupted the conversations about the Empire, he requested permission to inspect the new building from the inside and immediately received a brief consent. The boy understood that his own magic alone would never be enough to create such a building. Thor and the maid bid farewell to the Lord, promising that they would return soon. His fingers rested on the handle. With a loud crash, the door slid to the side. Thor and Mabel found themselves in the midst of an endless white space, hidden inside a tiny box. The elf girl joyfully dashed back and forth, delighted that she could run without stopping. She asked with a smile if Thor was planning to surpass the hero's technologies. The boy awkwardly admitted that he was still far from it. His storage remained only a modest copy, while the real inventory from another world had no limits. Thor thoughtfully glanced at the girl who was cheerfully humming. He added that although he is inferior to the heroes in strength, he is quite capable of working in small spaces. The plan was simple: to create bags with an expanded bottom and give them to Mabel for testing. The maid desperately waved her hands, rejecting the legendary artifact, but Thor seriously cut in that he only trusts his prototypes to her. Her eyes widened in shock and her cheeks instantly flushed. Hiding her flushed face behind her palm, she quietly admitted that life with him was always full of surprises. Steam poured from her head in embarrassment. The king's sudden shout made Thor and his servant jump nervously and hurriedly exclaim their apologies. The man in the bird mask dryly explained that as the ruler of these lands, he was obligated to personally check the security. Having received an affirmative answer, he asked for permission to enter. Inside, the Lord looked around in surprise, struck by the bright light and the size of the real arena. He sincerely praised the boy for managing to hide such a vast space in a tiny object. Suddenly, the dark cloak of the guest sparkled mysteriously. A system window popped up before the bewildered Thor. An SS rank artifact has been detected. Automatic extraction is starting. The system ruthlessly tore the mask and cloak of illusions from the ruler, sending them to a spatial repository. Thor's eyes bulged on his forehead. Suddenly, a short girl's skirt fluttered in front of him. There was no trace left of the terrifying man. In his place stood an elegant figure. The mask fell to the floor with a dull thud. Beneath the massive gear, all this time there was a charming horned girl with luxurious pigtails. Was all the stunned boy could think. He calmly revealed the terrible secret, the true identity of the demon King Lucier, leaving his interlocutor stunned and speechless. The magical chamber automatically sucked in all rare items nearby. Because of this, the mask and cloak of the demon Lord Lucy instantly flew off, leaving her in light clothing right in front of the stunned Thor. The girl blushed deeply and hid her face in her hands. The maids rushed around the room with screams, while the boy fell to the floor, desperately begging for forgiveness. In the end, she exhaled and forgave him, realizing that it was just an accident. However, Luke still crossed her arms in irritation. In such a childish form, she could not stand against the Empire. Thor understood the scale of the problem. If the maids and the family already know her secret, then what will the Chancellor say? Mabel tried to remind her of the colossal magical power of the lady, but Loki asked her not to comfort her with empty words. She suddenly reached out her hand. She needed an honest opinion from outside, so luck I mentioned Thor's name. The young man respectfully bowed his head, preparing to listen. The girl admitted that she had previously consciously used the artifact to hide her body behind the illusion of a terrifying horned monster. She looked intently at the guy and asked what he really thought about such a demon lord. Thor barely parted his lips, choosing his words. Lucy herself, he began quietly, looking at the bewildered girl in front of him. He froze with his mouth half open, his eyes widened in shock. The young man breathed out in awe. having just witnessed the beauty of a true deity. Kneeling, the alchemist admitted that next to her, he had to reassess his own significance. The maid shamefully admitted that next to the natural beauty of her majesty, her own skill as an alchemist was worth nothing, and the mistress, flaring up, hissed for her to be quiet, for she understood not a word of those flattery. He calmly continued that no magical thing can compare to her natural beauty. The girl burst out and shouted at him to be quiet, but the young man just shrugged. He was telling the truth. Tears welled up in her eyes. In a panic, she grabbed her head, completely bewildered by these revelations. Breaking down, she reproached that the gifted alchemist would never understand her pain, hiding behind a mask and living in lies. The young man suddenly lowered his head and quietly replied that his life is just as much a lie. His gaze trembled. "I'm sorry," he said bitterly. Pressing his hand to his chest, the alchemist confessed that he had come to the demons not as a guest, but as a living sacrifice. For his biological father, he was always just a disgrace to the family, which was unhesitatingly sent to slaughter. The girl in military uniform was stunned by what she heard. The elf maid also stared at him in horror. He recalled how alchemy was considered a child's play in the empire, and he himself, unable to fight, was regarded as a worthless person. Thor simply smiled softly and admitted that he considers his arrival here a real stroke of luck. The soldier gasped in shock. The boy was genuinely happy about the opportunity to freely create things and see them in action, ignoring the girl's panicked pleas. He looked at his palm, happy to finally work as an ordinary alchemist. Not a drop of lies, only a calm, sincere smile. The maid nervously clenched her trembling fingers. A deep anxiety was frozen in her eyes. She couldn't hold back and directly asked if the empire really threw him here as a sacrifice and hostage. Kneeling before him, the elf could not understand why he revealed this weakness to them, when the status of imperial ambassador allowed him to demand anything without consequence. Suddenly she was startled. Thor playfully winked and put his finger to his lips, asking to simply keep his secret. Thor proposed a deal. He would remain silent about the true appearance of the Lord of Demons if she concealed from everyone that he was sent here as a powerless victim. Luckier was frozen in shock. The elf maid simply covered her mouth in astonishment with her hand. The boy waited calmly. He knew that exchanging the most secret would guarantee ironclad trust. He saw not a fearsome monster in a cloak before him, but an insecure little girl. A quiet chuckle cut through the silence. Thor involuntarily recalled his past in the Empire. Its hidden fears were too similar to his own. The chuckle quickly turned into loud laughter. Luckier was genuinely amused by the audacity of such a proposal. "What were you even thinking?" she exclaimed with a sparkle in her eyes. The girl struggled to catch her breath. She admitted that tearing the mask off her was cruel, but Thor surpassed himself by voluntarily revealing his weaknesses. The boy blushed and muttered that laughing like that is a real meanness. But Luckier just playfully winked. After such a gesture, she simply had to trust him. She confidently poked him in the nose, ordering the maid to be silent. And when Thor sincerely called her a wonderful ruler, she immediately became embarrassed. The bishop strictly ordered Mabel to keep everything that happens here a secret. Thor smiled warmly and called her a wonderful ruler. At these words, the bishop blushed deeply and sharply turned away, shielding herself with her palm. She crossed her arms over her chest and muttered awkwardly for him to stop the flattery. Taking control, Vladika gave a clear order. For the entire castle, Thor must remain an honored guest from the Empire and her personal alchemist. Thor looked at her gratefully. Mabel happily pressed her hand to her chest, agreeing. Then the bishop playfully winked and reminded that only within these walls can they forget about their roles. Thor understood everything. This isolated room had become her only safe place where she could drop the mask. She smiled slyly, imagining future amusements. Thor blinked his eyes in surprise. Mabel immediately became excited about the idea of having secret tea parties for the two of them. While Mabel enthusiastically rambled about delicious food and shared relaxation, the blushing Vladika began to loudly justify herself to Thor. Thor raised his thumb and, with a smile, suggested setting up a comfortable pantry for them as well. Their hands gently intertwined. The demoness sincerely thanked her alchemist, and he finally gave in, allowing regular tea parties to be held here. The elf girl, the horned girl, and the boy himself laughed joyfully, happy about the appearance of their own cozy corner. Later, these meetings would be called the Kingdom's Tea Party. It is from them that the gradual advance of the territories of the Lord of Demons would begin, although at that time no one suspected it yet. The young man noticed Mabel's dreamy smile and quietly asked what she was thinking about. The chair slid across the floor with a clatter. The maid recalled the harsh childhood of Lucia, whom the previous ruler had rigorously trained as the next Lord of Demons. The girl smiled warmly. Today she heard her lady's sincere laughter for the first time. The young man nodded silently, examining the tea set. The old lord could tear apart a pack of monsters by himself and demanded the same absolute power from the heiress. No mercy, only a bloodied blade. These words struck the young man to the core. His father ruthlessly beat the ideal combat skills out of him. Memories of the homeland were filled with a dull pain. He remembered too well how he bled on the ground and waited for death until he finally escaped from the Duke's estate. Mabel perked up and proudly declared that Her Majesty is incredibly strong as it is. In the magic of Lucia, there was simply no equal. The dark aura of her power left the enemies no chance. The young man agreed that there are cruel people everywhere, but he grimly added, "Among them, there are some who are significantly more dangerous." Mabel explained that among demons, strength is valued above all, so the true appearance of the mistress would be considered a weakness, and Thor asked why she hides it. Mabel spoke about the flame general Razingu, a powerful 2-meter warrior with the blood of an Ifrit, who literally breathed fire in anger. Thor immediately recalled the tales of the fierce demon that fiercely defended the fortress of the Burning Mountain from heroes. The elf assured that there are good people in their clan, but the young man was already mentally pleading never to meet that general. He frowned, digesting what he had heard. Mabel smiled mysteriously and added that some of them can even be too good. She confirmed Thor's guess about the historical 7-day battle. Razinga turned out to be a direct descendant of that very fire guardian. The maid, as usual, began to pompously swear by her name, but the boy wearily asked her to stop this spectacle. Mabel immediately switched, joyfully clapped her hands, and arranged to give him a full tour of the castle tomorrow. Night fell and the moon rose over the sharp spires of the dark citadel. In the corridor near the door of the room, the elf suddenly called out to Thor quietly. For a moment she froze in thoughtful silence. The boy calmly eased the atmosphere by simply thanking her for the day they spent together. The seriousness instantly vanished. Mabel playfully winked and asked to communicate with her without any formality from then on. Mabel touched his face, although Thor awkwardly brushed away the unnecessary affection. The girl was unwavering. By the order of the mistress, his reception level is equivalent to that of a minister. Thor smiled warmly and finally entrusted himself to her care. Then Mabel happily asked him to communicate with her informally. And the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward. She gently intertwined her fingers with his and quietly asked to stay here forever. Blushing, she quietly confessed that she too would like, if possible, to stay by his side forever. Thor was taken aback by surprise. Mabel suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed down the corridor. Just at the threshold, she suddenly turned around, shouted "Good night," and disappeared behind the door. Left alone, Thor clutched his chest. His heart was still racing with excitement. Looking out the night window, he recalled the intense early days in the new place, the found book from another world, and his own magical inventions. A confident smile appeared on his face, as he really didn't mind fulfilling Mabel's request. A determination flared in his eyes. Like an alchemist, he would rebuild the lands of demons and would never return to the Empire again. Looking at the full moon, he cast aside his doubts. From now on, he would act not just for the sake of Mabel or Luki, but to help everyone who had welcomed him in this place. The horned chancellor respectfully bowed before the throne, inquiring of the Lord about the reason for the summons. A heavy silence fell. The demon king sat silently in a bony mask, resting his head on his hand. The chancellor could not bear the silence and cautiously asked why he was summoned in the middle of the night. The bishop finally spoke. He apologized for the late hour, but the news was too urgent. The subordinate immediately focused as soon as he heard about some new subject. The chancellor guessed that it was about Tora Rihas, and the bishop confirmed. Having seen his work with his own eyes, he began to better understand the guy. He proudly declared that no trifles from Thor would throw him off balance, but the king cut in. This time it was more serious. The chancellor was struck by inspiration and clapped his fist against his palm. He eagerly crouched down, thinking about the new decoration until the Lord directly named the thing. It was a spacious chest. The demon, with knowledge of the matter, squinted, calmly stating that this is the same legendary infinite inventory of heroes. Forgetting all his aristocracy, the Chancellor shouted wildly across the room. The Demon King flinched on his throne in fear while his subordinate, in a fit of hysteria, tried to recover from the shock. The Chancellor angrily cut in, saying he knows this skill very well, it hides things in another space, while the Lord sarcastically reminded him of his promise to keep his composure. Kelv was feverishly waving his arms. It was precisely the ability of otherworldly heroes to draw endless supplies from the void that once posed the greatest threat to demons. Among demons, there was even a saying that when encountering a hero, one should expect 100 things. Appearing unarmed, they would pull weapons and potions from the void. The man in the plague doctor's mask gloomily admitted that because of this, they nearly went extinct. The bishop on the throne calmly nodded. He fully understood the danger of this rare skill. The fist of Kelva clenched to a crunch. The demon could hardly believe that Torrigas had actually managed to recreate that very spatial box. Panic twisted his face and he burst into a scream, begging the ruler not to let the boy monopolize this invention. He promised to make one more for me and Mabel, Vladik unexpectedly revealed, causing Kelv to comically fall upside down right in front of the doctor. The ruler calmly advised him not to worry, completely ignoring the hysterical "why" from off-screen. Kelv was shocked and leaned back against the wall. He couldn't comprehend that the global concept of rare artifacts had just lost its meaning forever. He swayed on cotton legs, bewilderedly asking if Thor would really forge them more such things. A sharp jerk of the head, and he emerged from his stupor. Kelv apologized for the hysteria, to which Vladika gently acknowledged his own fault in this outburst and instructed his subordinate to calm down completely. The demon lord quietly laughed, recalling the young man's words about his desire to become an alchemist in his service. Then he unexpectedly delivered a personal message from Thor to his subordinate. The demon girl recalled their secret pact of mutual silence. The boy's promise sounded convincing, so she had to trust him. The long-haired knight also acknowledged his reliability, as Thor lent them a foot bath without any complaints. The lord nodded briefly. The subordinate looked up in shock, not understanding how an ordinary person deserved such a HIGH Chinese letter. The king emotionally threw up his hands, admitting that he had never met anyone like that. A warm smile flashed from beneath the mask. Comfortably seated on the throne, he jokingly complained that this boy had become a constant headache, from which it was now impossible to look away. Noticing such a good mood, the knight cautiously asked what had happened between them. He leaned down, waiting for any details. Instead, the short answer frankly threw him off balance. The king thoughtfully touched his chin, calmly confirming that they had simply had a normal conversation. It was a sincere conversation where everyone tried to understand each other by putting themselves in the other's shoes. The last words echoed over the spires of the majestic castle. This is truly the end. Meanwhile, in the Bulgarian Empire, the capital elite entertained themselves at a lavish reception in the guest house. Suddenly, one of the nobles turned around in surprise. The lady nearby hid a sly smile behind her fan. The mustached aristocrat eagerly picked up the fresh gossip. Duke Vargas Rigas entered the hall. The crowd respectfully parted for the first nobleman of the empire. Behind his back, they immediately whispered. The Duke voluntarily sacrificed his own son to the Demon King for the good of the state. Someone with feigned sympathy asked if the father's heart was breaking. Vargas was silent, hiding his eyes in deep shadows. The guests clapped in unison, praising his honor and loyalty. The applause grew louder and louder. The sycophants eagerly called him a model for all aristocrats, glowing with artificial admiration. The Duke stood alone as a black silhouette amidst the faceless crowd, surrounded by hypocritical applause. He simply bowed his head heavily, bitterly acknowledging to himself, "It is just so." The Duke broke into a self-satisfied smile, accepting the applause as a matter of course for his kind. Looking at the perfectly restored blade, the expert shuddered. This jewel work was done by someone they contemptuously called the Stain. The Duke carelessly dismissed his merits, arrogantly stating that without this stain, their lineage would finally soar to the top. The interlocutor's face stretched in confusion. He timidly reminded of Thor's brilliant alchemical talents, without which this success would have been impossible. The irritated Duke snapped that his mood had been completely ruined and demanded to be brought a drink immediately, while the subordinate hurriedly rushed to comply. The Duke instantly boiled over and barked never to mention that name again. Thor was merely a victim who had already played his part. The subordinates quickly changed the subject, talking about the legendary sword of the hero era and its new owner, the Princess of Swords with hair the color of cherry blossoms. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the hall. A female silhouette emerged on the balcony. In the light appeared Rihanna, the 30th queen of the empire, whose majestic presence instantly captured everyone's attention. The Duke showered flattering greetings, but the ruler interrupted him in an icy tone, ordering him to immediately remove the unwanted guest. The crowd behind whispered in awe about her divine magic of light. People looked at the queen with absolute adoration, enchanted by her strength and beauty. The man smugly grinned, condescendingly greeting Her Highness. In an instant, his face contorted with unmasked horror. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks as he stared ahead in shock. The guard firmly grabbed him, completely ignoring the hysterical cries that he was the mighty Duke Vargas Rigas. The knights forcibly dragged him away while he desperately called out to the princess. The bewildered Duke begged Her Highness to explain why he had to leave and what he had done wrong at all. The Duke was fiercely writhing and demanded to be released immediately. The girl gave him an icy look and asked how he dared to speak after he had betrayed her squad. Trembling, Vargas tried to cover himself with an order from the imperial court. The princess abruptly interrupted him and reminded him of her request to repair the magical sword. The man was stunned with shock when he was reminded about the return of the supposedly repaired weapon. She coldly stated that the blade shattered into pieces as soon as it came into contact with her mana. The Duke's entourage froze in panic. Vargas stood there with his mouth agape, having completely lost the power of speech. The investigation revealed the deception. The magical sword shattered because the House of Rigas had patched it with ordinary metal, completely blocking the flow of mana. Due to this negligence, the warrior barely survived a clash with a demonic beast and only lived thanks to the desperate actions of his comrades. A sticky cold sweat instantly appeared on the face of the culprit. The young man stood gloomily aside, bitterly realizing that the family's prestige, gained at the cost of someone else's sacrifice, was rapidly crumbling to dust. The experienced veteran clenched his fists in anger. He understood better than anyone how catastrophic a broken weapon could be in the heat of battle. The crowd erupted in an angry whisper. Those present openly condemned the Riga's house, wondering why they risked the lives of others instead of simply admitting their inability to repair magical blades. A man in military uniform shouted furiously, accusing her of sabotage and demanding harsh punishment. A self-satisfied predatory smile played on his face. The girl responded only with a silent, impassive gaze. The maid handed her a scroll. The girl explained that she had sent a messenger to find out who was really responsible for the weapon repairs. The officer immediately panicked and began shouting that the blame should be placed on the alchemists. He nervously asked again, grasping at this lie. The girl unfolded the scroll in front of everyone. The document proved that the repairs were only cosmetic and the Riga's house officially took all the responsibility. The crowd gasped in shock. The face of the abuser twisted in horror. The maid rolled out the fragments of the magical sword, and the girl began to recount the master's report. She pointed out the level cuts and ironically wondered if it seemed strange. The girl calmly explained that the weapon cracked precisely due to hidden minor defects. The original details could not withstand her magic, and only the restored fragments by the alchemists remained intact, allowing her to survive the attack of the demonic beast. The accuser finally faltered and pitifully groaned, realizing his failure. The princess declared that due to the surge of bright madness, she would set out with this sword to hunt demons. The Duke nervously reminded that the magical blade was intended solely for ceremonies. She smiled predatorily and demanded to be given the name of the master who repaired the weapon, so she could make him her tool. After all, it was this very work that just saved her life. Not getting what she wanted, the princess disappointedly cut off and coldly ordered the Duke to get out. He, dripping with sweat, mumbled that the sword was given to some wandering alchemist who cannot be found now. The Duke stepped out into the corridor gloomily. The shutters closed hard. He paused for a moment in front of the deaf doors. Just then, an elderly subordinate cautiously spoke up from behind. The Duke turned sharply. The old man trembled and was sweating, unable to utter a word. The Duke burst into a scream, cursing the servant. Instead of lightly masking the defects, he left traces of real work and covered his name with disgrace. Cutting off any excuses, he harshly placed the old man under house arrest. The commander fiercely attacked his subordinate, shouting that due to his negligence, their name's reputation was trampled in the mud. Having sent the culprit away, he sat down heavily and gloomily added that he still had a way to fix everything. As he approached the carriage, the man could not come to terms with the fact that some random chance had destroyed the glory of his lineage. His face twisted with anger, he vowed to prove his usefulness to the Empire at any cost. The new plan for revenge has already matured. In the half-darkness of the crew, a predatory smile played on his lips. If he cleverly used the demons and half-humans, he would not only regain his status but soar to the very top. Ahead lay the vast domains of the Demon King. Mabel cheerfully winked, promising to give a tour. Although Tora only smiled inwardly, the elf had deliberately changed her hairstyle and had really gotten into character. She proudly snorted, shining with enthusiasm. They started with logistics. The boys' rooms were on the 3rd floor of the west wing, while the servants' rooms were on the 1st. Tora admired the rune-covered vase with fascination, while Mabel joyfully watched him. The work in the castle was bustling. Horned maids cheerfully beat the fabric and cleaned the floor. In the kitchen, the portly chef was stirring a stew in a huge cauldron, while Tora walked through his new domain in an elevated mood. Mabel confidently led him forward. Her sincere smile was passed on to the boy. Eventually, they emerged into a spacious main hall guarded by 2 massive sentinels. Tora stood frozen in surprise. The elf advised to remember this hall well, as it led to the paths to all other parts of the castle. The young man's gaze was caught by the majestic stone figure of a horned woman with a sword, and he asked who she was. The answer surprised Tora. It turned out that the first demon lord was a girl. The stern face of the stone progenitor silently loomed above them. The legendary sword of the first demon king was once forged from celestial stone. Thor leaned towards the elf and quietly whispered that the weapon on the statue was just a cheap copy. The boy smiled confidently. Thanks to his skill in natal chemia, he could clearly see that there wasn't a drop of mana in the blade. The girl stared at him with fascination. She sighed sadly, regretting that Thor could not see the true demonic treasure. The maid sat down and explained that the original was broken during the war with the heroes, and now its whereabouts are unknown. The surprise hung in the air for a moment. Thor blinked in confusion, but he quickly recovered and boldly stated that if the fragment had remained in the castle, he would gladly take on the task of fixing it. The maid nervously babbled about the untouchable greatness of the relic, and although both agreed that the Lord would be incredibly pleased with the find, the boy was powerless without the sword itself. Suddenly, an ambitious thought illuminated Thor to create a new weapon that would surpass the original, while the elf was already skillfully waving an imaginary blade nearby. The boy dreamily rubbed his chin, seriously contemplating his idea. The girl continued her funny combat show, making him only awkwardly silent. In the end, he smiled warmly. The idea of forging a completely unique, personal sword for Her Majesty seemed perfect to him. The maid asked if he would make a sword for Her Majesty, and Thor immediately plunged into thoughts of blades that stretch or shoot dark mana. The girl playfully approached and whispered that he could ask her for any favor. She joyfully squeezed his hands, confident that the queen would be delighted. 2 horned guards nearby were tenderly whispering to each other, admiring how happy Mabel was snuggling up to the guy. The bull turned deep red from such closeness and only nodded nervously. Suddenly the guards gasped in fear. A loud bass sounded from behind. Someone called Thor as a guest from the Empire. They turned around in surprise. Mabel immediately panicked, grabbed the guy's sleeve and tried to quickly pull him away. But a giant warrior with a halberd blocked the road, arrogantly stating that the guest looked too weak. A massive armored figure rose like a wall in the middle of the luxurious corridor. Thor froze before the enormous blade of the weapon. His eyes widened in shock. The stranger towered over him, standing more than 2 meters tall. The bearded warrior frowned, intently staring ahead. His gaze was captivated by the straight red hair that fluttered like a living flame. A figure in dark clothing stood frozen with its back to him. Hearing the title of the famous General Flame, the boy was stunned. Before him towered Reincarnated, a mighty warrior in massive armor, who personally came out to greet the guest. The general bared his fangs. Thor quickly composed himself, placed his hand on his chest, and respectfully introduced himself. Reincarnated waved his heavy armored glove, deciding to introduce his daughter Agnes. Thor stood frozen in confusion. Instead of a delicate girl, a gigantic figure completely encased in knight's armor stood before him. The general turned away in disappointment. He ruthlessly mocked the boy's fragile build, as he expected to see a fearsome imperial fighter. Agnes, meanwhile, awkwardly fidgeted in place, and sweat was pouring out from under her helmet. Thor just laughed nervously and honestly admitted that he was indeed not made for battles. The elf maid next to him blushed with embarrassment while the general continued to pummel the guest with jibes. Ultimately, the armored knight could not take it anymore and exclaimed indignantly that her father was going too far. Thor was completely taken aback, thrown off balance by this sudden family conflict. The man grimaced in disappointment. He had hoped to pit his daughter against an elite imperial warrior, but instead, he faced complete misunderstanding. The knight, encased in armor, only nervously panicked, letting out steam from under his helmet. The giant suddenly turned to the young man. And now, Torrijas. The giant glanced at his daughter, clad in armor, and admonished her, noticing that flames were already seeping from beneath her armor. He explained that his holdings are in the mountains near the border, so he often encounters the imperial forces, and demanded to name someone truly strong in the empire. An elven maid jumped in front of him, forbidding him to speak so rudely to the honored guest and personal alchemist of the Lord of Demons. Raisin froze in surprise upon hearing his name. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, acknowledging that studying the human world is a noble endeavor. But the maid did not back down. This is not a place for gathering intelligence about the empire. Raisinga's face darkened. He was openly annoyed that the status of guest had gone to a weakling who couldn't fight. The elf stubbornly reminded of the Lord's desire to live in peace, raising his fist to a crunch, as the only place where he and his daughter could unleash their potential was the real battlefield. In an instant, he found himself looming over Thor menacingly. From his bulging eyes flashed an unmasked fury. He demanded an answer to how one who avoids battle can possibly serve the king. Thor calmly ordered Mabel to retreat, although the girl's breath was already taken away by the heavy aura of the stranger. She was drenched in sweat, barely enduring this hellish pressure. Even the burly minotaur nearby whined pitifully in fear. Thor assessed his opponent. This giant encased in black armor could crush him with a single blow. However, the young man remembered why he left the empire and pledged himself to the demon lord. He was not going to retreat. His next words would determine his own life, and Thor could easily buy himself out of the giant's grasp with cheap flattery. Instead, he proudly placed his hand on his chest and declared that as a true alchemist, he would be able to adjust his daughter's armor. The boy directly asked the knight if his armor had an earth element, causing him to flinch in surprise. The stern man next to him instantly grinned, contemptuously barking that such a weakling knows nothing about their equipment. But Thor explained everything in detail. To withstand the fiery body of the Ifrit, the armor needed the earth's strength and the heat resistance of stone and iron. The water element would not be suitable here. It would either scald everyone with hot steam or simply lose to the flames. And here the giant knight suddenly began to nod contentedly. The shaggy warrior was simply left speechless by this spectacle. Mabel looked at Thor with pure admiration, as he once again unraveled the mystery of foreign power at first glance. Thor smiled with a challenge and threw that in front of them was an extremely rare item with a double earth attribute, directly addressing General Flame. Thor, on the other hand, suggested reinforcing the armor like an alchemist, noting that this armor would not withstand such heat and had also become loose at the joints. Raisinha fiercely snarled and shouted that this was not the business of some human alchemist. The elf and the minotaur guards froze in fear, awaiting punishment. The armored giant fell silent and clenched his fist. A sudden clatter of metal. The general fiercely cut off that he would not allow the feeble alchemist to touch his daughter's clothing and pulled her back, even though she was trying to argue with her father. Instead of a strike, the mighty general unexpectedly bowed deeply before the completely calm Thor. The warrior respectfully bowed his head. The elf's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable admiration for her master. The huge minotaurs also affectionately surrounded the boy, praising his fearlessness, while Thor awkwardly recoiled. The girl couldn't believe that he had the audacity to boldly contradict one of the 5 strongest fighters of the Demon King. Thor barely smiled. He just wanted to show the general his alchemist skills. And just a moment later, he panikedly waved his hands and admitted that there was no bravery at all. He was simply staring blankly at the beautiful armor. The young man was quite interested in the stern General Raisinga and his daughter, but he felt it was better to remain silent about it for now. The elven maid simply smiled warmly and decided to ask Mabel for all the details right after the tour. The boy impatiently suggested moving on, to which the girl happily agreed. They were casually walking through the corridors, but at that time he didn't even suspect that General Reisinga's face had already darkened with rage, and the subordinate next to him shrank back in horror. The tour of the Demon King's castle came to an end, and the young man thanked the maid Mabel with relief. He immediately confessed that he loves hot baths and will definitely become a regular guest here. Mabel smiled warmly, but suddenly raised a cautionary finger. She allowed them to swim as much as they wanted, but strictly ordered them to always check the sign on the door. The words of the maid still echoed in his head as the boy approached the entrance to the baths. Grabbing a laundry basket, he entered the spacious lounge, and he froze in surprise. A massive Agni's armor was just lying on the floor. Despite this, silence prevailed around, so the young man calmly moved on, dreaming of finally washing away his fatigue. At that moment, a sharp rumble and the hissing of steam sounded. The boy jumped up, recalling Mabel's story about some noisy salamander kettle. The puzzle came together. The salamanders served the spirit of fire Ifrit, so Agni's visit here was quite logical. Ignoring his friend's anxious call, the young man calmly moved forward. He stopped in front of the bathhouse door, preparing to thank the hosts for the hot water. Suddenly, a bright flash burst from within, pulling thick hair out of the darkness. A completely naked girl stood at the threshold, gently scolding the little dragons for their antics. One of the cubs boldly chewed on her strand. A sharp snap of the fingers sparked a flame. The girl smiled warmly at the little rascal on her shoulder and promised to play as soon as the water boiled. With a short exclamation, she thrust her hand forward, releasing a powerful jet of flame. Surrounded by dragon hatchlings, the girl awkwardly apologized and admitted that she couldn't control her own flame at all. The young man behind the door held his breath. It was the first time he saw her without the massive armor. His eyes widened in shock. It's Agni's. The charred pieces of fabric in the smoke explained everything. The blood of the Ifrit is so hot that it burns any ordinary clothing on it. As he washed away the sweat, the boy couldn't take his eyes off her silhouette in the center of the blazing fiery aura. The woman froze, recognizing the guy who was walking indifferently past her camera. From the darkness came a low, ominous growl. She turned around. A dragon was standing behind her. The young man, on the other hand, decided not to seek adventure and simply walk away. But the lizard suddenly launched an attack. The dragon breathed a wall of scorching flames into the boy's back. He screamed when the shockwave hit the cloak. The boy looked around in confusion. And then he sharply thrust forward a tiny black cube, commanding the spatial storage to absorb all the fire. The artifact worked perfectly. The young man smiled smugly, watching as the pocket invention effortlessly absorbed the deadly attack. While he was rejoicing in his success, the woman behind him completely panicked. She was shaking with fear, and only a muffled gasp escaped her throat. The black cube, meanwhile, swallowed the last tongues of flame with a light hiss. Clutching her head, she screamed in horror, unable to comprehend how she had managed to burn the esteemed guest of the bishop himself. From behind the broken wall, a calm voice of a boy sounded. He was completely unharmed. The girl sat on the ground in what her mother had given birth to and was panickingly mumbling about healers while a small dragon puffed smoke nearby. The young man took out a black box and smiled. He had anticipated this chaos and was ready. Dark clouds slowly floated over the castle's dark spires. He cautiously hinted that she should cover up before the conversation, and the girl immediately blushed with shame. The boy himself awkwardly turned away. Agni's Friezed awkwardly reminded that this was already their second meeting, while Thor Rigas bowed his head low in remorse. The boy apologetically addressed the girl sitting opposite him in heavy armor. Thor bowed sharply once more, loudly begging for forgiveness. Then he straightened up, smiled tightly, and finally stated his name. The boy admitted that he just wanted to look at the salamanders warming the water and had no idea that Agnes was sitting under the armor completely naked. Agnes waved her hands, insisting that she was to blame. There were few people at that time, so she decided to personally help the lizards. She completely panicked. Thor desperately bowed again, chastising himself for making her see something unappealing, while Agnes vehemently denied it. The girl lowered her helmet and quietly admitted that she was to blame for forgetting to hang the occupied sign on the door. Smoke poured from her in shame. Seeing this, Thor blushed and fervently exclaimed that she was actually incredibly beautiful, and this divine beauty immediately enchanted him. He gently added that the blood heirs of Ifrit are truly amazing. The flame from Agni's armor flared even stronger, so Thor, realizing that she was once again recalling the incident in the bath, decided to urgently change the subject. He hurriedly praised her strength, noting that such a powerful fire melts the joints even on such rare armor. The little dragonlet released a puff of smoke, and Agnes explained that she brought these little ones for training. Her face twisted in despair. Flames erupted from her body at the slightest excitement, and she could not control it in any way. A tiny spark flickered above her finger as the girl quietly confessed her hatred for her own power. Thor listened silently, understanding the full weight of her suffering. Wrapped in massive armor, Agnes gently stroked her scaled favorites. Only old friends helped her calm down. Once she adored beautiful dresses, but the awakened magic burned them to ashes and began to threaten those around her. "I will do everything possible," Thor suddenly said firmly, causing the girl to flinch in surprise. From under the thick helmet, her uncertain voice was heard. She simply couldn't believe her ears. The young man smiled warmly and confidently promised to find a solution. He proudly reminded the gloomy attendees that he now serves as the alchemist of the Demon King himself. General Razinga recently demanded to prove how exactly the boy could be useful to the Lord. Agnes awkwardly looked away and mumbled that she didn't know how her father would view this, and it was too dangerous for him to interfere. Thor joyfully spread his arms. Taming her magic would be the best proof of his abilities. The alchemist confidently turned around, sweeping his cloak, and respectfully asked the girl to trust him. The knight in heavy armor clasped his fingers together and was forced to acknowledge the correctness of his interlocutor. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek, but he smiled with relief. A painful memory suddenly flashed in my mind. The girl was choking on tears, desperately begging for at least some clothes and real friends. That is why the young man placed his hand on his chest and decisively proposed to the knight to sign a contract to tame his flame once and for all. The giant in armor respectfully bowed his head, gratefully accepting the help. The young man smiled sincerely and warmly in response. In the next moment, the warrior jumped in shock. He was instructed to simply squeeze the precious artifact and think about preservation. The boy carelessly pressed a miniature copy of the heroic shelter into his hands, the perfect safeguard against a sudden burst of fire. He calmly brushed off the knight's surprise, promising to easily craft another cube if needed, and only asked to share his impressions. A quiet, deep gratitude echoed over the black spires of the gloomy castle. The boy walked away towards the massive doors, while the knight remained standing in the middle of the hall, silently watching him leave. The blood heirs of Ifrit can tame their own flame only with the passage of time. And until then, Agnes is doomed to walk without clothes and play only with salamanders. The girl's predecessors took full control of the fire by the age of 20. This meant another 5 long years of suffering. Thor grimly pressed his lips together. His gaze fell on the thick catalog, a true treasure trove of items from the world of heroes. He thoughtfully tapped himself on the crown with the reference book. There must be an artifact capable of suppressing the heat. "Are you looking for something, Mr. Thor?" A voice suddenly echoed from behind. The memory of the defenseless Agnes in the fire dismissed all doubts. Temporary crutches would not help here, he must find a fundamental solution. The maid, surprised by the wide-open doors, listened carefully to his feverish plan. Her sudden sly smile made the boy awkwardly blink his eyes. "Please help her," she sincerely asked, placing her hand on her chest. Thor stood silently, ready to get to work immediately. Mabel shared her memories. Having worked in the castle of the Demon King since childhood, she often saw her. The girl smiled warmly. Thor asked with curiosity if they were close friends. He looked at his hand, recalling the magic capable of erasing burn scars without a trace. Mabel happily recounted how they used to play together carefree. Thor pondered aloud, there are plenty of skilled healers in the royal castle. The maid added with a light sadness that she had been Her Majesty's personal companion in games. And here it dawned on Tora. It was Agnes who had accidentally left her that terrible burn. It was precisely because of the unbearable guilt that Agnes distanced herself from her friend and completely hid from people. Thor immediately took action and decisively unfolded his alchemical catalog. Meanwhile, Agnes was pouring out bitter tears. The boy intended to create an artifact to control the flame so that the girls could freely be friends again. His gaze became intensely focused. He stopped at one of the pages. The perfect thing for his idea was found. The young man firmly decided to create an artifact that would finally allow Agnes to tame his own flame. Before my eyes, the image of a healing pendant from the world of heroes appeared, restoring the balance of power in the body. Local masters insisted that the source of all existence is the life energy of Kai. Explaining the idea to the elven maid, he realized the striking difference between the magical concepts of their worlds. The girl stared perplexedly at the drawing, hearing the strange word feng shui for the first time. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Their magic had 6 elements, while the hero's system relied only on 5. The idea was to continuously rotate the energies of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water to awaken hidden potential. The elf girl gasped in shock upon learning that the strangers used Kai energy instead of the mana they were accustomed to. However, only pitiful fragments of text remain in his recordings. The tree feeds the fire becomes ash, the ash turns into earth, and that is pressed into metal. The artifact was adorned with 4 sacred beasts and the mythical Killin in the center, which fully compensated for the lack of detailed instructions. The young man slyly squinted. No magical association from another world would openly publish the secrets of elemental transformation. However, even the trimmed version of the mechanism promised complete cleansing of the magical channels and an irreversible change in fate. The maid enthusiastically praised the flawless creation while he eagerly examined the bas-reliefs of divine beasts that took on all the work of converting mana. The elf nervously bit her lip, whispering softly that it was terribly frightening. The boy simply smiled resolutely and commanded to begin, confident that it would help tame the flames of Agnes. He reached out his hand and a window of 3-dimensional modeling flashed before him. Alchemy was activated. The gaze narrowed. The chain was meant to be gentle against the skin, the pendant itself should fit in the palm, but the hardest part lay in the intricate patterns of the beast gods. He decided to sculpt the red bird based on the image of the fiery Garuda. It turned out to be even simpler with the white tiger. Such predators existed in this world. The blue dragon took the form of a familiar eastern lizard. And I had to blindly copy Selenia and the black turtle from memory. The eyes are closed, the shapes are fixed. Now it remained to cast the base from a piece of metal and embed the cycle of the 5 elements inside. He glanced at the ingots and hesitated. There was simply no magic of wood and metal here, and the ground turned out to be ordinary soil. Staring at the screen, the young man doubted his own abilities. However, the reed runes gave an unexpected answer. His ultimate skill is capable of subjugating even absent elements. The air was pierced by a system notification about the complete mastery of elemental magic. He flinched in surprise. All doubts vanished instantly, and with eyes burning with excitement, he rushed to weave the attributes into the created artifact. Focusing intensely on each line, he made the bewildered maid Mabel compare the silhouettes of the beasts with the paper drawing on the fly. In the emptiness, the silhouette of a massive pendant on a chain shone. Thor tensed, directing the streams of magic with his open palms. Mabel was panicking as she checked her notes. The dragon, turtle, and tiger were accounted for, only the bird remained. The young man sharply asked her to check if these forms correspond exactly to the engravings of the beast gods. Thor announced that he would force the mana to transform from one element to another, and immediately initiated his super alchemy. The maid exclaimed joyfully that every detail matches the book. Thor poured all his will into the spell. He had to help Agnes tame the destructive flame so that she would never cry again. The light exploded, revealing a legendary 10-star pendant capable of evenly dividing the dangerous power of its owner into 5 safe elements. The description of the artifact continued. The wood granted the owner life force, fire, energy, earth, resilience, metal, strength, and water flexibility, and the pendant was meant to serve for over 100 years. With a light clink, the ready artifact fell to the ground. From now on, it was enough to pour in the mana, and the 5 engraved gods would initiate a healing circulation of energy, strengthening the body. Mabel was shocked and frozen. Thor wearily knelt down. The work was done, and all that remained was to hope that it would hold the girl's fire at bay. And when the maid asked if this same scheme could be scaled across the entire territory of the Lord of Demons, the young man nodded with a sly smile. A blinding ray of light tore through the darkness above the spires of the gloomy castle. He thoughtfully twirled the finished pendant in his hands. The artifact spread mana throughout the body and strengthened health, so the young man was already considering how to scale this effect to an entire country. At his cautious wish to check this immediately, the smiling elven maid quickly brought him down to earth. First, he would have to obtain permission from the Lord of Demons and all the local nobility. However, the young man just smiled slyly. Against the backdrop of the evening silhouette of the fortress, he realized that he simply could not wait for tomorrow. The pendant is finally finished, and if the attribute tests are successful, this item will soon become essential equipment for everyone. The knight in the deafening helmet flinched in surprise. A bearded man emerged from around the corner. He sighed with relief because he had finally found the fugitive. The warrior trudged forward, clanking heavily in his armor, feeling guilty. He quietly justified himself by saying that he just wanted to take a little more time to look around the palace. The man calmly brushed off his apologies, but he immediately reminded, "The day after tomorrow they are returning home, it's time to pack." The father explained that the knight cannot tame his flame due to the too strong blood of the fire spirit Ifrit. The father stroked his beard and added that he felt sorry for the knight who always has to struggle and that he blames him for nothing. At the words about instinctive magic, the warrior dejectedly admitted his helplessness while the father curtly replied, he had already reported everything to the king. The man turned away, reiterating that his report for His Majesty was finally completed. The knight turned out to be a young girl. With a bitter smile, she quietly agreed with her father. Ahead of her was the leadership of knights on her native lands, the launch of mines, and joint operations with the Empire. Once again hiding behind the steel, the girl pondered aloud the necessity of peace with the Imperials due to the proximity of the borders. She nervously clasped her metal-bound hands, uncertainly calling for her father. The man with the scar grinned predatorily, openly mocking the pitiful appearance of the guest from the Empire. The girl gritted her teeth while listening to those contemptuous words. The man burst into laughter. It's no wonder the guest is so weak, as he possessed no combat skills. She shouted right in his face that Torrigas is a good man. Her gaze burned with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a knight clad in armor interrupted the conversation, confessing that he had personally met the young man. Flames burst from the armor as the knight desperately asked his father to stop the insults. As proof, he showed a mysterious white box, a priceless gift from Thor for taming the magical fire. The father lowered his gaze and said briefly, "So that's how it is." The man fell silent, rubbing his beard. The magical aura above the chest flared brightly upwards. Dad made a sharp turn. "How dare he?" he exclaimed indignantly, turning away and ignoring the shout behind him. The father sternly cut in. No armor can hide the fact that Agnes still does not control his flame. Wrapped in iron, the girl irritably struck her fist into her palm. The man ignored her objections and dryly asked her to just accept it. Under the mask, Agnes herself understood perfectly that her father was acting for her own good. He reminded that the whole plan with the mines and the letters to the Margrave is solely about her future. "Father," she sighed barely audibly. "The plan was ruthless. As soon as the negotiations with the Empire succeeded, Agnes must burn the monsters' nests in the mines. Then both demons and humans will finally recognize her." He grinned, self-satisfied. The girl lowered her eyes sadly and obediently agreed. In his mind echoed his ambitions. General Raisinga's daughter would turn enemies to ash, making the Imperials tremble in fear. But she did not need the war. This force had crippled her loved ones since childhood, forcing them to flee from people and dream of peace. Everything was changed by that strange young man who was not afraid of her fire and confidently promised to find a way out. Agnes saw the warmth between him and Mabel, but forbade herself from becoming part of their world. As long as this cursed flame burns inside, she will remain true to her father's weapon and will never disgrace his name. A voice of the father echoed over the dark silhouette of the castle, allowing his son to do as he pleased until the day after tomorrow's departure. The warrior with slicked-back hair blinked a bit confusedly and quietly confirmed the order. Far away, under the cold glow of the moon, the fiery girl sadly looked at the discarded knight's armor. Tears shimmered in her eyes. She understood that the man simply wouldn't have time to find a way to extinguish her flame. There was almost no time left before departure, and she resignedly walked past the empty helmet. Looking at the mysterious object in her palm, the girl calmed down. Just its warm words were more than enough. Standing before the tall night window, she firmly promised herself to find him tomorrow and sincerely thank him for his care. The demon lord relaxedly leaned back on the throne and stated the fact. the search for the perfect place for Thor had reached a dead end. Kelv grimly confirmed that finding a ready-made workshop for all the whims of an alchemist was almost an impossible mission. Moreover, no one will allow freely gathering resources on the streets, and the crowd simply won't tolerate a human shop nearby. Kelv suggested finding a deserted area with rich nature, away from biased locals. Vladika thoughtfully rubbed his chin, agreeing that releasing Thor into the crowd was too dangerous right now. The conversation took a sharp turn, and regarding Reincarnated, the ruler drawled ambiguously. He ordered not to give up and to continue the search for the location at all costs. Kelv lowered his gaze, realizing a new problem. Now Tora urgently needed a powerful bodyguard. In memory, the fierce face of Reincarnated surfaced. Punishing the general is not an option, otherwise everyone else will start looking at the guy with suspicion. The situation was diffused by the demoness in form. She had already given the order not to harm the guest, so the general would simply have to swallow his indignation. The bishop listened to this and made the final decision. An ideal base for the boy will be created from scratch far outside the city. From beneath the mask came a quiet, intriguing chuckle. Kelv added that he doesn't want to act that way with the guy. Then they will stop turning to Tor for orders and he won't be able to create anything for them. In the throne room, the ruler tasked Kelv with locating the whereabouts of the workshop, to which the horned demon merely bowed his head submissively. A new day has come. On the sunlit balcony, a knight in massive armor respectfully stood before Thor. The young man turned around with a slight smile and thanked Agnes for the visit. She leaned down even further, struck by the fact that he was waiting for her. "Is he like?" Suddenly a quiet female voice sounded. Agnes suddenly flinched in surprise. Mabel peeked out from behind Thor and awkwardly admitted that she had volunteered to accompany her master as a maid. "Mabel," the knight gasped in astonishment. Thor instantly read her mood. Agnes had come to say goodbye forever, as she was still gnawing at herself for the terrible scar she had once left on this girl. He gently replied that he values her feelings, but she simply won't have time to leave. The knightess asked in confusion, not understanding anything, to which Thor calmly replied, "Everything is already ready." She clenched her fists in despair, reminding herself that tomorrow her father would take her home, and the promised artifact to tame her flame would no longer help. At that moment, a massive medallion flashed through the air with a soft chime and fell right into her hands, causing the girl to blink in shock. Agnes blinked in confusion. Toru smiled warmly. The artifact for taming her flame was finally ready. The magical pendant was meant to dampen the fire and allow the girl to safely use other elements. The maid joyfully handed over a regular dress for testing, causing Agnes, encased in armor, to recoil in horror. The girl desperately screamed that she would definitely burn the fabric and injure someone from the staff again. The memory of her own uncontrollable flame, which once burned another person, still scorched her from within. The maid simply smiled gently and firmly pressed the clothes directly into her iron hands. Toru promised to intervene immediately if something went wrong, but Agnes was still trembling. Then the maid proudly replied, "There are no flaws in the works of her master." The boy sincerely admitted that he was ready to create artifacts for her again and again, as he himself desired it. His calm voice had a better effect than any magic. Agnes looked at Tora with gratitude. He always found a way to calm the trembling in her heart. The fear of causing harm suddenly retreated before the horror of appearing weak. The girl clenched her fists until they cracked. She would never forgive herself if she just ran away without even trying. A naked girl reached out with hope, begging Torrigas to allow her to use the artifact he had created. Silently, clouds floated above the grand castle. Thor readily agreed and handed her the pendant on a chain. The little dragon was blissfully puffing. Thor sat calmly in the chair while a whole bunch of scaly little ones slept by his feet. Suddenly, someone bowed their head low. The boy blinked in surprise at the sharp clatter. Before him, a girl stood in a deep bow, quietly apologizing for the delay. She straightened up uncertainly in her new maid's uniform, feeling terribly awkward, but Thor immediately exclaimed in delight that she was incredibly cute. The girl blushed to her ears and panikedly waved her hands. At that moment, the pendant on her chest blazed brilliantly, absorbing the excess fire magic. Agnes watched in astonishment as the artifact transformed her flame into the energy of wood, earth, metal, and water. The body and mind were filled with strength, and the skin instantly became perfectly smooth and radiant. The transformation of the elements has concluded, bestowing Agnes with 100% increase in stability, resilience, flexibility, and vitality. The girl joyfully twirled in place, marveling at the unprecedented lightness, while a little dragon curiously peeked under the hem of her dress. She smiled contentedly. The dragon joyfully roared. The girl stepped forward easily. The young man calmly explained that all her fire magic is currently focused solely on strengthening her body. He added that from now on, there is no need to worry about burned clothes, but the girl suddenly gasped in fear. Covered in paint, she panicked and cried out that she wasn't wearing any underwear right now. The dragon stared up in shock. The girl quickly pressed her skirt with her hands and awkwardly winked at her companions, who were frozen in surprise. The young man blushed deeply and lost the power of speech. She kept squinting nervously, dripping with sweat. The magical pendant suddenly burst into flames. The girl hurriedly assured that everything was fine while the young man awkwardly turned away and swore that he saw nothing. The system issued a long list of enhanced features, and the young man could only apologetically excuse himself for such an awkward side effect. He smiled with relief. The health pendant worked perfectly, so the experiment ended in absolute success. The elf Mabel joyfully clasped her hands, admitting that her main wish had finally come true. She warmly thanked Tor, while Agnes looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, Mabel stepped forward and hugged the girl tightly. Agnes instantly panicked. From the surge of emotions, her fire could flare up again, but the elf gently held her close. Mabel quietly confessed that it was because of her that Agnes had carried the trauma from that unfortunate accident for years. The girl's eyes widened in shock. With tears in her eyes, she cried out that she was to blame only herself because she couldn't handle the magic in her childhood. The fear of burning someone again had shattered her faith in her own abilities for years. Mabel fondly recalled how little Agnes had incessantly apologized for the accidental burn. The elf gently smiled and assured that everything was in the past. No more magic would hurt anyone. She looked her friend intently in the eyes. Agnes sobbed convulsively and finally let go of her fear. Now she could hold tightly onto a loved one without fearing to burn them alive. The girl cried out loud, releasing all her years of pain. Two maids stared in shock at the virtual screens that suddenly hung in the air. The text on them consisted of completely incomprehensible symbols. Thor just smiled gently. The girls instantly relaxed and broke into happy smiles. The boy blinked in confusion. The elf girl winked slyly and suggested that he should also squeeze someone. Her friend blushed deeply and panikedly stammered why this was for Mr. Toru. The elf girl was decisively pushing her right into the boy's arms. She cheerfully announced that it was now his turn. The curly-haired maid became quite disheartened, barely murmuring that Toru would hardly like such a thing. The elf leaned towards her and whispered that it was the perfect chance to finally feel the touch of another person. Then she turned around and, with a sly smirk, asked Thor point-blank if he really felt so disgusted at the very thought of hugs. The guy flared up but immediately cut in that it was a sneaky blow, and he was totally fine with it. His heart was pounding wildly as he awkwardly stood with his arms outstretched in anticipation. Agnes froze in fear, blushing deeply. A thunderous cry echoed through the corridors. Agni. The boy, who was holding the girl tightly to himself, suddenly realized, under the maid's uniform, she was not wearing any underwear. The giant with scars raised his head in surprise. He set off to the baths, hoping to ask the salamanders where she had gone. Treading through the echoing hall, he continued to call for the runaway. His stern face broke into a happy smile. He had finally found his daughter. However, the joy was instantly cut short. In front of him stood a stranger who was holding his Agnes tightly in his arms. The young man in the cloak awkwardly held the bewildered girl in his arms when her shocked father suddenly appeared at the doorstep. Thor turned around with a guilty smile, trying to explain that everything is a bit more complicated than it seems. The face of General Reisenga hardened with rage. The room was instantly enveloped in a thick black aura, and the furious father roared, demanding explanations of what this scoundrel was doing with his daughter. The elven maid Mabel fearlessly threw herself between them, spreading her arms. She desperately defended her master, but the enraged warrior merely barked at her to get out of the way. Mabel flinched and Agnes gasped in fear. Raisin stretched out his huge hand, threatening to pull the young man towards him and make him fully pay for that touch. A black spark cracked. Tor desperately raised his hands, asking the general to at least listen to him. Futile, the giant sprang into action, promising to silence the boy forever. His jerk was so wild that those present didn't even have time to blink. The young man remembered well from the books that this caring father was also a legendary warrior, capable of piercing 100 enemies with his spear, and now his devastating hand was flying straight to the target. The question from the open directory about what kind of person this general was no longer required any answers. Borodin confidently announced the devastating strike of the legendary warrior. His enormous armored hand came crashing down with a roar, threatening to crush the frightened young man. A sudden step in the way. Agnes, in the form of a maid, caught a giant fist with her bare hands, shattering the ground beneath her feet. With an icy gaze, she stared at the attacker and sternly commanded her father to listen to the boy. The young man froze with his mouth open. It was she who stopped the deadly attack. The girl's eyes flashed dangerously. The father could not believe his own eyes and frantically shouted her name. The body of Agnes was overflowing with magic. Fire gave a wild increase in endurance and triggered a chain reaction, transforming into earth, metal, water, and wood, wildly multiplying all its characteristics. Wrapped in dark flames, she stood motionless while her father screamed in panic, demanding explanations. He tried to pull his armored fist free, but with horror realized that it was stuck tightly in her grip. The armored warrior recoiled, for before him stood the free Agnes, enveloped in a powerful golden aura. Her fire magic amplified the life energy several times, and the excess now continuously nourished the other elements. Behind this stood Lord Thor, who calmly observed from the back. The enemy general dropped his jaw upon noticing the girl in ordinary clothing instead of heavy armor. The whole secret was hidden in the magical pendant on her chest. Zedoravan blinked, refusing to believe what he saw. And then he suspiciously squinted. Thor decided not to delay and explain everything right now. He said that as an alchemist, he simply listened to Agnes and developed the perfect defense for her. But the enemy suddenly burst into a scream and called Thor a pervert who deliberately dressed the girl in such clothing to see how she would burn in battle. Losing the remnants of patience, the general unleashed a column of destructive black flames from the box. He demanded to see his absolute power madly, but Thor merely asked indifferently what he wanted. At that moment, the general's face twisted in shock. His deadly fire simply dissipated, being absorbed directly into Thor's bare hands. The alchemist did not look away. He serves the Dark Lord himself. The young man stood before the giant, not retreating a step, while the giant only grimaced painfully in response. He asked the shogun to give him a chance and just listen. The giant suddenly clenched his teeth and groaned softly. Mr. Razinga, the maid AI rushed to him in panic. The young man calmly continued. His only goal was to fix Agnes' magic so that the demons could live more easily. Raisin harshly shouted at Ai to follow him, because the conversation could wait. The shogun gripped her hand with a dead hold. The giant dragged his daughter behind him, painfully squeezing her hand while she desperately resisted. The energy swirled in the air. The alchemist prepared to use all his power. "Let go, I'm doing this for you," the girl exclaimed desperately. She burst into tears, begging her father to leave them alone. Heavy armored boots thudded into the ground, kicking up a cloud of debris. A giant muscular enemy loomed threateningly over the fragile maid. Suddenly, the space around was engulfed in thick darkness. The young man in the cloak froze, not believing his own eyes. The girl next to her also froze in surprise. The giant suddenly shuddered and abruptly fell silent. He barely managed to raise his hands when a torrent of fire descended upon him. The giant roared wildly, demanding an explanation of where the girl got such power. The enemy was drenched in sweat, horrified at the thought that this hellish explosion had provoked a sudden surge of her anger. But the maid Agnes stood absolutely calm. The pendant on her chest shone dazzlingly, and she firmly stated that she had become stronger only thanks to Lord Thor. The young man squinted, realizing that as soon as the girl got angry, the pendant began to siphon all her excess magic through itself. The young man watched in amazement as her life energy suddenly exceeded the usual limit many times over. He understood. The girl directed all that colossal power to the last drop straight into her pendant. With one motion, the maid unleashed a solid fiery whirlwind. This force was enough to paralyze the formidable sorcerer Raizang. Zedoravan stared in shock, forcing out only a pitiful wheeze. Agnes cried out with tears that her flame would no longer cause harm. With Lord Thor's gift, she would finally be able to protect her loved ones. The promise of the master surfaced in memory. One need only call the flame by name and it would gain the power to save people. Thanks to the fire element, the tiny maid received a 400% bonus to endurance and effortlessly lifted the massive enemy high above her head. The very name of Tora Rihas became a driving force for her. The giant screamed in panic, refusing to believe in his own helplessness. The system clearly recorded an abnormal spike in her physical indicators. Holding the captive at arm's length, Agnes approached the bewildered Thor and the elf Mabel, sternly demanding immediate apologies from the enemy. Doravan desperately stumbled, swearing by his name and begging to be allowed to apologize to the Lord. Watching this absurdity, the girl in the witch's hat recalled old tales of heroes who barehandedly lifted giant dragons. Earlier, these tales seemed like nonsense to her, but now she was frozen in realization. Above the spires of the castle, the hysterical howling of the giant echoed for a long time, begging Agnes to set him on the ground. The legend of the risen dragon has just turned out to be pure truth. Thor was calmly explaining something while the elf Mabel gently smiled beside him. A huge, muscular warrior sat before them on his knees and gloomily listened as Thor created an artifact to suppress fire specifically for Agnes. Agnes herself touched the glowing object on her chest. Suddenly, sweat rolled down the man's face like hail, and he could barely produce a sound. The girl proudly showcased the pendant of vitality, which completely blocked her fire magic. Thanks to him, she was finally able to wear the same cute-made uniform as Mabel. What was all the shocked giant could manage to squeeze out? Thor confirmed her words with a polite smile, while the warrior was already shaking with panic. Agnes twirled in her dream dress and indignantly asked what he had done with Lord Thor, who had fulfilled her dream. The man's eyes widened in horror at the realization of his own mistake. In the next moment, he slammed his forehead into the floor before Thor, desperately crying out for forgiveness. With tears streaming down his face, he called the young man a holy person, for no one else would do such a thing for Agnes. Thor blinked in confusion, not understanding why this giant suddenly burst into tears, especially mentioning his own daughter. And the warrior continued to press his face into the floor, burning with shame for having raised his hand against the savior of his child. Thor barely smiled. This big guy turned out to be a truly caring father. The giant, bursting into tears, admitted that the young man was not afraid even of his wrath, all for the sake of Agnes. He peacefully added that the main thing is to understand each other, when suddenly he was interrupted by Agnes' trembling voice. Clenching his fist until it cracked, he scolded himself. Despite the loud title of the fiery shogun, his eyes were blinded and he could not see people as they truly were. Her giant father, bursting into tears, raised his thumb and solemnly declared that he would immediately gouge out his worthless eyes. Thor, in a panic, rushed forward and grabbed his muscular arm, demanding to stop this madness. The master reluctantly froze, groaning softly through his teeth. The young man exhaled and explained that he would now live in the territory of demons, so he didn't need any extra troubles from someone else's mutilation. Changing the subject, Thor smiled and suggested to the blacksmith to name any price for the equipment made for Agnes. After thinking for a moment, the young man expected to hear a specific amount. But the giant suddenly fell heavily to his knees beside his daughter and began to beg her to take him with her. Otherwise, his conscience simply wouldn't let him live. Eventually, Thor agreed to this condition, and their conversation continued against the backdrop of the high spires of the gloomy castle. The young man began to ask the master about Agnes' condition during her fiery outbursts, noting that ordinary clothing only causes her discomfort at such times. Observing such sincere parental devotion, Thor recalled with disgust the vile face of his own father, a monster who unhesitatingly took children hostage and threw them onto the altar. Doravan humbly placed his hand on his chest and agreed to all the terms, asking only to honestly report to the Lord of Demons about his mistakes. While the maid fussed around the suddenly crying shogun, the young man with a warm smile caught himself thinking about jealousy, although right now he was perfectly content just to establish a normal connection with her. The harsh cliffs loomed under the gloomy sky. This was the mining zone in the territory of the Demon Lord. In the thick shadow, a terrifying silhouette of a spider stirred. The thin legs quickly scurried over the stones. The monster approached closely. From the darkness, the lights of eyes glimmered predatory. The sudden lunge and the jaws with a slurp sank into the flesh. Blood splattered thickly in all directions. A giant spider with a disgusting crunch finished chewing the severed head of the beast. and above, under the arch, huge cocoons with previous prey swayed ominously. Suddenly, the silence of the forest was pierced by firm footsteps. A squad of sturdy mercenaries walked carelessly towards danger. The one-eyed fighter anxiously warned the leader about the fearsome demons and the flame general that live here. The bald leader simply grinned joyfully and urged his people forward in pursuit of unseen treasures that they were bound to claim. Zdorovany threw a huge axe over his shoulder and promised to split in half anyone who crossed their path. He added that he doesn't know any demons or the flame general, but if someone comes out to meet them, the worse for him. 3 bandits laughed confidently. Without any warning, the giant blade split one of them in half. Giant spiders rained down from above, but the crowd continued to blindly chant their boss's name. The mercenaries continued to exclaim enthusiastically how their boss was unmatched, not noticing the spiders falling on them from above. Animals have heavily crashed into people. A deafening crunch and a massive black silhouette smeared the man into a bloody stain. A huge spider caught another mercenary, and he screamed in terror while the others scattered. The one-eyed man recoiled from the giant blade that whistled as it struck the ground right in front of him. Panic ensued. The mercenaries screamed and fled while the spiders tore apart the laggards. The survivors froze, staring up with animal terror. From behind the trees, a colossal many-eyed monster rose and swung down its axe-like hand with force. The devastating blow shattered the forest into pieces. A giant root struck the ground, crushing several fighters into a bloody mess. Thick blood splattered everywhere. A wet crunch of broken bones echoed. A huge predatory spider swiftly ran across the ground. Meanwhile, the young man stood calmly by the window, examining the castle and holding a magical fire in his palm. Inside the flame hung a black cube, meteorite iron with a rare element of space. Suddenly, a message about the successful awakening of new magic popped up before his eyes. He blinked in surprise, examining the stone he had just received from Agnes. The young man smiled contentedly. It was on the lands of the Lord of Demons that he finally uncovered his true potential, which the Empire had stubbornly ignored. His gaze fell on the neighboring storeroom, completely filled with old junk and weapons. While there was time, he decided to tidy up, recalling the bishop's promise to show him something here. Suddenly he froze. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly began to sift through the unusual artifacts. Emerging from behind a pile of boxes, he joyfully exclaimed that he had stumbled upon a real mountain of treasure. The find was quite impressive. This magical sword turned out to be an exact replica of the weapon from the statue of the first Lord of Demons. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Tor's thoughts. The king himself had arrived, and the boy hurriedly invited him inside. But upon closer inspection of the guest, Thor's face changed sharply and he tensed up internally. Something was completely off. Lucy tried on a new outfit for the upcoming party. She took a light step in her heels and asked for his opinion. The young man was sincerely enchanted by her black dress and respectfully called her the magnificent queen of demons. The official nature of it openly irritated her. The girl abruptly leaned in and reminded that there is actually a shared secret between them. She averted her gaze and quietly allowed him to address her by name. Playfully winking, Lucy declared that the status of a tyrant queen gives her full rights to such whims. She smugly gave the order, from now on they are friends and he must call her simply Lucy. The boy worriedly reminded that it should be kept a secret until the announcement at the celebration, which only elicited a tired groan from her. But in the end, he surrendered, smiled gently, and obediently called her Lucy herself. The girl instantly blushed deeply, completely losing her commanding composure. The young man froze, suddenly realizing how charming she was at that moment. The word almost slipped from his lips. Suddenly Lucy became serious, pointing to an unexpected find. Lucy explained that she was cleaning in the workshop and casually asked what he was actually doing there. Tor carefully examined the blade, noticing that it was shorter than the weapon on the statue, and asked Lucia about its origin. The girl looked at him intently and suggested he guess for himself. Raising the blade to the light, the boy instantly read its essence. It was merely an iron prototype, a failed attempt to recreate the lost magical sword. Lucia smiled contentedly. He was absolutely right. Thor lightly tapped his head with the blade, demonstrating that the metal was completely dull and unsuitable for battle. The girl recounted how, during her grandfather's time, an elf and a dwarf tried to revive a legendary weapon, but could only achieve rough strength. She proudly placed her hands on her hips, reminding him that this was now his own workshop. The boy nervously grasped the handle and asked to keep the find for himself. Thor bowed low in gratitude when Lucia officially handed him the sword. The girl froze in surprise, not expecting his next words. In Thor's eyes, excitement sparked. He wanted to forge a real magical weapon based on this prototype. The boy admitted that he doesn't know how to fight at all, but he passionately dreams of creating a blade capable of overshadowing the holy swords of the Empire. He recalled the upcoming battle with the monsters and suddenly rushed forward. Thor firmly promised to forge this masterpiece specifically for Lucia, and she silently accepted his devotion. The young man blinked in confusion, asking if it was really so, and heard a short yes in response. The girl with horns smiled softly at Thor, thanking him for his concern, but added that the magical sword was of no use to them right now. She waved off the subdued Kelv and explained that instead of swords, she needed equipment that would allow her to safely strike the enemy from a distance. The young man clenched his trembling palm, realizing how much this would help Lucy and the rest of the squad. He quietly exhaled, having finally understood everything. His eyes lit up with wild enthusiasm. Clenching his fist, the young man joyfully exclaimed that he would definitely find a way to do it. The girl playfully winked, jokingly sighing at his restlessness. "Then, with your permission," he said on the fly and dashed away headlong. He was flipping through the guide, studying the nature of demonic beasts, mindless monsters that attacked everyone indiscriminately. The pages flashed rapidly. The maid Mabel approached closer with curiosity, asking what he was planning to craft now. Thor sighed. He would have to postpone the idea of the sword for Lady Lucy, as they urgently needed weapons for hunting monsters right now. He abruptly raised the open book right in front of the girl's face. With a confident smile, the guy stated that he had already decided on a new project. Mabel blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of the drawing of some strange black cylinder. Thor asked her for help, and the maid happily agreed. When he explained that this thing would kill demonic beasts, the girl clapped her hands in excitement. The space around suddenly shook. Thor activated super alchemy. In his mind, a clear scheme lined up. The stone of light would create a beam, while the stone of darkness would prevent it from dispersing, directing the flow strictly forward. The boy did not take his eyes off the drawing, mentally calculating the interaction of the materials. To ensure the beam hits at maximum distance, he decided to weave wind magic into the formula, which would act as an accelerator. A sweat bead appeared on his forehead. Thor was barely breathing, holding on with his last strength to the fragile mental image of the future weapon, which could crumble at the slightest loss of concentration. Thor wearily closed his eyes, realizing that if he relaxed even for a moment, the imagined image would immediately dissipate. At that moment, a straight beam of light compressed by darkness pierced the sky. Thor exclaimed that he was launching super alchemy, and a long, shining ingot began to emerge in his outstretched hands. Thus, the laser pointer appeared in the world, a unique 4-star artifact. To form the beam, the device was powered by magical stones of light and darkness, which required regular replacement. The pointer was not broken by ordinary weapons, had a 15-year warranty and built-in protection against use on people. The elven maid stared in shock at the smooth metal cylinder, not understanding what kind of magic it was. Someone's finger slid across the sheet with the deciphered runes. The girl frowned, studying the translation of the catalog, and asked Thor with doubt about what she had read. And the boy was just shining. He finally recreated the legendary thing. The advertising text promised that this hit for teachers reaches a beam all the way to the neighboring mountains and scares away animals. Thor had no idea what the strange word presentation meant, but he was absolutely confident in the coolness of his creation. Mabel was reading the description about the precise transmission of target data, not understanding at all what teachers had to do with it. She glanced uncertainly at her master. The words mean a quick and silent fall of the enemy. The girl continued to read about the infallible instructions and the silence around, trying to piece together the puzzle. The boy grimly explained that the commander must specify the exact target for destruction to the soldiers. They leaned over the catalog. The mention of competitions and the prohibition against hitting people indicated that the thing was created for hunting monsters. Mabel's eyes sparkled and she joyfully raised her finger. The mysterious presentation was actually a tournament for beast destruction. The picture came together. heroes from another world were simply competing to see who could kill more monsters. Thor smiled warmly, praising the cleverness of his assistant. He pointed to the legend of a warrior who, with one shot from the other side of the mountain, destroyed a mighty monster, scaring off others forever. Since the device was used exclusively against beasts, there were simply no records of battles with demons or half-humans. On the page, the silhouette of a funny bird appeared, which in this world was considered the embodiment of primal fear. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face as he realized how terrible the thing in his hands was. The ordinary laser pointer for targeting magic turned out to be an absolute weapon here, capable of changing the course of any war. Two blinding beams tore through the earth, raising clouds of dust. This thing expanded the radius of magic and could change the course of any war. Behind the backs of the frightened boy and the maid loomed the enormous shadow of a smiling man. He had staged a truly terrifying presentation for them. The metal pointer thudded against the table and an excited exclamation rang out. It was the perfect tool for studying animals, which they decided to immediately put to the test. Thor and Mabel watched a loud argument between the Minotaur and the elf, who could not agree on a battle strategy. The elf hysterically justified his fear, while the Minotaur complained about the endless hordes of demonic beasts. The argument escalated into shouting. The giant's presence reminded of the might of a gigantic arachnid, while the elf was outraged by the lack of cover from the rear. As soon as the spider Gargarasa appeared, hordes of small monsters crawled to her aid from all directions. According to the plan, the Minotaur was to launch a frontal attack, leaving the elf far behind for magical support. Thor calmly listened to their swearing, already understanding the essence of the problem. While the vanguard distracted the main monster, the minor creatures bypassed it and mass attacked the defenseless mage in the rear. Later, Mabel pointed to a distant target, doubting that it was even possible to hit it from here. This line marked the maximum limit of the standard spell. "Let's get started," Thor confidently said, pulling out a strange black cylinder. The goal of the training was to hit precisely in the center of the wooden target. A sly smile played on the boy's face. He wanted to test whether an ordinary laser pointer could increase the range of a magical strike. He slung the tube over his shoulder like a sniper rifle and commanded Mabel to cast the spell right at the red dot. An unknown voice informed Tora that a red dot of the sight was registered on the target. The elven maid instantly shot an ice arrow. The shell with a crack flew straight into the very center. The arrow covered a considerable distance along an ideal trajectory. Thor was ignited by the idea of going even further, while the girl stood frozen in confusion, not understanding at all how she managed to hit. Thor grabbed the maid by the shoulder and praised her accuracy, while the bewildered elf merely gasped in response. They retreated to a boundary that exceeded the magical limit by 1.5 times. And then they doubled the distance. And again a perfect hit. Two were watching from the side. The horned beastman calmly stated that magic works that way, but the old elf was almost shouting, "Spells require precise distance." The old elf insisted that there is a limit to the range of spells, and that mages should stay behind the front lines of battle. The old man nervously measured the space to the target with his gaze, considering such shooting pure madness. While the elf nervously sweated, the Minotaur nonchalantly waved it off, as if someone was just practicing a spell. And in the sky above the training ground, new magical strikes continued to whiz by with a whistle. The elven maid squinted in surprise at the flash in the distance. In an instant, a powerful magical beam crashed into the target with a roar, causing the nearby observer to break out in a cold sweat. Tor looked over the scorched trench across the entire range. The range of the spell had increased almost fourfold, and there was simply no free space left for tests. He turned sharply, sweeping his cloak. The boy thoughtfully grunted. The experiment was successful, but the elf could not understand how he managed to hit so far beyond the possible. Thor remained silent, completely absorbed in his thoughts. He shifted his gaze to the laser pointer. It seemed that magic was drawn to the residual trace of the beam. Suddenly, he was illuminated. From the very first shot, all the spells hit exactly 1 point on the target. The elf girl gasped in shock. Thor turned to her and explained that the pointer is directly connected to magic. She firmly binds the spell to the chosen target, and it delivers a devastating blow directly to the invisible magical channel. The hero stood frozen on the mountain of fallen monsters, horrified by the thought of a world that needed such powerful weapons. The elven maid stared in shock, feeling the colossal pressure of this magical force. Thor frowned, the artifact clearly belonged to the higher realm of heroes. Looking around the scattered range, the boy awkwardly suggested cleaning up after himself, but the maid advised him to report to Lady Luckier first. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head and sincerely thanked the supervisors for renting the venue. Agreeing with the maid, Thor happily headed for the exit. Meanwhile, the old elf and the Minotaur were nearly fainting from fear, nodding convulsively and incessantly at every word he said. The young man stopped in surprise. Are the supervisors really going to clear this chaos by themselves? Realizing the scale of the destruction, the monsters wrapped their heads in wild panic. The maid politely bowed, apologizing for the inconvenience, while Tor casually nodded in farewell. Both supervisors were frozen in silent, dead stillness. Leaving, the boy only sighed with concern, wondering what the locals would say about their training methods now. The old elf turned pale, realizing the most terrible thing: the radius of this spell no longer had limits, causing the Minotaur to completely lose the thread of the conversation. And while the maid joyfully chirped about Thor's talent for creating such things, the stunned overseers remained standing amidst the ruins of the testing ground. A few minutes passed. The Minotaur and the elderly elf hurriedly burst inside. The horned advisor Kurov looked around in surprise at the arriving commanders. The news that Thor and Mabel are now serving the Demon Lord completely bewildered him. The advisor's face was covered in cold sweat, and he demanded to be told the whole truth about the use of that strange object immediately. The commanders reported in detail about Thor's incredible freedom in handling these things. "Tore, come here immediately and explain everything," roared the frenzied Kurov, bursting into a shout. A massive castle rose under the cloudless sky. In the spacious corridor, the burly warrior warned his daughter about the upcoming meeting with the Empire's ambassador and asked her to be careful. Wiping away the sweat, he begged her to avoid conflicts and just listen to others. The girl smiled carefree and reminded her father to show respect to the guests himself. Her gaze flashed dangerously. The warrior nervously shielded himself with the order of the Demon King, while inwardly he shuddered. His daughter was becoming alarmingly similar to her late mother. In his memory, the image of the Lord emerged, to whom he had given the unbreakable oath of the fire giant. He firmly added that the alliance against the monsters will determine the future of their lands, and the negotiations cannot be disrupted. This magical oath had two conditions: break your word before the suzerain and you will pay with your head. And if you swear to your beloved, you will give your soul and body burning until the very end. The man recalled the stern mask of his master again, realizing the full weight of his own promise. The daughter gently squeezed the pendant on her chest and smiled warmly, reminding that they are family. The father broke into a wide smile, happy that although the meaning of their vows was different, they would make their promises on the same day. The fist in the glove clenched until it cracked. The mention of his own foolishness, the attempt to intimidate Thor, again made Reisenhar shudder from the unpleasant chill behind his back. Now he has only one path left. As he walked down the corridor, the general promised himself to become a person he would not be ashamed of in front of these young men. The handle of the heavy door clicked. The maid quietly informed that the ambassador is already waiting inside. In his office, he was greeted by Marquis Gora, a portly lord of the border who immediately broke into a flattering smile. Reisinger modestly introduced himself, reminding that the demon lord himself entrusted him with the protection of these lands. The Marquis continued to shower compliments about the general's past exploits, although the warrior himself was only troubled by these old tales. With a sly squint, the guest reminded how Reisenhar single-handedly defeated the horde of monsters in the east during his youth. In the lord's mind, however, another thought was swirling. Rumors painted an aggressive savage, and such a calm reception was frankly throwing him off balance. The Marquis's eye widened in surprise. Reisenhar leaned heavily on the table with his hands, abruptly cutting off the flattery, and went straight to the documents about the cleanup. He warned about the giant spider and a whole brood of its accomplices, but Gora only carelessly assured his cooperation. The lord contentedly rubbed his plump hands and immediately began to talk about the most interesting thing for him: the amount of monetary compensation. Marquis Gora sat opposite the general, offering 200 soldiers of the Empire to destroy the demonic beast Gargalasi. Squinting slyly, he asked to extend the delivery period for silver to 2 or even 4 years. The general silently listened to the sweet promise of generous reward. He coldly remarked that there is a way, but the Lord of Demons is already waiting for the completion of the deal exactly in a year. Then the Marquis cautiously inquired whether the general could personally handle the shipment of the silver. And with an absolutely innocent look, he added that this was purely for the sake of friendly relations with the Empire. Gora subtly hinted at the reporting on extraction. After all, there can always be convenient calculation errors in the paperwork. The general's face twisted with outrage. He had just been directly asked to deceive the Lord of Demons himself. He fixed a heavy gaze on the satisfied Marquis. He simply raised his thumb confidently. Winking, Gora explained that a small batch of stolen silver guarantees a powerful ally. The ambassador continued to chatter about the naturalness of doubts in shadowy affairs, even though his interlocutor had already openly called him an unreliable type. The general's gaze slipped sideways. Suddenly a cunning plan formed in his mind. He grinned predatorily, recalling the perfect candidate for this dirty game. The stout man with a sly smile asked if the general was familiar with the name Thor. Immediately, he joyfully announced that he had a brilliant idea. The plan turned out to be treacherous. If their shadowy dealings are exposed, all the blame must be placed on the guy. The general was stunned into silence. He lost the gift of speech. The fat man was already drawing up a scheme with a terrifying enthusiasm. It was worth forging documents and claiming that Tor himself had stolen the silver for secret operations. Joyfully spreading his arms, he exclaimed that the boy should gladly give his life for the general and the empire. While the intriguer was expounding on security and a strong alliance, Reisinger's memory conjured the sincere, smiling Thor, who asked only for normal treatment. The memory of a child's bright promise painfully collided with the sight of a greedy noble's maw. A deafening crack shattered the silence. The general's armored fist smashed the table to pieces. The warrior heavily bowed his head, barely restraining his rage. The fat man nervously squeezed into the chair. Smoke poured from Reisenhar's glove as he muttered the only question: whose idea was it to set up Thor? However, the noble quickly swallowed his fear and confidently snorted, as if to say that serving the empire is the duty of the nobility, and it is not necessary to trouble the ruler with such trifles. The messenger nervously justified himself with his father's proposal, but the interlocutor was only interested in one thing: did the emperor know about all this? Drenched in cold sweat, he timidly addressed General Reisenhar, trying to steer the conversation back to their shadowy agreement. The general stood with his back turned, having thrown heavily that at least now he would not have to despise the empire itself. From the darkness came his muffled voice: "Oh, like this, that's good." A tense silence hung in the air. The messenger stared in confusion. Reisinger suddenly turned around with a terrible demonic grimace, roaring in order to immediately shut up. His aura exploded with fury. The conspirators not only deceived the Demon King but also dared to frame Thor, the general's friend and his future son-in-law. The messenger, filled with animal fear, pitifully fell to the ground. The burning eye of Reisenhar pierced through, demanding an end to this farce. The messenger gasped in shock at the news about Thor, while the furious general abruptly ended the negotiations. A heavy fist sliced through the air with force. The messenger, terrified to death, cried out in despair, begging not to reject the advantageous offer. The giant figure of Reisenhar loomed over him like a verdict. The conversation was over. The emperor would learn everything from the official letter. The giant in armor exploded with rage and ordered his interlocutor to get out immediately. The boy moaned plaintively and shrank back in fear. The man's face was enveloped in a terrifying aura. He cut off that he no longer wished to deal with such a worthless person. His fist clenched with a crack, and a pear escaped through his clenched teeth. In the next moment, the poor soul was simply thrown into the corridor, with the massive doors slamming shut. Lying on the floor, he whined that his father had promised something completely different. His face was twisted with panic and tears. Another warrior watched in shock, not understanding what had come over their father. Meanwhile, a quiet thought echoed over the distant mountains: there is still much to learn ahead. At the castle of Lord Demons, the assistant read the report on Galawa's fraud at the border. Hearing what he had done to Thor, the lord clenched his fist in anger. It turned out that the Empire offered a military alliance for this. The assistant added tensely that Galawa had incited them to steal silver from the mines. The demon abruptly rose from the throne, and his dark aura instantly filled the space. He growled hoarsely that he did not expect this. The darkness completely concealed his figure. Fangs glimmered in the darkness. The skin became whiter. A terrifying smile spread across the face. The assistant broke the tension by handing over a letter with a pitiful excuse: the Bulgaria Empire assured that all provocations were merely the actions of local lords. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking. The bishop instantly lost all his deadly aura, sighed heavily, and covered his face with his hand. He finally realized the Empire had simply rid itself of Thor, casting him out to certain death as a common sacrifice for the demons. Curve grew gloomy and with a heavy heart, asked whether their plan really came down to using Lord Thor. He bowed low to the Lord and offered to take on this difficult conversation himself, but received a categorical refusal. The king cut in. Thor is his personal alchemist, so he will tell him everything himself. The girl next to him couldn't take it anymore and covered her face with her hand, crying bitterly at how cruelly he had been treated. The Lord admitted that he himself allowed negotiations with the Empire and the development of the mine, so all responsibility for the consequences lies with him. Curve humbly bowed his head and the Lord sighed, acknowledging that this news would be a terrible blow for Thor. Curve painfully choked, not daring to raise his eyes. The king calmly confirmed that he was just about to enter the young man's room and reveal everything to him personally. The Lord looked into the empty hall and added that he only believed General Reincarnated's report because of his oath of flame, so now they are deeply indebted to Thor. The general did not hide anything from them, revealing the plain truth. And this absolute honesty became their only salvation. Otherwise, an insurmountable chasm would have formed between them and the mighty warrior. He tensed up and broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. If the commander had hidden even a crumb of facts, everything would have collapsed. Curve gloomily read the report, realizing the scale of the brilliant enemy conspiracy. Their plan survived only because they were able to fully trust the general. Prime Minister Care placed his hand on his chest and solemnly vowed to fulfill any wish of Lord Thor. The voice near the empty throne calmly accepted the oath. Gloomy spires of the castle. The advisor in the hood slyly inquired what Curve would do if Thor suddenly demanded a whole mountain of magical artifacts. The doors opened with a quiet rustle. On the bright terrace, Thor was carelessly chatting over tea. The maid smiled warmly at his stories, and the horned demoness across from him sat petrified, dripping with cold sweat from the boy's cheerful chatter. While Thor was enthusiastically chatting with the maid about a magical laser pointer, Lucy sat across from him, tense and struggling to find the right words. She nervously bit a piece of cookie. The carefree smile of the boy only weighed on her conscience. The girl knew she had to tell the truth. The girl repeatedly thought to herself that she had to tell Thor about what happened at the negotiations with the Empire. The truth about his biological father's proposal to bury Thor forever along with all the sins of the Empire. Delaying the inevitable, Lucy promised herself to speak after a sip of tea, but instead, she just let out a heavy sigh. She hid behind her mug, scolding herself for bringing up this heavy topic in the middle of a friendly tea gathering. With a loud gulp, the girl tried to pull herself together and reminded herself of her duty. The porcelain tinkled. She finally gathered her courage and called him hesitantly. In memory, her fearsome image flashed. In the mask of the Lord of Demons and in the official throne room, it would have been much easier to talk about such things. Lucy again pressed her lips tightly to the cup. Thor calmly tore himself away from his tea and directed an attentive gaze at her. Forcing a fake smile, she began from a distance, cautiously mentioning the recent negotiations with the Empire. Her voice betrayed her as it fell silent when she guiltily looked away and awkwardly tried to label her father's deadly conspiracy as mere minor difficulties. Thor asked in surprise what exactly seemed strange to her. Lucy nervously waved her hands, recalling how one of the margraves of the Empire blurted out something unnecessary during the negotiations. She grimaced as what she heard turned out to be truly disgusting. With tears in her eyes, she confessed, the Margrave wanted to use Reisenhard for silver smuggling. Mabel was frozen in shock. Thor angrily clenched his fist. Some foolish noble dared to commit such a treachery. Lucy looked at her trembling hands, recounting the Margrave's secret conspiracy in case the demon lady found out about everything. Thor and Mabel jumped up to her sharply, calling out to their mistress in fear. Heavy tears struck the table with a dull thud. The boy and the maid stood perplexed, completely not understanding such a violent reaction. And Lucy was already openly crying, unable to hold herself together. And here Thor came to a terrible realization. They wanted to make him a scapegoat and simply erase him from the face of the earth. Bitterly sobbing, the girl squeezed out the truth that very Margrave had tried to kill him. Unable to withstand the tension, she cried out loud in the whole room like a small child. Lucy couldn't take it anymore and burst into loud tears while her bewildered companion desperately begged her to calm down. In the dim light of the room, a heavy silence hung, broken only by the question of whether everything really happened that way. Lucy was in tears and Thor only smiled bitterly. He knew very well what his father was capable of. The girl could not understand how the Duke could send his own son to slaughter and involve her in his dirty intrigues. The boy calmly nodded as if to say that such behavior was to be expected from the Duke, and said that he understood everything. The hands were tightly intertwined as a sign of support while quiet words echoed about how hard this truth would hit Thor. Lucy clenched her fists. If her son was just being a nuisance, then was the exile here not enough, and why go to such lengths? The boy smiled warmly, touched by her tears, for which he immediately received a command from the embarrassed Lucy to shut up at once. The smile disappeared from his face as he began to ponder aloud the true motives of the Duke. The young man fell into deep thought, his fingers tightly clasped. The troubled elven maid quietly asked why the father had so cruelly betrayed his own son. Thor coldly cut off that it was all about the Empire's politics. In his memory, a story emerged about his grandfather, an outstanding sword master, who, in his old age, became an alcoholic and foolishly died at the hands of ordinary bandits. Thor reminded that the Empire values military might above all, and his father the Duke is also a mighty warrior, and the girl quietly acknowledged that she understood. Thor glanced over his shoulder and admitted, although he was very small at the time, he made one harsh conclusion for himself in childhood. The elf girl hesitated, trying to digest what she had heard. Thor calmly sipped his tea and explained that chasing after power was pointless, so he chose to help people through alchemy. The stern face of Duke Ligas flashed in memory as a reminder. The father would never have accepted such a peaceful path. The girl smiled warmly. Such genuine care for others was absolutely in Thor's style. The boy grew gloomy while recounting the blind obsession of the Empire with its legendary founder, through which people thoughtlessly trampled over others. The demoness sharply condemned such fanaticism, when suddenly Thor stunned them with an absolutely unexpected statement. The elf girl blinked in surprise. The demoness asked in shock. Thor simply smiled relaxedly, confirming his intention to change his name. Now it is clear why the Duke almost dismissed him, and the young man himself admitted that he was completely fed up with this family. He confidently declared that he would permanently renounce his parental title and would henceforth bear his mother's surname, Canon. The demoness listened intently to these words. The elf girl's eyes sparkled with emotion. She pressed her hand to her chest and sincerely admitted that the new name sounds simply wonderful. Lucy beamed, joyfully savoring his true name, Torcanon. The boy asked to be called that only in private. As for the rest in the lands of the Demon Lord, he still remained the official imperial hostage Ligas. The girls readily agreed. Thor calmly added that he had long been accustomed to this name while working in the imperial office. He casually called the demoness, and she immediately responded. She suddenly blushed and awkwardly apologized for her inattention. The boy lowered his gaze to their clasped hands and gently hinted that it was time to let go of the hand. Hiding her gaze, Lucy confessed that it hurt her so much to hear about the cruel treatment towards him that she couldn't help but impulsively grab his hand. Thor thanked her for her concern with tears in his eyes, while the girl next to him comically panicked over her accidentally blurted wish to fall asleep while holding hands. The boy smiled warmly and gently. Blushing to the tips of her ears, the demoness quietly confirmed her desire, and Thor was simply taken aback by her sincerity. His mind was buzzing with one thought: how sweet she was. He froze, unable to even finish the sentence. Lucy turned away and pouted, awkwardly justifying her own words. The maid waved her hands in concern. The queen's chamber is strictly off-limits to men, and the ruler herself cannot spend the night in Thor's room. The young man feverishly flipped through the pages. He absolutely had to find a way to hold hands even in different bedrooms. The request seemed crazy, but Thor frowned seriously and refused to back down. His gaze fell on the thick catalog, As the personal alchemist of the demon lord, he simply had to come up with something. He firmly squeezed the guidebook in front of the surprised girls. Turning around, the boy relievedly told Lucy that he had found the perfect exit. The assistants gasped in awe, and the young man received the mistress's permission and immediately set to work preparing for the craft. The maid joyfully spread her arms. Everything was ready for the creation of a thing from the world of the hero. On the table lay simple components: a white sheet, an empty magic stone, and a whole pile of pea pods. Lucy frowned in confusion. Another maid stood frozen in tense anticipation. Thor pointed at the fabric and commanded to begin. The spell of creative alchemy rang out, and the stone blazed dazzlingly. The girls gasped in amazement, and the young man asked Lucy to imagine how the material stretches. The solid stone suddenly began to melt under her hands, flowing across the canvas like ice. The glowing puddle of magic slowly absorbed into the fabric. The girl asked again if she was doing it right, and Thor suggested she imagine how the fabric stretches. Lucy focused on smoothing the sheet, watching as the stone completely dissolved. Suddenly a pile of husks shone sharply. A pillar of light struck upwards, causing the girl to recoil in fear. Thor calmly explained that magic had turned the material into elastic fabric, and he began cleaning the peas while Lucy screamed in panic with the prepared canvas in her hands. He clasped his hands, enveloped in a magical aura, and moved on to the final touches. A holographic drawing of the product unfolded in the air instantly. Inside, there were magical energy-accumulating stones and an element of air for air circulation. Holding her breath, the girl watched as the element of water was added to the mixture. He spread his arms, activating alchemy, and the space was torn apart by a blinding flash. A 13-star artifact materialized on the table, a dakimakura, capable of changing shape and temperature based on its owner's magic. Lucy quietly called her maid. Both stared in shock at the legendary hugging pillow from the hero's world. The maid politely asked the lady to read the notes and product description once more, and she reluctantly agreed. Lucy skeptically examined the object, not understanding how this thing would replace the living touch during sleep. The instructions promised the incredible. The fabric perfectly imitated human skin, adapting to the body for the illusion of real hugs. Thor was shocked and asked if such things are considered normal in the hero's homeland. Lucy still doubted whether this pillow could connect their hands across different rooms, while the maid awkwardly noted that the description promised a feeling of connection with a loved one. Lucy merely squinted with satisfaction, appreciating the invention, while the maid behind her nervously clutched her head. When Tora was asked about his guesses, the young man hesitantly turned to his lady. The elf seriously explained that artifacts from the world of heroes always hide secret codes within them, as such power is not sold to just anyone. Thor took a breath and confidently stated, "This hug pillow can actually transform into a person." The girls were so shocked that their eyes widened. But the guy didn't even blink and started to prove his theory. He recalled the story of a summoned hero who could freely change his appearance. Lucy proudly put her hands on her hips as she immediately recalled the secret of this trick: magical granules. These are special clumps of energy from which any shape or color can be molded. The girl smiled slyly, as there was something similar in the lands of demons as well. Once the same hero stuck these pellets onto himself like a fake bodysuit and transformed into a giant dragon. Thor quickly assembled the puzzle. The balls described in the instructions are indeed the magical granules, and the strange pattern of their movement directly referred to this same legend. The young man nodded affirmatively. Lucy smiled joyfully, finally realizing that the strange pillow works exactly the same way. He stood with his back turned, mentally astonished by the dangerous skill and ingenuity of this world. To complete the experiment, it just needed a little thing to saturate the pillowcase with magic. The young man turned to the elf Mabel and signaled to start. The fabric in the elf's hands suddenly responded with a glow, and Thor explained to the stunned Lucy that the embedded magical stones absorb foreign magic. The maid tightly embraced the fabric, closed her eyes, and released her aura. The matter suddenly ignited. The girl next to her exclaimed in shock, "The growth pillow will now completely replicate Mabel's body." The young man nodded intently, as magic always contains an exact informational imprint of its owner. The elf girl blinked in confusion, looking at the burning scroll in her hands. He smiled hopefully when the magical shell hovered in the air by itself. The unique elasticity of the material and shape memory were instantly activated. All the disparate attributes merged into one. He squinted from the strain, forging a physical shell from pure energy with the power of magical stones. A blinding glow enveloped the space. From the air, the perfect shining silhouette of Mabel began to take shape. The whole trio froze in confusion. The double stepped forward and the girls gasped in shock, not believing their own eyes. "It's me, your majesty," exclaimed the maid's copy, shocking the little demoness. In front of them towered an absolutely living version of Mabel. The whole matter was about the shining growth cushion from the world of heroes that Thor brought. The girls could hardly contain their excitement as they examined the perfect double. The true elf sighed with awe. Such wonders are only possible for Thor. The clone happily waved its hand, completely yielding to the thoughts of the original. Mabel smiled gently, imagining how this double could sleep next to Lady Lucy. The maids jumped for joy, greeting Tor with absolute success. "Cancellation?" the boy suddenly threw out, turning the copy back into a pillowcase and dryly noted the failure of the experiment. A silent pause hung in the room along with a collective huh. Thor unfolded the growth cushion with the elf while Lucy was outraged as to why he turned his nose up at such a perfect copy. Both girls stared at him in shock, not understanding what he was dissatisfied with, as the pillow had indeed turned into Mabel. The boy calmly explained, "Mabel is valuable not only for her silver hair but for her loyalty since the first day in the castle." He shrugged and admitted that only her presence gives him the peace that will never be found in ordinary things. Tor smiled warmly. The pillow turned out too cute, which is why he called it a failure. The elf girl covered her mouth with her hand and blushed all over from his words. Mabel overheated from the confessions and fell face down on the table with smoke, making Lucy beg to stop these tortures. The demoness joyfully embraced her exhausted friend and suggested they sleep together tonight. Suddenly Lucy froze. Mabel jumped up sharply and exclaimed her agreement in a panic. Thor extended a mysterious box and promised to fulfill Lucy's wish later, hinting at the pillow already with his face on it. The girl blushed deeply but stated outright that the real one is much more important to her than any substitutes. She remarked in the end that the original is definitely better than a Dakimakura, and the girls headed for the exit. A quiet farewell echoed over the night castle. The thunder turned deep red, admitting that hearing such words right in the face turned out to be extremely awkward. However, his gaze quickly darkened. The upcoming battle with the magical beast still troubled him. To avoid wasting time before Lucy's sleep, he cheerfully set to work creating a new fabric with magical stones. The boy wanted to be cautious in case of danger, even if the girl herself thought it was unnecessary. A bright energy flared in his palms. Thor began to create an enchanted sword for her. Meanwhile, night had already fallen over the castle, and in the silence of the bedroom, an uncertain voice sounded. Mabel nervously broke out in a sweat, realizing that she was still greatly underestimating Thor's abilities. The elf Lucy responded with a trembling voice to the words of her queen. The girls lay in bed on either side of the perfect life-sized Thor pillow, shocked that he even anticipated the possibility of holding hands. From such close contact, Lucy's face was flushed with a deep blush, and her heart raced so that thinking about sleep was out of the question. Mabel, breathing heavily and blushing to the tips of her ears, agreed that they had seriously miscalculated. Squeezing the pillow from both sides, the girls tried in vain to stop the whirl of their thoughts. This night became completely sleepless for them. By morning, the horizon revealed the harsh stone ridges of the mining region. The gloomy forest was densely draped with dozens of giant cocoons. A sinister eye silently watched from the branches for its prey. A bear quietly walked between the trees. Suddenly, a huge spider fell on him from above, piercing his neck with its fangs. In the depths of the nest, tiny spiderlings were crunching on the fresh carcass. The scout looked on in shock at this scene. Before him, the seed of a new magical beast was sprouting. A monstrous silhouette of a nest was reflected in his pupil. The main feature moved further, spreading the infection and uncontrollably absorbing new lands. Even one such monster was a deadly threat. The commander of the lizardmen realized that it was time to sound the alarm and call the demon lord. The army of monsters was already impossible to count. He spurred the horse with all his might. Panic was growing. There were not 1,000 enemies, but whole hundreds of thousands had multiplied. The scale of it made him break into a sweat. The armies of the demons and the empire would simply cut him down. A young man against the backdrop of the night city maintained absolute calm, Only a few days remained until the start of the Great Purge. The woman suddenly extended her hand with a flash of magical energy, and the sharp-nosed man froze in shock, drenched in cold sweat. She boldly smiled, looking her tense opponent straight in the eyes. Thor and Mabel stopped in front of the dark silhouette of the castle. "The time has come," the boy said, and the elf girl with a bundle of books nodded happily. She smiled mysteriously. Both were glowing with impatience. Thor hoped for success, while Mabel dreamed that the magical artifact he created would finally be recognized. A few hours ago, the guy was depressed. Due to his zero combat capability, he was ordered to stay in the castle during the dangerous monster hunt. But then Mabel cautiously suggested that the Empire might use this raid to secretly harm Lady Lucy. His fist involuntarily clenched. Now, walking down the empty corridor, Thor was determined to obtain permission. They stood frozen before the enormous hall doors, ready to defy a direct order. The hand decisively rested on the heavy shutter. He mentally repeated that he would follow Lady Lucy at any cost. But as soon as the door opened, Thor heard a snippet of a foreign conversation and exclaimed in shock, What did you say?" The crowd of stern beastmen sharply turned towards him. The door creaked slowly in the dim light. A tense, dead silence hung in the air. A gloomy figure in a mask loomed in the darkness, and coldly stated that it had been waiting for Thor for a long time. The young alchemist confidently stepped into the majestic throne room with the elven maid. A diverse crowd of monsters and warriors had already gathered around, to whom the ruler expressed gratitude for their visit. Thor's eyes sparkled. He brought an entirely new material. The Lord introduced the young man as his personal alchemist and tasked him with starting the presentation. "New material?" the ruler asked dully. Sweat from shock emerged from under the mask. Thor managed to create an unknown substance during a routine crafting session. The boy simply smiled casually, confirming this incredible fact. He slightly bowed and asked those present to check if his invention would be suitable for practical use. The elf pointed to a table with 4 scrolls and proudly presented the magical fabric, a material fused with magical stones. She carefully pressed the scroll to her chest and added that each segment resonates with the mana and has attributes of earth, water, fire, or wind. A crowd of fierce monsters and warriors stared at the table in silent silence. The Lord personally took the fabric in his hands, carefully examining each fiber. The horned demon thoughtfully rubbed his chin. No one in this world had ever heard of such a matter. The Minotaur tensed his powerful arms to the point of cracking, but the fabric with the attribute of the earth withstood even his beastly strength. The crowd erupted in an ecstatic roar. The dwarf was calculating the benefits. The fire material would keep warm in winter, the wind material would save from the heat by the stove, so clothes needed to be sewn immediately. The lizardman was amazed as he stroked the fabric of the water, which turned out to be so smooth that it did not catch on his tough scales at all, and he sincerely praised the incredible creation of Thor. The young man stood in the midst of joyful noise with a warm smile. Seeing how his alchemy changed the lives of others for the better was true happiness for him. The horned advisor respectfully placed his hand on his chest. He supported his master. People need time for testing. The ruler in the mask calmly acknowledged that Thor's magical fabric is a true wonder, but the peasants always fear the unknown. The young man's eyes suddenly lit up. He suggested using the invention against the demonic beasts. The ruler asked with interest if the boy had a specific plan. The advisor listened silently. Thor reminded about the hellish heat near the volcano where monsters nest, and suggested sewing cooling clothing for the soldiers with the element of wind. The Lord sharply extended his clawed hand and ordered to allocate materials for this immediately. The advisor nodded approvingly. The Lord paused for a moment in thought. Thor respectfully knelt, promising that the new equipment would bring them victory. Suddenly, the ruler asked if the boy had thought about creating a fabric with the attribute of light or darkness. After all, if Thor has mastered the 4 basic elements, what prevents him from going further? At the head of the advisor stood a sweat. He nervously replied that even the genius of the guy was not capable of going that far. Thor smirked slyly and suggested to the master to take a closer look. At his signal, Mabel joyfully stepped forward to showcase the magical fabrics of light and darkness. The elf sharply raised the dark cloth above her head. The crowd of demons behind gasped in astonishment. She proudly handed the bundle to the Lord and explained that the fabric darkens from the mana. The dark cloak unfurled in the air. However, Thor saw a significant drawback. the material absorbed light only on the surface, allowing rays to penetrate through the gaps. That is why he carelessly suggested sewing thick curtains from it for those who love to sleep during the day. The Lord thoughtfully rubbed his chin, logically assuming that the second fabric acted in the opposite way and let light through. Thor awkwardly looked away and fell silent. The Lord carefully repeated his assumption, waiting for a response. Suddenly, the cloak on Thor became completely transparent. The demons stared in shock, and the boy honestly admitted it was a failure. He awkwardly shrugged his shoulders as the fabric did not make the wearer invisible, but only became glass-like for the light. The Lord concluded that these effects are useless on their own, but they can be combined with the magic of combat elements. The man in the mask thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The blonde demoness broke into a proud smile, announcing that Lord Thor had once again brought great spoils to their master. The crowd of creatures erupted in applause, and the blonde Kelv awkwardly clutched his chest. While Thor was reporting to the ruler, the young man joyfully opened his mouth, trying to add something. But suddenly he fell silent. He quickly composed himself and put on a carefree smile again. Thor squinted from under his mask, noticing that such fanatical diligence frankly frightened him. Bowing respectfully before the giant silhouette of the Lord on the throne, the advisor announced the final gift. He showed the rope-bound handle, carelessly throwing in that it was an unremarkable trifle. The man turned around and asked Kelv for help with the final demonstration. The naivety instantly vanished from the young man's face, replaced by a predatory, confident squint as he harshly cut in, "This is a magical sword." The crowd froze, unable to believe their own eyes. Before them was a magical sword, an exact replica of the legendary weapon of the first demon lord, which even the combined forces of elves and dwarves could not reproduce. The masked ruler squinted in shock, realizing that Tora had indeed achieved the impossible. His clawed fingers gently rested on the wrapped handle. The boy stood silently under the growing noise of the hall. The non-humans stared at him in absolute shock. Suddenly, Thor raised his gaze and seriously addressed the Lord. He asked for a favor. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man resolutely declared that he would go with the army on a campaign against the monsters. The horned demoness acknowledged his logic, as only Thor could tune the magical artifacts he created on the battlefield. However, her gaze suddenly became heavier. She categorically stated that she is against his participation. Thor did not back down and passionately argued that the expedition simply could not manage without his help with the new equipment. The dispute was interrupted by the Lord himself, grimly announcing fresh intelligence data. They were facing an absolutely unknown enemy of unclear origin. And when the number of 1,000 monsters was announced, the crowd was seized by horror. It was twice the size of their entire united army. The masked advisor grimly noted that the enemy's army is relentlessly growing every day. He ordered Tora to wait for the results in the castle, explicitly warning that he could not guarantee his safety. The young man clenched his fist until it cracked, remembering the tearful Mabel and her desperate attempt to warn about the threat. A sudden loud cough interrupted the memories. Thor shuddered and focused his gaze. The advisor was just reading a message from the Empire. They demanded that the subjects of the demons witness the power of the holy sword with their own eyes. Thor lowered his head, understanding the scale of the danger. The enemy was about to unleash ultimate weaponry from the world of heroes. The words of Mabel surfaced in memory that his goal is not just a dream, but a true ambition. Gathering his courage, Thor addressed the Lord and reminded him of his main goal. The crowd murmured distrustfully upon hearing the audacious promise to create a weapon capable of shattering the holy sword. The ruler was openly intrigued by the ambassador of the Empire, who suddenly decided to forge for the demons in order to realize his mad scheme. Thor's gaze became sharp as a razor. He loudly vowed to forge a magical blade that would forever overshadow the legendary weapon. The local blacksmiths were initially stunned, but then they eagerly became passionate about seeing Mr. Thor's work with their own eyes. The shining blade soared upwards. Thor fervently declared that he must see the sacred sword in action with his own eyes. He looked pleadingly at the ruler. The demon lord tightly gripped the hilt of his blade with his claws. For now, it is just a prototype, but for the sake of a great purpose, it will surpass the best weapon in this world. The clawed fingers tightened their grip on the hilt of the blade even more. In response, there was only a thoughtful humming. Behind the mask, the lord pondered grimly. This young man had come into their world already prepared to die. The burden of this fact weighed on him. Thor respectfully knelt while the Lord inquired whether he understood the full danger of his request. The ruler was torn. As a friend, he wanted to support the young man's dream, but the status of the Lord of Demons required him to think differently. Thor's eyes burned with unyielding determination. Thor interrupted the master, breaking the silence. He admitted that although he hopes for their magical items, he still fears sending his friend to death. However, he has no right to take away his inspiration. Suddenly, joyful shouts burst into the conversation. The crowd of subordinates was chanting the title of the master, burning with impatience to see the legendary weapon. The horned assistant was shocked, stunned by such wild excitement among the demons. The hall was filled with the screams of the crowd, which ecstatically welcomed their majesty. The Lord sat immovably on the throne, surrounded by a forest of raised fists. Behind the alchemist stood the entire crowd, and the Lord acknowledged that with such support, there was nowhere left to retreat. No emotions could be read from beneath the terrifying white mask. The Lord reminded of his promise. Seeing such passion and determination, he can only accept the young man's aspirations. As a lord, I cannot refuse, he said firmly. The horned advisor stared in surprise at the king when he suddenly announced the transfer of the alchemist Tor to the logistics department. The order sounded sharp and final. The lord abruptly thrust his hand forward, demanding that the court alchemist follow him in 3 days. I'm so glad everything has been settled, Mr. Tor, the happy elven maid exclaimed. She playfully winked, reminding him that she remained his constant assistant. Tor laughed heartily, instantly realizing that the cunning Mabel had known about this plan from the very beginning. He looked at the girl warmly and confessed that he did not deserve her at all. The boy's face was illuminated by a sincere smile, and he shouted words of gratitude to his king with all his heart. The horned girl handed Tor a bundle, noting with a smile that he was practically glowing at the thought of the upcoming meeting with the sacred sword. The boy's eyes truly burned with genuine happiness. The elf girl watched his joy with relief. She was most worried about Thor, but now he was supported by everyone. The soldier panicked and burst into a scream, unwilling to listen to any apologies. For him, it meant only one thing: complete failure and inevitable death. Opposite, the old man nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead, whimpering in a trembling voice about the unprecedented failure. He hopelessly lowered his head into the shadow, acknowledging his complete helplessness. The officer, in despair, exclaimed that General of the Demon Lords had cut off all paths to negotiations. At these words, the old man turned pale. Sweat poured from the soldier as he shouted about his perfect plan, approved by the minister himself and the fierce temperament of the Lord of Flame. He did not doubt for a moment that the demons would gladly use Thor as cannon fodder. In complete helplessness, the officer collapsed into the chair and desperately grabbed his head. Thor was supposed to become an ordinary victim, ground to dust, so why did everything turn out this way? The old man just shrugged his shoulders. He had no idea what kind of devilry was happening on enemy lands. The soldier's face twisted sharply in shock when he received the absurd news about Thor being someone's future son-in-law. Hunched over, he began to feverishly sift through the options. Did the boy leak the Empire's secrets, beg for mercy on his knees, or did the demons simply see some benefit in him? He froze, wearily bowing his head, and assumed that the demons simply had their own ideas about the guy. The Duke grimaced fiercely, calling the one who ruined his plan a shameless scoundrel. The Duke angrily shouted at his subordinate when suddenly another guard burst into the hall shouting about trouble. The soldier's face was twisted by horror. The Minister of War himself appeared at the door. An uninvited guest in a cloak dryly apologized while squeezing forward. The Duke covered his mouth with his hand, not realizing what had brought the minister himself here. The Duke was stunned. The gray man with a monocle sharply stated that he had come to personally verify the failure of their plan. The guards fell to their knees with a shout. Rihas recoiled, blinking in shock. The man, whose status significantly exceeded that of a duke, calmly stated that he had only come to talk. The mentor of the third princess and one of the 3 highest officials of the empire silently towered over those present. His order sounded cold and unequivocal. The operation is cancelled. Sweating profusely, the Duke pitifully babbled about minor miscalculations and temporary difficulties. Busen blinked in confusion. His face was covered in sticky sweat as he asked in a trembling voice where the general had learned everything. The man with the monocle didn't even turn around, coldly cutting off that insulting a soldier on his own territory is unacceptable. But the real point of no return was the attempt to eliminate his own son. For a moment, the general's face twisted with rage, and he sharply filtered that he no longer saw the point in playing hide and seek. In just a second, he calmly explained that he had long sent his spy into their unit. The traitor waved his hands in fear, inventing excuses on the go about a secret part of the plan. The general harshly interrupted him, reminding him of the sole purpose: to keep the empire from war with the Lord of Demons. He loomed over the frightened subordinate and barked that there were no plans for a sham trial against his son. Ignoring his pitiful whimpering, the commander ordered to gather in another place, which the mustached man eagerly seized like a lifeline. The mustached man perked up with hope, ready to follow, but the commander coldly pointed him to another assignment. However, the general looked at him only with cold disdain, emphasizing that everything could have ended peacefully if he had stopped his financial scam in time. Vusin forced a nervous smile, still unaware of the scale of the disaster. The sentence rang out mercilessly. He was being sent to the south of the empire to fight side by side with ordinary soldiers at the epicenter of a new armed conflict. The man's eyes widened in horror, and a pitiful babble escaped his mouth. He fell to his knees, begging the stern leader to give him a chance to justify himself at the council, but received only a cold permission to speak there. The old man raised his finger and cut off. Thor is now a forbidden topic, and boasting about sending such a person to the demons is simply absurd. Glancing over his shoulder, he added one more thing: not a word about his own son either. In just 10 days, the boy gained the trust of an elite demon general and even spoke of marriage, which would have left his father breathless with shock. The old man mercilessly continued: the young man knows exactly that they wanted to make him a scapegoat, so the empire is forced to abandon him. The man's face was distorted. He was drooling and incoherently groaning in despair. The leader dryly noted that a young man with such connections could have become an ideal pawn, but due to his father's foolishness, the chance was lost. Narrowing his eyes, the old man concluded: the man could have gained a huge benefit from this, but he ruined everything. The father's eye twitched with sticky fear. The woman knight contemptuously remarked that he didn't even think, but simply drenched his son in filth and sent him to certain death. Memories of his own betrayal hit the man when he was harshly told that from now on he was just a living dead man. How did this useless earn the trust of the strongest demon general? The old man retorted. Crouched on the floor, the crushed father could only pitifully mumble that his son had no combat skills whatsoever. The man in glasses calmly praised someone else's noble ideas while his interlocutor was choking on the scream about duty to the empire. The duke's face twisted with rage and sweat as he shouted about the natural right of the nobility to serve the state. The interlocutor suddenly grew gloomy and asked in an icy tone whether he was ready to do what he demanded of his own son. Hearing that to appease the Lord of Demons he would have to renounce his title, the Duke instantly turned pale and pitifully forced out a refusal. The man turned and headed towards the building of the Supreme Council, suggesting to continue the conversation there, which caused the Duke to experience a fit of primal terror. The polite request to keep company sounded like a death sentence. The Duke's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, and a continuous hysterical scream was escaping from his open mouth. The mustached commander grimly rode in the carriage, resigned to the inglorious end of his legend. The crew was gently rolling along the forest road. Suddenly the man jolted. In your imagination, place again the tormented winged knight on a half-alive horse in the middle of the wasteland. No, not everything yet. His eye twitched nervously and a wild hope flashed in his gaze. He remembered the newborn foal that wobbled weakly on its thin legs. The foal fell, but the mare gently nudged it with her muzzle. Another memory flashed before his eyes. He was brutally beating his son, justifying it as a typical family quarrel. The commander feverishly convinced himself that the boy was humiliating himself before the generals solely for his sake. He clenched his fist before the whitening of the bones, realizing with hatred towards himself that one timely letter could have prevented it all. He feverishly insisted that there was only a small misunderstanding between them and that his son was waiting for help and reconciliation from him. The gray man with a monocle opposite blinked in shock. The commander desperately fired that Thor might very well want to return to them. The young man suddenly burst into hysterical screams, demanding to write the Torah and expose him as a spy and a loyal dog of the empire. The sweaty man grinned maliciously and poked himself with his finger, justifying it by saying that the demon lord had given the deceased a pathetic rank of D anyway. The gray commander in glasses barely suppressed his disgust at this conversation, but suddenly a cunning plan matured in his mind. Walking along the forest path, he decided to write a letter to Torurigas. This step was meant to sow seeds of doubt in the Dark Lord himself. Meanwhile, over the sprawling city walls of the capital of the Dulgaria Empire, a game of its own was unfolding. The third Princess Liana respectfully knelt before the ruler. From the height of the throne, a massive shadow of the father addressed her. The emperor grimly announced a new threat in the borderlands. Giant spiders had appeared there. His gaze turned to stone. The peace negotiations with the demons have ultimately failed, so now the empire had to prove its strength in battle. The ruler entrusted this punitive mission to Liana, noting her indomitable spirit. The princess pressed her hand to her chest, vowing to remind her enemies that Dulgaria is the land of the heirs of true heroes. To instill absolute terror in the demons, the father allowed her to use the main relic. She received the sacred sword, with which warriors from another world once fought. 3 men strained to carry a massive chest with a coat of arms. Suddenly, the servants in front gasped in fear. The girl's eye widened. Princess Liana confidently declared that the light of heroes would henceforth become the power of the empire. The mustached nobleman nodded approvingly. Clutching the legendary blade, the girl proudly accepted the title of guardian and promised the world a second coming of heroes. And then unexpectedly asked for a meeting with her twin sister Sophia. The man reminded her of the long journey to the lands of demons and asked if this was her last wish before the expedition. Liana said she would be back soon and confidently walked away. The priest nearby carefully pressed the sword wrapped in cloth to his chest. "All right, I allow it," the nobleman replied sternly after her. The princess turned with a barely perceptible sly smile and stealthily thanked his highness. Shining with happiness, she spread her arms and rushed to meet her sister Sophia. Liana stood frozen at the entrance of the garden pavilion, having heard her name. At the table sat a princess who, with a gentle smile, confessed that she had been looking forward to this meeting. As soon as she respectfully called the guest Princess of the Holy Sword, the warrior's cheeks flushed. She awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand, begging for no more jokes like that. The princess surprisingly reminded about the palace ceremony where Liana was supposed to be right now. The warrior frowned and cut in that the ceremony was already over, and she didn't care about anything except her sister's health. The question of the true reason for this sudden visit still hung in the air. But the princess only smiled gently, echoed the words about health and offered tea. "Sister, let me do this for the maids," Liana shouted, rushing to stop her. However, the girl did not listen and calmly took the kettle. The hot drink quietly poured into the porcelain. "Sister," Liana whispered helplessly. The princess happily explained that she wants to do everything herself for such a guest. On the dark surface of the poured tea, the face of the warrior woman, filled with hidden anxiety, was reflected. The princess sadly lowered her gaze, bitterly admitting that this high title actually should not have gone to her. Everything was decided by a simple lack of strength. She smiled gently, reminding her sister of her incredible physical strength. The princess herself would not even be able to handle the sacred sword, turning the legendary weapon into a worthless waste of treasure. Ultimately, her own place suited her perfectly. The girl shifted her gaze to the massive blade, acknowledging that her light magic was nowhere near as powerful as her sister's. She calmly stated the harsh reality. If she were born an ordinary noblewoman, she would have become a political hostage, and if a commoner, she would have gone as cannon fodder to war. While sipping tea, she noted that the Duke of Riga's son was sent to the demons in just that way. "A hostage in a foreign country?" the younger one asked in shock. The princess's face frowned at the mention of the unknown wanderer, who was able to restore only half of the sword. An old memory flashed before my eyes, as the maid carried the shards of the blade right on a tray. Someone's fingers cautiously reached out to the mangled steel. Then it became a harsh punishment for the failed attempt to repair the magical weapon. The gloomy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sister. She shone happily, showered compliments, and slyly asked if she had finally figured everything out. Hearing the call to come closer, Liana only smiled mysteriously. She sat down at the table and carelessly lit a magical flame above her finger while her sister gathered her thoughts. Liana gently blew on the spark. The sister did not take her eyes off her. She had extremely important advice for her. In an instant, Liana unfolded the soundproof barrier, greatly frightening the girl. She tried to gently calm her down. However, the sister was almost crying, pleading not to waste magic because of her too weak body. Liana didn't care, now their conversation was securely hidden from foreign ears. The sister tried to reach out to her, but she just jokingly checked her forehead for a fever. Setting aside these games, the girl spoke directly about the main threat, the Lord of the Demons of the North. Liana noticeably hesitated and nodded uncertainly. The sister tightly grasped her hands and sternly warned, no matter how great her strength was, there would always be insurmountable enemies in the world. Liana's naive suggestion to simply hit them with force was immediately dismissed by her sister. Her gaze became icy. Demons need to be understood, not blindly intimidated. Liana smiled warmly and promised to remember these words. She guiltily lowered her head, as she couldn't even imagine how much she had made her sister worry. She gently assured that a child's sincerity and spontaneity could one day save Liana's life. In the silence, a bitter warning rang out. Ill-wishers will definitely try to take advantage of this. With concern in her eyes, the sister asked her to be extremely careful. Liana nodded silently. The sister emphasized once again the importance of this conversation. Then the girl playfully touched her lips and noted that her relative always speaks directly what she thinks. This remark instantly threw the sister off balance. She froze in confusion, struck by such insight. Liana just smiled widely, explaining that now her teacher was none other than Zagrand himself. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a female figure from the shadows, who dryly demanded a report amid the echo of hurried footsteps. The calm tea party of the princesses was interrupted by the grim minister of war, Zarand. The maid barely managed to report his arrival. The old man did not hesitate. The emperor ordered Liana to immediately lead the troops to the lands of the demon lord. Immediately, Sophia jumped up in horror. She looked pleadingly at the minister, asking to save Liana. Zaranda's profile remained stone-faced. Then the girl, with tears, asked her sister to be careful. But the old soldier sharply reprimanded Sophia. This war does not concern her. You want to be the perfect princess, don't you? He cut in with an icy tone. Liana sharply reproached Zarand for his rudeness towards her sister, and he, sweating, could only mumble that there was no time to waste. Liana submissively pressed her hand to her chest and accepted the order. Sophia silently fell silent. The Steel Army set out on a campaign. The princess was left alone, nervously clasping her hands. The girl in armor was intently gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, a column of wagons moved through the lands of the demon lord. A detachment set out south to destroy a dangerous monster. The caravan slowly wound its way along the winding mountain path. The striking force of the squad was made up of burly armed minotaurs. They were supported by a unit of elven mages. The horned demoness was still outraged. Kelv had flatly refused to hide the cargo in her magical spatial chamber. Because of this, weapons, armor, and food had to be transported in the old way on regular support carts. However, Kelvin was right. Empty carts and one strange box instead of the usual bags of supplies would only make the soldiers anxious. Sitting inside, the young man tightly clenched his hands, silently pleading for everything to turn out well. He tried to relax. They had already done their part of the work. Kelv quietly called Mabel, who was sitting tense with her eyes tightly shut. He gently asked her not to get worked up, but the elven maid suddenly jumped up and vowed to protect him at the cost of her own life. The young man froze in confusion. But Mabel could no longer be stopped. She was fiercely clenching her fists, burning with enthusiasm. Mabel sincerely admitted that Thor had become very important to both her and their entire region. The boy awkwardly waved it off, but the elf girl suddenly clenched her fists and exclaimed that she would protect him at the cost of her own life. Thor just blinked in confusion. The maid was glowing with combat determination, and then she looked at him again with soft, absolute devotion. She vigorously waved her fists, ready to tear apart at least a dozen spider monsters for him, to which Thor smiled in gratitude and fully trusted her. A sudden gust of wind tousled his hair. The boy turned around and called Mabel. He explained that he would find a comfortable position so that Ms. Ruki could safely test her magical sword in battle. Both looked ahead and froze. The spectacle on the horizon captured their attention. In the valley, a huge tent camp spread out with long lines of wagon caravans. The imperial troops had also arrived at the site. In a few days, the Demon Lord's army reached the mountain pass to meet the imperial forces. The Minotaurs destroyed the large tent. The command needed to rest before the negotiations. The long-haired elf calmly closed his eyes. His summer comrade looked worried. The one-eyed Minotaur silently brooded. Soon, envoys of the Empire appeared, a young man and an elf in maidservant attire. The demon lord stepped forward in a deafening mask and thanked his subordinates for their service. Meanwhile, the imperial general, along with a squad of lizardmen, set out to scout the lair of the monster Gargaros. He tensed up and tightly gripped the telescope, anticipating a sudden attack from the monster. But instead of a fierce battle, the scouts saw only a fallen forest and a gigantic skeleton in the clouds of smoke. When the news of the dead monster reached the camp, the demon lord thoughtfully noted that everything had ended too quickly. The long-haired elf humbly agreed with his majesty. The minotaur silently confirmed these words. The old elf sighed heavily. None of them were prepared for such a turn of events. The demons relaxed in the shade, openly enjoying the unexpected freshness under the tent. The elf explained with a smile, their new magical underwear instantly evaporates sweat, turning heat into a trifle. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the entrance with a request to come in. The young man happily added that the enchanted fabric guarantees a constant, pleasant breeze. The masked leader briefly confirmed his words. A cat girl peeked in from outside and immediately beckoned everyone to follow her, pointing at something interesting. She fell to one knee, cheerfully reporting the successful delivery of army supplies. A sudden movement of her hand, and she proudly tore off the camouflage veil. The boy calmly noted that even the so-called useless, transparent fabric of light found its perfect application here. Inside, heavy barrels rose in dense rows, containing provisions for an entire army for several days. The attendees were left speechless by what they saw. The scout wiped her sweat and smugly grunted, boasting about the incredible comfort of these new hideouts. The harsh voice of the horned chancellor made her flinch in fear and stammer nervously. But instead of a reprimand, he burst into an excited cry, struck by the beauty of the tents, while the girl merely nodded in relief. The girl with cat ears excitedly clasped her hands, exclaiming how convenient it was. Someone's hand tightly grasped the swollen bag while the girl with cat ears trembled with curiosity, begging to see the hidden contents. Just a minute, they pressed her, but she only nodded happily, not taking her hypnotized eyes off the cargo. The tent flap was thrown back, and in front of the horned lord stood a row of transparent bags, tightly packed with select provisions. The masked advisor pressed the sweating king, demanding that he immediately show the food to the anxious soldiers, and while the lord was embarrassed, the girl had already cheerfully saluted. The demon lord gathered the commanders at the table, and before the meeting with the Imperials named their common target, the demonic beast Gargarasa. The creature was breeding at a frantic pace. Hundreds of eggs were already hanging in the forest, and the insatiable brood was ravaging their lands every day. The advisor in the cloak confidently insisted that they were capable of cutting down the monsters themselves, without the help of the Empire. The princess tightened her collar with tension. She sharply rejected the idea, refusing to send her soldiers to certain death for the sake of pride. The girl clenched her fist and announced a full-scale offensive along with the Imperial troops. Her gaze forbade any arguments. The old elf smiled gently. The one-eyed beastman silently accepted the order. The young man listened intently. The horned elf reminded those present about the strategy. Victory would unite them with their neighbors, and the reclaimed mines would restart trade. Immediately after this, the commanders moved on to the details of the combat plan. The elf squeezed the reports, realizing the historic moment. Their countries would fight side by side for the first time. The intelligence reported that the monsters had covered the entire mountainside with webs, so instead of a suicidal frontal attack, they decided to lure the spiders into open terrain. The assault was decided to begin with fire. The general's troops were to burn the web using Lord Thor's magical fire capsules. Instead of charging to certain death up close to the monsters, the wizards received laser pointers for safe targeting. The horned strategist reported that the devastating magical barrage of the elves would strike first. The wizard in the mask confirmed with satisfaction that this power would be enough to clear the path of cobwebs. Only after the artillery preparation will the heavy infantry break into close combat. The increased range allowed the elves to shoot the enemy without fear from a completely safe zone. To ensure the minotaurs withstand the upcoming meat grinder, they were given health enhancement pendants. The maneuverable squads of lizards were tasked with clearing the perimeter of small spiders that would flee from the flames. Having laid out the entire plan in detail, the horned one calmly asked if anyone present had questions. The infantry was preemptively protected from friendly fire. the minotaurs were enveloped in a powerful water mist capable of withstanding the hellish heat of generals' attacks. Suddenly, all four commanders fell silent and intently stared at their master, making him nervously sweat under their gazes. The minotaur and the old elf immediately rushed to calm him, promising your majesty complete safety in the distant rear. The minotaur confidently reported that their squads were perfectly balanced for this battle. Suddenly, the old elf hesitated and with open fear asked whether they really had any protection against Gargarasa herself and her threads. The team was simply overwhelmed by such a flow of news. The noise was interrupted by a man in a mask, who coldly ordered everyone not to relax and to be ready for battle. The woman calmly asked Kelv how their joint operation with the Empire was progressing. Meanwhile, the elf and the minotaur behind were shouting in agreement with the Lord's previous command. He sternly reminded that even with a strengthened army, safety can easily turn into defeat. The horned commander lowered his head in guilt. There had been no news from the Imperial Guard yet. He added that he had long provided them with deployment plans, but the Allies stubbornly concealed their own actions. Kelv scowled fiercely under the mask. Still, he exclaimed indignantly, the habits of the Imperials were known to all. Upon seeing the enemy's weakness, they would not wait for the Demon Lord's troops and would strike first. The boy nodded gloomily, absolutely certain that this is exactly what they would do. At that moment, a guard burst into the tent with an urgent report. The guy didn't send out the reconnaissance for nothing, as he understood from the beginning that verbal agreements with the Empire were worthless. The hissing lizard man shouted from the threshold, the Imperial vanguard has already charged into battle against the demonic creatures. The subordinate approached his master for orders while he analyzed the enemy's tactics, which had provoked gargaros with small spiders and driven them onto a rocky outcrop beneath the mountain. The one-eyed commander sternly issued the order. Their mission was to show the Lord of Demons the true might of the Empire. It all started a little earlier. 1,000-strong army lined up in a perfect wedge, responding to the commander's call to slay the monsters with a loud roar. He stepped back, inviting Princess Liana to speak. Liana stepped forward with a gentle smile, sympathizing with the soldiers for the difficult road and the hellish heat. The commander listened respectfully. The stern guards were touched and let out a heartfelt sigh from such care. But in reality, Liana was simply dying. Sweat was pouring down like a river, the armor was pressing down, and the only thought in her head was, I wish I could be home with my sister. We are full of strength, the soldiers shouted fanatically, completely destroying her hope for a rest. Suddenly, a troubling report came in. Intelligence detected the approach of the demonic beast Gargaros. Liana resignedly closed her eyes. The commander flinched at the news, not noticing how the princess behind him comically grimaced in frustration. However, in a moment she straightened up and called out to the army to fulfill their sacred duty. 300 elite fighters erupted with a battle cry, preparing to wipe the pitiful 100 demons off the face of the earth. The princess triumphantly raised her sword, calling on the army to wipe the monsters to dust and prove the might of the Demon Lord's empire. She was gently reminded of the agreed action plan. She nodded impassively. The infantry takes on the small spiders while she strikes the main beast with the sacred blade. The advisor in the monocle confidently stated that with a threefold advantage in numbers, they would easily crush the enemy without outside help. He then sternly warned that the holy weapon quickly dries up the mana, so the leader must be killed in a matter of minutes. The old man ordered her to keep the mana safe, for as soon as the giant is killed, the soldiers will trample the remaining spiders without hindrance, and the girl wearily replied that she knows everything. At first, the girl obediently agreed to play the role of the perfect heiress, but then she sharply retorted to the constant lectures. She coldly cut off that she was not going to disgrace herself in front of the demons. She was frankly annoyed by these endless repetitions of the same thing. The advisor and the burly warrior smugly grinned, confident in their fearless heroine. And at that moment, a predatory, openly psychopathic smile spread across the princess's face. The earth trembled. The advisor joyfully reported the enemy's approach, but instantly fell silent upon seeing the gigantic horde that far exceeded all their calculations. His eye widened nervously in shock. Through the cloud of sawdust, terrifying silhouettes emerged. There were significantly more enemies than anyone had expected, and they were much larger than anyone anticipated. The soldiers closed their ranks. Right at them charged the gigantic hexenbeast accompanied by a whole swarm of spiders. The many-eyed monsters charged into the attack, hungrily gaping their fang-filled jaws. An endless horde of monsters rolled down the slope like a solid avalanche. The gigantic demonic beast was breeding an army of spiders so rapidly that the scouts couldn't keep their reports updated. The man in the hood gloomily studied the numbers, demanding to act with utmost caution. His one-eyed partner only muttered a quiet curse, intently examining the living sea of creatures. The mindless horde was met with a measured tactic and perfect formation by the people. The drummers beat out the battle rhythm. The infantry clashed their shields against a solid wall. Monsters with a scream opened their fang-filled jaws. With a crash, the first monster blindly slammed into the steel barrier. The warrior clenched his teeth under the shield, holding back the furious onslaught. At that moment, the order was given to the archers. The sky darkened from the hundreds of arrows released. The deadly rain pierced the shells of the front spiders. The infantrymen gripped the battle axe more firmly. The downpour of arrows continued to mercilessly pin the shrill monsters to the ground. The infantry crushed the spiders with halberds splattering blood, until the commander with the monocle gave the order to the mages. Deadly spells whistled through the air straight into the midst of the enemies. The battlefield trembled from the impact. A series of explosions tore the creature apart, raising clouds of dust and smoke. As soon as the enemy's pressure eased, heavy cavalry charged into the battle to break a corridor to the giant spider. The commander fiercely drove the army forward. The knightly swords ruthlessly cut into the enemy flesh. Sharp blades with a crunch sliced through the tusked jaws in half. Clearing the way, the commander reported to Her Majesty that it was time to strike at the main target. She didn't even open her eyes and simply coldly issued the command. At that moment, a colossal shot fired through the crowd of monsters, creating a perfectly straight path all the way to the leader. The commander was openly impressed by the impeccable coordination of the Imperial Army. The last step remained to use the sacred weapon and put an end to this misunderstanding. With an icy gaze, the queen raised the sacred sword of Dalgar. The man with the monocle grinned predaciously, radiating a sinister aura. In an instant, the name of the legendary weapon echoed, the sacred sword of Dalgaria. Through the wall of rain, a deafening animal roar cut through. The giant monster reared up. The knightly cavalry charged into the attack with a battle cry. But the front rows instantly fell to the ground with a crash amid cries of despair. The monster roared deafeningly, looming over the field. A huge army was frozen in horror. One of the knights desperately swung his sword, calling for battle. The one-eyed commander drew his sword and shouted to the cavalry to clear the way. The roar of a single beast was enough to break the fighting spirit of the empire. Suddenly, the horsemen froze in shock. The black deadly strike tore their ranks apart, mixing bodies and armor with blood. The commander shouted in panic for His Highness to hold the line and retreat. Looking at the slaughter with wide eyes filled with horror, the young man realized this cannot go on. Along with the splashes of blood, someone's helmet flew into the air. The heavy blade swung down and cleaved the monster, black blood splattered. The blade passed through with a crunch. On the battlefield, a chariot burst in at full speed with a loud cry, "Your Highnesses." The girl firmly gripped her gigantic sword. Her instincts told her that the best moment to strike had come. Her gaze sharply focused. In the midst of the bloody meat grinder, she saw a clear line leading straight to the main target, a giant spider. "I will avenge you," she said, sweeping off the head of the nearest enemy with a single stroke. The warrior charged forward, biting into the crowd of small monsters. Sparks and pieces of flesh flew from each of her devastating swings. In response, the giant monster horrifyingly gaped its hairy jaws. Meanwhile, the one-eyed commander desperately shouted, "Protect His Highness at all costs." He sent magical troops to attack the leader and ordered the infantry to hold the retreat routes. The hairy giant stared at them with dozens of terrifying eyes. With a barely noticeable smile, the girl commanded everyone to watch as the magical blade flew forward with a whistle. A giant spider with a skull-shaped shell grinned menacingly. The girl grasped the hilt of her massive sword. She unleashed the full power of the sacred sword of Dalgaria, a legacy of ancient heroes. A blinding energy beam shot from the blade and raced straight towards the monster. The flash tore through the air. The destructive wave swept away everything in its path. The soldiers behind joyfully cheered, celebrating the swift victory. The mangled carcass of the monster settled in thick smoke. Suddenly, the creature's back burst, and a continuous stream of new spiders poured out. Someone was frozen in horror. The giant's belly turned out to be a living incubator. She turned around anxiously. The wounded monster roared fiercely, and the girl realized, If she didn't finish it off now, it would be the end for everyone. Damn, she cursed and abruptly jumped to her feet. With one leap, she soared into the air and struck with her sword in a sweeping motion. A blinding flash cut through the air, the holy sword struck down. The desperate cry of Rei merged with the roar as the massive attack hit its target. But the giant spider monster remained unscathed and only roared fiercely. The black trail of energy deeply scarred the earth. A devastating blow went into the void. The girl's eyes widened in panic. She missed. Tiny spiders distracted her at the last moment, stealing her only chance for an instant kill of the monster. Trembling fingers clenched the handle convulsively, and cold sweat rolled down the face. She was gasping for air, horrified to realize that she had wasted all her mana and remaining strength on this incident. Her legs gave way, and the exhausted warrior helplessly fell back onto the debris of the broken cart. The commander sharply thrust his hand forward and shouted for the magical squad to open fire. The smoke cleared, revealing a giant spider. The commander hoped that the attack with the holy sword had at least seriously wounded the creature. Thick clouds of dust still concealed the aftermath of the powerful strike. The man's face suddenly turned to stone. Through the veil of smoke, the torn flesh of the monster emerged. But the monster emerged from the cloud completely alive and grinning eerily, mocking that it felt no pain at all. The commander immediately changed tactics, ordering a retreat to save his majesty and regroup. At that moment, a torrent of small spiders rushed at the soldiers, breaking through the defense and disrupting the formation. The man was feverishly thinking, only a personal strike from His Highness could break through this armor. Suddenly he jolted sharply. The Imperial Guard barely withstood the first wave, so the commander bet on a bloody war of attrition against the numerically superior enemy. Powerful magical explosions began to shred the swarms of spiders, breaking their advance. The infantry, clad in armor, held the wall of shields with all their might under the furious onslaught. The ground suddenly trembled with a heavy rumble. The commander froze, sensing a new deadly threat. The one-eyed minister squinted intently, confident in their chances of victory. The commander's gaze remained cold and focused. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shook with a dull rumble. "This can't be," he exclaimed, peering out of the cart in shock. Subordinates panicked and cried out about the sudden appearance of enemy reinforcements. The guard's voice broke into a hysterical scream. The minister sharply interrupted the speculation about a routine ambush. Something much worse was looming. The horizon was engulfed by a massive cloud of dust, from which an incessant roar rolled in. The commander's face twisted with rage at the realization they had been cruelly deceived. From the dust, an ugly, many-eyed monster grinned maliciously. The army found itself in a dead end. An innumerable horde of giant spiders surrounded the soldiers on all sides. From the darkness, hundreds of hungry eyes glimmered ominously. The infantry huddled behind their shields, horrified by the absolute superiority of the beasts, which numbered no less than 500. Cold sweat rolled down the pale faces of the warriors from the realization of their own doom. The giant shadow of the monster loomed over the army of knights and spiders. For him, this countless horde was just a light snack. The girl helplessly fell to her knees and laughed hysterically. Her mana had run out completely. Suddenly, stones flew apart with a crash behind her back. She forced herself to rise and gripped the sword's handle tightly. Now her only hope was bare fencing. Before her loomed a hideous, many-eyed giant. Surviving in a fight with such a beast without heroic powers was simply impossible. She flinched at the terrifying roar. "It's impossible!" Her lips trembled and tears of utter helplessness welled up in her eyes. With a clatter, the blade slipped from her hands, and she fell to the ground. Her legs trembled slightly, covered in cold sweat. The giant had already opened his drooling mouth, preparing to swallow her, when suddenly the girl noticed a strange red spot right on the top of his head. The eye widened sharply in shock. The girl froze under the gaze of the many-eyed monster, fearfully staring at the strange red spot on its head. For a moment, everything went dark before my eyes. The monster opened its mouth wide in hunger, drooling from its gigantic tongue, and she realized in shock that her life would end right here. A blinding beam of energy sliced through the air with a whistle. A powerful strike hit the ground, scattering rock fragments around. The devastating attack firmly embedded the giant beast into the ground. The many-eyed monster roared wildly in pain, sticking out its long tongue. The girl warrior was stunned. While the monster was still smoldering on the ground, a loud call to the soldiers of the Empire rang out. The one-eyed veteran with a scar stepped forward decisively and declared, "He is Rookie Everguard, Lord of the Demon Lands." Somewhere nearby, the wounded beast continued to growl hoarsely. In response, the stranger in the horned mask extended his hand, from now on his army would fight on their side. He called for action together, although the girls were still in shock from the recent attack on the monster. "Let's unite," the voice repeated insistently. The little sorceress refused to believe. The precise strike came from a place where magic simply cannot reach. And her partner finally realized the truth with horror. This powerful cover struck from the very territory of the Lord of Demons. In the next moment, the battlefield was engulfed by another destructive wave of energy. A powerful magical beam tore through the battlefield, causing the blonde girl to scream wildly. Her face twisted in panic. The explosion engulfed the giant monster, tearing a painful roar from its jaws. "United attack of 30 wizards hurts, doesn't it?" the horned sorcerer said with glee. The monster writhed helplessly in the fire. The wizard revealed his secret. The elf nearby held an artifact pointer that merged disparate spells into a single devastating blow. The ordinary-looking tube worked as a laser sight for an entire army. The horned one assessed the scale of the destruction from the impact with evident satisfaction. "Mr. Thor, did you see this?" exclaimed the elf Mabel, but the young man behind was frankly indifferent. Thor thoughtfully propped his chin up, letting the event pass by unnoticed. "Yes, I saw Mabel," he replied absolutely lethargically. In his imagination, only the luxurious holy sword, divine grace, was shining now, in which he had literally fallen in love. The boy's eyes sparkled with fanatical gleam, and his lips stretched into a greedy smile at the mere mention of this blade. And behind this misfortune, a person in a death mask silently observed. The demons from the hills silently watched as the Imperial Guard went alone to finish off the beast Gagarasa. The masked bishop suggested that the Imperials were just putting on a show to flaunt the hero's weapons and drive up the price for the princess. The princess sighed quietly, bitterly acknowledging this truth. "Did you foresee this, my lord?" the worried horned advisor asked. They knew that trusting the Empire was dangerous, as someone in the shadows had already set their sights on the sacred sword. The subordinate promised to squeeze all the secrets out of the girl right after the battle. The bishop calmly noted the enemy's brilliant tactics. It was an invaluable lesson for them. The princess herself wanted above all to prove that behind the dirty game stood only a handful of nobles, while her family had preserved its honor. Suddenly, the bishop grew gloomy, looking at the smoldering body of the monster. People had fatally underestimated its resilience. The one-eyed officer sprang into action, panicking as he shouted to Her Highness. The monster behind her did not die. It heavily rose to its feet and let out a terrifying roar. The air was torn by a fierce animal roar. "The fight is far from over," shouted the officer. The exhausted princess swayed but gripped the sword's hilt with her last strength. The man with the monocle shouted that the perimeter had been breached and ordered an immediate retreat while there was still a chance. Behind loomed the gigantic Gargarasa, a mighty monster that even the demon lord could not defeat alone. Struggling while leaning on her sacred sword, the princess listened to the final plan. It was her magic that was supposed to weaken the beast from a distance. A sinister rumble echoed over the rocky cliff. She swallowed her fatigue and, dripping with cold sweat, firmly confirmed her readiness to fight. The girl's strength had almost abandoned her, so her companion firmly supported her under the arm right in the middle of the knightly formation. Suddenly, her gaze darted sharply to the side. She froze in shock. A menacing silhouette in a dark spiked cloak silently rose on the hill behind her. A horde of spiders suddenly abandoned the Imperials and surged towards them like a deadly avalanche. The commanders did not even flinch. The princess's weapon did not work. The enemy pressed with numbers, but their plan remained unchanged. An order was given to cover the monsters with magic from a distance to slow them down before the main strike of the Minotaurs. The girl squinted intently. The squad of Minotaurs firmly gripped their axes. Their one-eyed leader activated the health pendants, and the fire magic instantly charged the fighters' bodies to full power. Immediately after, a call to the elven squad sounded, and they instantly raised their long staffs. The old elf woman lost her voice, urging her people to burn every drop of mana for the sake of victory. The elven warrior in armor gritted his teeth and vowed to make the monsters pay for the fallen and for the desecration of their lands. The hand clenched the hilt of the sword up to the whitening of the knuckles. The time had come to show the king the true might of their lineage. In the eyes of Princess Agnes, a fire ignited, and her combat stats quadrupled. Wrapped in armor, she cut off the thought of hiding behind her father's back and also enters the battle. With a wild roar, the elves raised their staffs. With a sharp command from the commander, a massive magical barrage shot into the sky. The knight was knocked back by the powerful blow. The carriage sped away at a mad pace. A memory surfaced before his eyes. A stern commander was handing him a sealed order. Finding himself in the forest, the messenger suddenly burst into nervous laughter. He took off from the spot and ran as fast as he could down the empty path. Only one thought was pounding in his head: he must deliver this. The commander's face, drenched in tears, pleaded not to let him down. The knight rushed forward, vowing to deliver the message into the right hands. He pressed the leather bag with the letter tighter against himself. The horse nervously glanced sideways. The sudden roar made the messenger look around in horror. The giant claws of the monster were already breaking through their defenses, justifying the command's worst fears. While he lay helpless on the ground, the scarred man rushed to fend off the attack, while the blonde coldly assessed the enemy. Her gaze did not bode well. The enormous black maw of the monster opened right above them, but the two fighters had already ignited energy for a deadly strike. He stared intently ahead, while the maid behind him stood still in anticipation. The red dot of the sight was firmly fixed on the massive body of Gargarasa. An ordinary shooter could easily lose it. The elves nearby saw absolutely nothing, squinting in confusion. Hitting from such a crazy distance seemed almost impossible, but the light rays have already taken flight. A blinding explosion engulfed the monster. The laser pointer simply wouldn't allow a miss. The space was torn apart by powerful blows. From now on, no shot will fly past. The beam pierced through the beast's paw, tearing a deafening roar from its jaws. The dust had not yet settled, but already a black wave was moving from there. An innumerable swarm of small spiders launched an attack. The girl focusedly closed her eyes, quickly analyzing the change in the enemy's tactics. The horned mage only grinned predatorily. Without a few legs, the giant would inevitably lose speed. Standing on the cliff before the spider horde, he calmly ordered Kelv to adjust the aim to a new target. A masked mage emerged behind the girl, concentrating a mass of dark energy in his palms. She burst into a scream, calling upon the black flame. If the princess has already boasted about the power of the holy sword, then now it's time to show the true magic of darkness. With a sly smile, she surged forward and gave the order for destruction. The wizard suddenly threw out his hand, unleashing the flames of emptiness. A black beam sliced through the air with a roar. The collision was instantaneous. The fire ruthlessly cut straight into the heart of the spider horde. A dark flash tore through the crowd of monsters. Thick smoke instantly filled the space. The last tongues of magic greedily scorched the earth. The dust slowly settled. A piercing, terrifying scream erupted from the ashes. She smugly grinned. This destructive spell strikes nearby, but the laser pointer perfectly compensates for the short range. The bearded knight nearby was petrified with shock. A single shot had just incinerated the entire army. She froze, both frightened and enchanted by how the magical flames turned their victims to ash in mere moments. The girl shuddered in horror as she watched two warriors walk calmly away through the wasteland, while behind them a black fire roared, greedily consuming an entire mountain of skulls. Minister Zarand and Princess Liana walked silently towards the large tent on the hill. The minister's face turned to stone. He mentally cursed his own disgrace. The Empire's plan failed miserably. Instead of the expected 1,000 bandits, they were overwhelmed by a horde 10 times larger. Out of fear of a demon invasion, they played it safe and completely surrendered the battle to the coordinated monsters. All the intelligence about the threat from the sovereign turned out to be a cheap bluff. Now the only shield of Zagrand was the frightened princess, the perfect pawn he had raised for protection. He had no right to make more mistakes in these negotiations. The minister coldly instructed the girl to demonstrate strength and dominate the weaker. He smugly squinted. Zarand barely pushed Liana forward, demanding that she stand confidently before the demon queen. At such instructions, the princess nearly howled, nervously grabbing her head. Who is weaker here? Her pupil trembled at the realization of the real chasm between the Empire and the demons. She knew the truth perfectly well. While 300 of their soldiers shamefully smeared the enemy, 100 demons playfully tore thousands of spiders to pieces. "Sister," she whispered bitterly, covered in cold sweat. Someone's voice sharply pulled Liana out of her thoughts, commanding her to listen carefully. The girl did not understand why they had to take something from the Empire by force. The frightened princess begged to try to negotiate with the enemy rather than intimidate him with brute force. Liana recoiled in fear when the grim Zagrand loomed over her with a threat. If she did not hold her ground, her sister Sophia would be sent to the front lines. His steel gaze pierced through the girl. The advisor clicked his tongue in irritation. immediately realizing whose influence had made the princess so soft. He instructed Liana to behave like a true heiress and not let the Lord of Demons win the negotiations, although he mentally acknowledged that Sophia's magic was significantly stronger, just that she was too fragile for open combat. What should an ideal princess be like? He asked gloomily. While Zagrand cynically weighed the idea of simply brainwashing her, Liana, in tears of despair, demanded not to involve her sister in this. Suddenly she froze with her eyes wide open in mute shock. Just stick to the plan, Your Highness, the advisor coldly cut in, ignoring her condition. Resignedly closing her eyes, the girl finally broke down and agreed to blindly obey the king's will. In an instant, the bloodied Liana with a dead gaze stands surrounded by guards, and right in front of her hangs the severed head of a horned monster, from which blood drips thickly to the ground. Bloodied and blindfolded, she stood frozen between two armored escorts. Taking a step towards the guard, the girl quietly exhaled. All right. The man with the monocle stretched his lips into a predatory smile. The bare hidden foot decisively stepped forward. The captive was brought to a huge tent in the middle of the wasteland, which was tightly surrounded by soldiers and horned demons. Inside the heights was the demon lord. Now without a bandage, the girl smiled gently and thanked him for saving her people. Pressing her hand against the stained dress, she proudly declared herself Liana Dorgalia, the third princess of the empire. Her tone changed as she trembled at the mention of the Lord's devastating weapon, a strike that surpassed the holy sword and split the mountain like an angry deity. The face of the man with the monocle instantly turned to stone. He clenched his sweaty fist until it cracked. In memory, that colossal black beam resurfaced, piercing the earth to its very core. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's cheek. Such a reaction from the princess did not surprise him at all. Artificial submission has cracked. Even under intense brainwashing, Liana's primal fear has not disappeared. And the man with the monocle understood her perfectly. Looking at the figure of the Lord shrouded in darkness, he himself could not calm the trembling from this cursed power. From beneath the dark hood came a calm voice. A mighty figure introduced himself as Ruki Evergard, the Lord of the Lands of the Demon King. Princess Liana barely squeezed out words of thanks, trembling with fear. Evergard hovered over her and gently assured that there is no shame in defeat, as even the strongest make mistakes. He unexpectedly acknowledged that the imperial soldiers fought bravely. However, he immediately dismantled their tactics. A tight formation would have turned the army into easy prey for the spider, so Liana's decision to take the hit herself saved the people from the holy sword. Suddenly, a man with a monocle stepped forward, the military minister of Zagrand. He respectfully addressed the Lord of Demons. Zarand firmly defended the princess and called her a true warrior who risks her life for her comrades. The minister unambiguously stated that without the treacherous ambush, the imperialists would have certainly forced him to retreat. Then he turned his gaze to Evergard's accomplices, unmistakably recognizing the famous chancellor and the burning general. The long-haired curve and the armored giant Lizinga responded to their names. The chancellor nodded coldly. Zarand cautiously brought up the topic of relations between the demon lands and the empire. The minister placed his hand on his chest and thanked on behalf of the state for the killing of the beast and the rescue of the princess. The self-satisfied messenger shrugged his shoulders and declared that their joint victory is a legacy worthy of future generations. The long-haired commander listened to this with a stone face. The grim warrior in a hood burned through his brazen smile with his gaze. Up close, someone's eye widened with barely restrained anger. The giant in armor silently clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. The woman with short hair suspiciously asked which specific joint victory of the Empire and the Lord of Demons was being referred to. The long-haired man couldn't take it anymore and harshly asked the Minister of War. According to the army's plan, they were supposed to unite, so why did the Empire strike first while a giant beast with a swarm of spiders was already looming on the horizon? The unflappable minister simply nodded calmly. Someone's clawed finger ominously pointed forward. It was time to answer Princess Liana. The huge horned curve stepped forward, demanding clarity for the sake of the soldiers, even though his commander tried to stop him. The demon in the hood reasoned. The monster had never descended to the plains before, so the Empire had clearly provoked it. A direct question was raised as to why the Empire struck before the agreed meeting. Princess Liana burst into tears. She accused them of sabotaging the plan as their recklessness could lead to an enraged beast tearing apart the peaceful city. The dark mage stepped forward and cut in. the Empire invaded their territory without any warning and lured Gargarasa to the base. The demon girl coldly pierced the guests with her gaze, stating that the inhabitants of the demonic lands simply want to know if they can trust the Empire at all. The massive demon lord, towering over the guests, stated that he did not intend to blame Princess Liana. Liana was covered in cold sweat, barely squeezing out a trembling address to His Majesty. She was feverishly searching for words, trying to justify herself. Stumbling, the princess corrected herself and respectfully called him by his true name, Lord Ruki Everguard. Suddenly, a scarred man in glasses stepped forward and interrupted her, shifting the blame for the incident onto the rookie soldiers. Ignoring Liana's shock, he coldly reminded her how a true ideal princess should behave. The girl was stunned by such audacity, barely whispering the name Zagrand. The Minister of Defense calmly continued. In the Empire, criminals are often sent to the front lines, and it was this penal battalion that recklessly attacked the beast's den. At that moment, Everguard erupted with a devastating aura of flame and roared, commanding Zagrand to be silent immediately. The Lord harshly cut off that this conversation was exclusively with Liana and forced the impudent one to retreat. The oppressive silence was pierced by the dry, formal apology of the minister. While the furious Everguard fiercely drilled him with his gaze, Zagrand humbly lowered his eyes. But a satisfied, sinister smile had already played on his tilted face. Bloodied but completely calm, Liana explained. The monster Gargaros attacked the plains only because of a handful of soldiers who had ventured into its nest on their own. The horned demon in a mask paused and asked the princess to share her true thoughts. The girl's eyes were hidden in the shadows, and a terrifying predatory smile spread across her lips. Raising her hands, she added that the possession of the Lord of Demons was not announced out of shame, so that they would not see their disgrace, and that is why they managed to intercept the beast. 3 demon negotiators froze. The giant in armor and the leader in a mask silently kept their gaze on her. The horned one sighed heavily. His quiet reproach made Liana glance at him discontentedly. She instantly changed her tone, humbly lowered her head, and apologized for the chaos caused by her people. One of the advisors intervened. He passionately stated that the noble princess risked her life to correct the mistake of her subordinates. With a gesture, he passed the word to the gloomy man with an eye patch, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The advisor ceremoniously pointed to Liana. For the sake of saving people, Her Highness personally bathed in the blood of the beast. The long-haired demon coldly asked if the guilty soldiers could be interrogated despite their serious wounds. The border guard strictly cut off. The violators are already securely captured and tied up. The report sounded dry. The captives had already been seized and tightly bound. They were so mutilated that it made no sense to interrogate them right now. Liana frowned discontentedly. She could clearly see how the story of the missing soldiers was desperately being twisted. Zarin strictly cut off. For their own salvation, people will lie about anything. The princess asked in an icy tone what would happen if the guilty ones pointed directly to his orders during the interrogation. The knight interrupted the conversation, hastily handing Liana a document. The Empire offered the demons supplies and an official confirmation of the non-aggression pact. At the audience, Zagrand respectfully bowed to the demon lord, extending this letter and promising a generous reward from the emperor. The peace treaty was no longer just a piece of paper. Now a grand joint ceremony awaited them. The foreigner openly acknowledged, the displayed power of the Lord exceeded all the Empire's expectations. From now on, the ruler and his terrifying sword evoked only unquestionable respect in people. The delegation bowed low to the back of the bishop. He calmly nodded and asked the ambassadors to leave in order to discuss the details privately. But as soon as the door closed behind the guests, the Lord exhaled tensely to Torah. The Imperials had catastrophically misjudged the true power of his sword. However, he conspiratorially smiled and suggested simply gathering all the gifts without destroying this remarkably advantageous illusion. Curve confidently addressed the ruler. The Empire will never openly acknowledge its mistakes, so their proposal should be accepted. Her gaze narrowed after this. The enemy simply won't be able to break the pact. She barely bowed her head before the Lord. The official recognition of their nation as equals, the renewal of the non-aggression pact, and the royal presence at the ceremony gave them immense power. The plan was wise and the benefit was obvious. The demon in captivity added that recognition from the royal family would give legitimacy to their lands, and further negotiations would even open up human trafficking. General Zagrand angrily intervened, refusing to believe that they would simply forgive the Empire's treacherous sabotage of the joint operation. The masked lord thoughtfully rubbed his chin, acknowledging such a scenario as quite plausible. Curve calmly explained to the general the logic of the Imperial elite. The soldiers he mentioned were meant to be scapegoats from the very beginning. The girl officer in uniform reasonably added, if they demanded the surrender of these fighters, the Empire would simply accuse them of executing prisoners, deliberately inciting even greater hatred. Curve turned around, accepting the general's fury but firmly cut off. They would not fall into this trap. Zarand fiercely ground his teeth at such baseness of the enemy. A silence hung over the camp in the midst of the wasteland as the Lord confessed. In this battle, he wanted to assess the true value of the Empire. The decision was made, he supported Curve. The monster Gargaros has been successfully destroyed, none of their fighters were harmed, so it was time to collect the loot and put an end to it. The conversation touched on an uncomfortable topic. The demon in the horned mask admitted that their subjects are still closely tied to the hostile empire. It was annoying, but there was no escaping reality. For years, a secret trade has been boiling at the borders, where people and demons secretly exchange scarce goods. The girl painfully averted her gaze. However, the demon leader decided to play this connection as a trump card to extract a substantial tribute and renew the peace treaty. The generals nodded briefly. She firmly decided not to cut these threads so that their victory over the monster would benefit the common people. Meanwhile, the stern advisor harshly demanded that Princess Liana become icy and never bow her head before the enemy. His voice echoed over the lonely tent, but the girl coldly interrupted these lectures. "I am Princess Liana," she hissed. Crossing her arms, she remarked that she had been hearing these instructions from him since childhood and ordered Zagran to be quiet. She lifted her head, grinning with a predatory, maniacal smile. Let the enemy be stronger, she would tear out her own at any cost. The advisor nervously swallowed, mentally forcing himself to close his eyes to this terrifying madness for the sake of the Empire. Princess Liana gloomily lowered her head, ready to give everything for the Empire. Supplies, weapons, or even secrets. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was stunned by her words. She was ready to snatch what was necessary, even from the hands of the demon lord himself. Already in the tent, the messenger Ruki announced the demon's counter-decision. At the negotiating table, Liana officially handed over the chests of tribute. This was how the Empire paid for her rescue. The demon lord and Zagrand exchanged satisfied smiles, solidifying the truce. Before them lay an official imperial scroll of gratitude. This paper clearly extended the validity of the non-aggression pact between the races. The clawed hand of the demon and the human palm met in a firm handshake. Just then, Liana suddenly interrupted the formality. She raised her hand, asking for permission to ask one last question. The girl tensed up and struck right on target. Where did that terrible long-range magic and the black obsidian sword come from in the domain? Hearing the answer, her eye twitched nervously in shock. Is the alchemist involved in all of this? The demon lord simply crossed his arms calmly. They just borrowed the wisdom of one master. The messenger in the hood nervously stumbled. The princess shuddered. Could it be about the wandering alchemist? The demon lord calmly confirmed that someone like that had indeed wandered into their lands. The gaze of the blonde messenger instantly grew serious. And what of it? The advisor asked cautiously. The princess, with hope in her voice, asked if this guest happened to be from the Empire. In her memory, the image of a young man by a shining anvil emerged, who once restored her weapon. The lord calmly inquired what she would do if he introduced them. The girl nearly jumped with excitement, begging to be allowed to see the savior of her magical sword. She had already daydreamed about how generously she would reward the master and bind him to herself forever. The words about complete devotion sharply struck the envoy's ears. Her lips slowly stretched into a predatory smile. While the princess fainted from her own fantasies, the old aristocrat dryly reminded her of the duty of alchemists to serve the state. The envoy exchanged glances with the accomplice. The emperor himself would surely want to claim such a valuable figure. The old man in glasses melted into a satisfied smile. With tears in her eyes, the girl exclaimed that even an alchemist without combat skills can serve the empire. She proudly thrust out her chest. The horned demoness stared in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the scorched craters still smoldered at the sight of the victory over the beast. The armed squad of Lady Agnes set out to clear the former lair of any surviving spiders. Thor walked calmly through the forest. Agnes tried to send him to a safe place, but the young man firmly refused to leave his team. Small monsters peered fearfully from behind the trees, whispering about the renowned weapon creator for the Lord of Demons. Thor blushed deeply from their sudden awe. He pulled out a tiny cube and with one word made it absorb the remnants of the flame. Agnes screamed in fear and ran away from the fire. While the locals were ecstatically amazed by his ability to absorb the flames of Ifrit, Thor was disheartened. These savages had simply never seen pocket dimensions. Mabel jumped for joy, praising the wonders of her master throughout the forest and making poor Thor burn with shame. Thor walked calmly through the forest while the elf nearby nervously looked around, fearing to encounter Imperial soldiers. His gaze became heavier, but in a moment he smiled carefreely. The new cloak hid them securely, and patrolling gave a chance to find fresh alchemical ingredients. The girl anxiously asked if it would be difficult for him to confront someone from the Empire. Thor let this pass by and thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He was currently interested in strong spider legs to forge a weapon stronger than the holy sword. The protection of 50 spiders would help him calculate the ideal strength of the new blade. He recalled how the princess struck with the light blade. The attack sliced through the ambushing monsters but lost power and barely scratched the main enemy, Gargaros. Hearing about the plan to surpass the holy sword, the elf and her armored companion turned pale with fear, causing Thor to stop in surprise. The boy calmly moved on, convinced that gathering information was vital for such a complex forging. The girls watched him leave with open panic, not believing that he was seriously planning to do something even more powerful. Meanwhile, Thor was analyzing the previous battle. The magical blade at that time, although it burned Gargaros, turned out to be just a modified laser pointer. Suddenly he caught their shocked gazes. Blushing slightly, the boy smiled dreamily. The princess fought incredibly, and he just wanted to create a worthy real sword for her. Ultimately, the entire destructive power of that time relied solely on the magic of Lady Ruki, who was now smugly laughing in his memories. Thor awkwardly froze when the maid reminded him. The king needed a living boy, not another acquired sword. The young man smiled warmly and promised to finish the outing soon. Agnes almost cried from relief, as she was also terribly worried about him. Thor smiled and thanked the knightess, while the elf assured him that she would swiftly deliver spider legs if they happened to come across them on the way. For the sake of his friend's peace, he decided to stop hunting monsters and head home. Suddenly, his pupil constricted sharply. A squad of armored Imperial soldiers was marching ahead among the trees. Agnes immediately commanded to retreat, and the entire trio silently dove into the nearest bushes. Due to the leaves, Thor was tense, pondering what the hell the Imperial army had forgotten in this forest. Through the branches, a whole line of Imperial scribes could be seen, lined up in the clearing. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the Empire, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. The Count was sweating coldly from the tension when he was suddenly called by name uncertainly. He twitched nervously. It turned out that it was just the maid who calmly brought him a tray with fresh tea. The maid tightly grabbed his wrist and let out a quiet gasp. Gathering herself, she sternly explained that this was exactly how the Minister of War had ordered to address him. The giant grinned menacingly, dripping with sweat, and commanded to call him Duke. The girl screamed in fright at such a grimace. He confidently turned away from her. He would definitely reclaim both his title and his lost honor. His eyes widened with manic determination. He would reclaim everything to the last drop. The fist clenched to trembling. New achievements will raise him to the very top. The man proudly puffed out his chest, demanding to be called Minister of Warbarga right away. And all of this is thanks to one letter. His shadow ominously loomed over the bewildered girl as he dreamed of a swift victory. The plan had no flaws. If the naive son obediently followed the orders from the parental message, everything would go perfectly. If the fool decides to secretly peek at the letter, it will still bring victory. Upon learning the truth, the boy will immediately become a suspect in espionage and will be forced to keep his mouth shut. Trapped, he will eventually crawl to beg for salvation. The elven maid anxiously covered her mouth. Secret letters from the Empire will surely sow paranoia among the monsters. If the boy remains silent, the messages will keep coming again and again, killing the trust of his new allies with each reading. A huge puppeteer's hand was already hovering over the young man, waiting for the moment to pull the strings. The minister sneered. The very thought that his son could truly get close to filthy half-humans seemed simply ridiculous to him. He loomed threateningly over the game table with the pieces. The boy would have no choice but to become his obedient pawn. The officer with the monocle squinted fanatically. A successful mission would not only soften the punishment but wipe his past clean. In his fantasies, the minister already saw himself as a savior, ready to personally slay the Lord of Demons. The word servant echoed in his consciousness. He was going to break his son's will and turn the fearsome fire general into his own pet dog. And then, a direct path to the status of a great hero and a living legend. From the anticipation of triumph, he clenched his palms tightly, and a horrific grimace twisted his face. The heavy boot struck the floor with a thud. There was no longer any reason to hide and tremble. From an excess of emotions, the huge man joyfully twirled in place like a child. To remain a minister or to become an idol? He chuckled, rubbing his chin, and was already mentally stepping towards his absolute greatness. Smugly grinning, the commander pointed forward with his finger while the maids before him shrank back in horror. He theatrically threw back his head and shouted the hymn of glory at the top of his lungs. Immediately after this, the man greedily leaned towards the bottle, soaking his uniform with wine. A loud, satisfied exhale. The officer broke into a joyful, energetic dance. A heavy boot strike on the ground. Suddenly, gigantic angelic wings unfolded behind him. He soared into the air and triumphantly proclaimed to his army the approach of the hour of revolution. The girl emerged from the bushes right in front of the guard and, barely audibly pleading for help, explained that she had fled from spiders and had completely lost her way. From the bushes, an elven maidservant watched the pompous march with confusion. The girl just frowned in confusion. She was simply running away from the forest spiders. And while she wandered through the thickets, a whole squad of soldiers had already set out on a march past her. Far beyond the mountains, the sunset was fading. The thick twilight became the perfect cover for the escape. The young man decisively pulled the hood of the shadowy fabric cloak, preparing to completely dissolve into the night darkness thanks to magic. The hero mentally agreed with the suspicions of sabotage, but some detail still troubled him. He recalled Ruki's words about the Imperial soldiers who deliberately provoked the beasts even before the operation began. An unknown girl in armor spoke compassionately to the surviving soldier. The frightened man raised his hands and with a trembling voice, begged for help to return to the army. The girl placed her hand on her heart and promised him safety. She proudly called herself Agnes, the daughter of the General of Flame. The soldier nodded cautiously and began to praise her incredible feats. As soon as she turned away, the mask of a pathetic victim slipped from his face, revealing a treacherous grin. The hero stared intently at the traitor and froze. It was the commander of the Liga's house guard. All of existence cried out for danger. Once he coldly read out the reasons for the hero's expulsion, so his appearance in this forest was definitely not a coincidence. While the blonde knight was interrogating Lady Agnes, Thor hid nearby and silently took out his magical instrument. From the small block, he began to extract a thick black substance. The young man decided to act in advance. It's better to be cautious. Suddenly, the dark mass sharply expanded and transformed into a gigantic fluffy cushion trap. Thor handed it to his maid Mabel with a request to pass it to Lady Agnes, completely bewildering the girl. The plan was simple: throw a pillow on the stone to make an improvised chair. Thor nodded towards the guard. He was barely standing on his feet from exhaustion. Mabel agreed to help, as she did not want to listen to the whining of the proud Imperial soldier about the dirty land. The plan worked perfectly. The exhausted knight heavily sank down onto the prepared soft spot. A blissful smile of relief instantly spread across his face. Mabel was taken aback, realizing how accurately the young man had predicted the alien's behavior. "Thor, do you know him?" she asked cautiously. From under the hood, a cold gaze flashed. Thor realized that this knight was the captain of the Duchy of Ligas, his former home. Thor smiled calmly. The elven maid tensed and quickly asked for permission to strike with battle magic. He refused, once this very man openly mocked his weakness during the exile. The lonely guard captain in such a remote place looked too suspicious, and Tora was curious about his true purpose. In the Empire, fighters do not abandon their ranks just like that. There is always a secret order for this. The elf girl nodded. The pitiful tale of fleeing from spiders did not fit at all with their harsh training. Suddenly Thor became alert. The girl next to her also froze. Agnes turned around in confusion upon hearing her name. An Imperial messenger jumped out from behind the trees with a joyful smile. Thor was taken aback when an enemy soldier suddenly referred to him respectfully as his lord. The guest obediently knelt down and extended the sealed scroll. Agnes shuddered, recalling the past, when suddenly the knight screamed in terror at the ominous black shadow looming over him. Trying to save himself, he crookedly grinned. he offered a letter of apology from Lord Bargy and immediately provocatively threatened to tear it up. Thor calmly noted that he had no trusted people from the Empire, causing the knight to panic immediately. The giant shouted at the top of his lungs, begging not to be pushed away and swearing his absolute loyalty. Mabel, with a refined inclination, silenced the loudmouth. The title of Thor's most devoted servant belonged exclusively to her. The defeated knight sat heavily on a stump, finding himself under the cross-examination of an elf and a red-haired warrior. For a moment he just froze, and then he indignantly opened his mouth. Mabel smiled gently and set up a simple test. What does Thor really love? The man tensed up but nodded hastily. The elf girl stared at him, reminding him of the loud statements just made. The knight nervously chuckled, slowly realizing the trap. Mabel became tough when she started bombarding them with questions about hobbies, favorite color, and their master's food. The knight stared in bewilderment, unable to keep up with the barrage of questions. The response was nothing but a pitiful babble. The girl looked at him closely, mercilessly stating, "A true friend would have answered this without hesitation." The big guy was sweating profusely and stammering pitifully. Thor thought to himself with a smirk. The captain had never paid attention to him, so it was expected that he didn't know what to say now. The elf girl with a smile asked if she could reveal secrets with the permission of Lord Thor himself, and upon hearing a calm agreement, the soldier blinked in confusion. The knight dramatically struck his fist against his chest, swearing never to reveal his lord's secrets. And in a moment his face twisted in silent shock. He finally realized, all this time Lord Thor Liegas himself had been standing before him. The young man stepped forward and calmly allowed the captain of the guard to say whatever he wanted about him. With open mockery he asked this devoted servant to share his impressions, driving the big man into even greater panic. The knight was feverishly justifying himself that the House of Liege had been downgraded in status, and all of this was a complete misunderstanding. He looked into the young man's eyes with fear. The soldier hunched over guiltily, mumbling that Lord Thor had changed beyond recognition. He just nodded distantly. Indeed, a lot of time has passed since then. However, Thor quickly weighed the facts in his mind. This man had once been a complete nobody, and his current behavior raised serious suspicions. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a predatory gaze flared with fury. The unexpected return of the heir was ruining their entire plan. This schedule completely disrupted all their plans. Agnes and Mabel exchanged stunned glances, amazed at how devotedly the demons were protecting Thor. The Empire's messenger snapped. He roughly grabbed Thor by the collar, demanding to know how he had begged for the enemy's trust. Thor simply brushed off the hysteria and coldly demanded the promised letter from his father. His calm response that he was just trying to survive angered the Imperial even more. Maliciously grinning, he conveyed the Count's order to read the message strictly in private. The sealed scroll rolled into Thor's hands. The messenger clenched his teeth tightly. However, Thor didn't even think about stepping aside, reasonably noting that he had nothing to hide. He decided that the letter would be read right here. Thor shifted his gaze to Agnes and Mabel. With a light smile, he personally broke the seal. He firmly stated that he has no secrets and the text of the message will be heard by all present. The envoy's eyes widened in absolute shock at such blatant audacity. The Fox Knight burst into hysterical screams, begging not to read the letter in public, but the young man calmly ordered the maid to read the text aloud. The panic of the servant has reached its limits. The elf unfolded the paper while the boy explained that this was the only way he could prove his innocence in the conspiracy. Lissy nervously swallowed, forcing a pathetic smile, and tried to reduce everything to the sincere parental feelings of Count Barg. Sweat was rolling down his temples like hail. "Yes, I understood them very clearly," the young man cut in. He knew the message from Bargaligas only brings a threat to the Demon King's possessions. This letter was pure poison. But worse still, it was not written by the Count himself. The content revealed all the cards. Barga demanded to bring Agnes as a hostage and to leak intelligence about General Liesinga's army to the Empire. The elf finished reading this dirty ultimatum hidden behind beautiful phrases. The knight continued to whine about the sincerity of the letter, but another officer abruptly interrupted him. The handwriting belonged to the Count, but the style and the order itself were dictated by the upper echelons of the empire. The young man's eyes darkened with rage. The legacies were finished. Heavy exhalation. The realization that the empire had only been using him for years was the last straw. Gathering his subjects, Thor openly read a letter from his father ordering to leak intelligence data and abduct Lady Agnes. The soldiers nervously gulped air. His face darkened with disgust towards his own blood. Thor suddenly straightened up. He loudly renounced the man who wrote these lines. Lady Agnes cried, sharing his pain. The maid gasped his name. The boy's gaze turned icy. He would cast his family out of his life just as they once cast him out. For the protection of his loved ones, Thor publicly severed all ties with the noble family and adopted his late mother's surname. He extended his open palm towards the crowd. From now on, no more leagues. Before them stood Torkanen, an ordinary alchemist from the lands of the Demon Lord. The beast people looked at him with silent admiration. There was no way back anymore. Mabel pressed her hand to her chest, hiding a slight sadness. Their secret name now belonged to everyone. She humbly knelt down, officially addressing Lord Thorkanen. In just a moment, her face was illuminated by a smile. Now she had every right to always call him by his favorite name. Thor turned around and softly apologized. Agnes tightly squeezed the pendant and fervently assured that status did not matter. She would follow her savior forever. Mabel playfully bowed, swearing to serve him with even greater devotion. The crowd of beastmen shouted that no letter from the Empire would shake their trust in him. The fighters around joyfully buzzed, loudly swearing to justify such trust. Otherwise, the title of Flame Giants is worth nothing. The Fox Knight behind only blinked his eyes in confusion. A tear rolled down Tora's cheek. He stood stunned before the people who accepted his choice without hesitation. The boy hurriedly covered his face with his hand, hiding his emotions behind Mabel's gentle gaze. The idol was shattered by the frenzied scream of an enraged imperialist. He cried out about the disgraced noble pride and the renunciation of family. The broken commander heavily settled on a stone and dully asked if Thor even realized what he had just done. Thor coldly rejected the proposal and commanded to inform the Imperials. Now he is Thorkanen, a resident of the demonic lands. The captain merely gritted his teeth helplessly. The boy had already started to leave, but suddenly turned around for one more question. He sharply unfolded the encrypted letter and asked if the princess knew about it. Looking at his new allies, Thor loudly declared that he would forever renounce his past name and those who betrayed him. And then he moved on to what interested the demon leaders the most. His gaze became piercing. How did the captain manage to slip past the Imperial army and reach here alive? The messenger was covered in cold sweat, refusing to believe that the same worthless person from the capital was in front of him. Thor barely smiled. He calmly replied that no one had really looked at him before. The elven maid warmly closed her eyes, proud of her master. The knightess also joyfully shone, and the crowd of beastmen behind raised their fists and erupted in a victorious roar. The demon lord thanked his subordinates for completing the task. The demoness reported with a smile about the complete cleanup of the area from monsters. A young man named Thor respectfully greeted the lord. The demon lord silently listened to the report. At that moment, someone in the bushes froze in deadly terror. It was a lost Imperial soldier who accidentally saw the demon lord. He tried to take off from the spot. With wild heather, the soldier rushed to flee, fearing he would be eaten alive. But it was in vain. He was stuck tightly to the magical trap pillow. While the soldier was pitifully struggling, the demon lord pierced Thor with his gaze, instantly realizing who had set this trap. The demoness irritably reminded Tora that the order was simply to find the Imperials, not to mock them. All three stared in bewilderment at the soldier glued to the rock, listening to Tor's awkward explanations. Thor, they only exhaled with open disapproval. And the soldier continued to scream hysterically, absurdly twitching on his pillow. The Imperial soldier politely placed his hand on his chest, pretending that he had simply lost his way. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widened in shock as he shouted the name of Lord Ruki. The horned mage in a mask turned around in surprise. The enraged king gripped his subordinate with a dead hand, ordering him to immediately capture and interrogate this imperialist. The third imperial princess cast an icy glance, promising a serious conversation later. The master in a mask triumphantly spread his arms and announced to the fighters that the cleanup of monsters had been successfully completed. The crowd of horned beastmen erupted with a wild victorious roar. The lord commanded the warriors to descend to the plain, set up camp, and celebrate the victory with a feast. The night valley was covered with hundreds of shining lights from a huge camp. A loud feast began. The warriors filled the tables with food and greedily gulped down drinks from wooden mugs. The horned lord approached the bewildered young man and firmly declared that from now on he was his new suzerain, Thor. The boy silently watched the tall figure of his master disappear into the darkness. The mugs clinked with a crash in a festive toast, spilling the frothy drink. The princess stared intently at the horizon, replaying in her mind the memory of the mysterious alchemist. Thor smiled joyfully, affirming his loyalty to the hand. The demoness stood with her back to him and quietly confessed that she longed to be a ruler he would never be ashamed of. Moved by his absolute trust, she decided to tell the boy what happened that day. It turns out that the imperial princess personally visited her, smiling sweetly and demanding the immediate return of their wandering alchemist. She confidently declared that Thor would now work for them until he breathed his last for the emperor. The hands cut harshly. She will not allow him to be made into an obedient instrument. And then the demoness simply exploded. She furiously lashed out at the princess, tearing apart her audacity. How dare they demand the boy back when they hadn't even tried to recognize his talent and silently sent him off as a hostage? A terrible aura of anger struck the Imperials, forcing the proud princess to pitifully justify herself through tears of fear. "You only mentioned him when you saw his successes here," echoed the accusation. The advisor Ruki silently watched the execution from beneath his squinted eyes. The hand looked at its palm, clearly realizing these people did not know Tor at all, neither his pain after exile, nor his concern for the locals, nor his simple desire to create useful things. They rejected the one whose skills could literally change the world. Ruki's face softened with warm thoughts about the alchemist, and she made a firm point before the princess. The Empire would never have him again. The air crackled with the General Lizinga's anger, and Princess Liana shrank back in terror. The masked hand calmly stopped this flare. "We will no longer discuss it," he nailed it down, looking at the frightened girl. The princess desperately pleaded to reconsider, but it was in vain. Thor is now under reliable protection. The Empire rejected him itself, so take responsibility for your choice, Ruki reminded coldly. Suddenly, the mistress herself stepped forward. She vowed passionately to heal Tor's heart and would never give it to the traitors. Backed against the wall, Liana had to quietly swallow her defeat and agree to peace. Outside, Thor let out a sigh of relief, still not believing in his salvation after the tense negotiations. His cheeks were flushed with a deep blush at the memory of the lady's hot words. Mabel thanked the lady for her care with a gentle smile. She just laughed brightly. Of course, she would take care of each of her subjects. Lizinga called out to the alchemist in a deep voice. But Thor awkwardly clutched his chest. Although it turned out to be a simple duty of the ruler, his heart was still pounding wildly. Tor looked at the blade behind the glass, recalling his work on a similar project at the government warehouse. The cloaked figure in the mask asked if he really repaired this magical sword back in the Empire. The boy grew gloomy. The aristocrat simply erased his name from the documents, attributing all the merits to some wandering alchemist. The masked lord realized that the wandering alchemist the princess spoke of was most likely Thor himself. The demon girl frowned and declared that she flatly refused to use it. She firmly crossed her arms over her chest. That is why she immediately revealed the princess's plans, as she would never lie to a friend. Her hands turned deep red and she averted her gaze, nervously assuming that Thor would definitely want to go home. Instead, he just smiled predatorily and asked to convey to the princess upon meeting one thing: not to interfere. The alchemist struck his chest with a fist, commanding the Imperials to keep the nobility on a leash and to stop sending him letters. The hand snapped in astonishment. The maid nearby smiled warmly. Tor raised his gaze to the giant lord in the mask and explained. In the Empire, he would become nothing more than a powerless tool of the ruler. Memories flashed before his eyes of how he was given a home here, and everyone sincerely rejoiced at each new invention. The boy smiled calmly and added that serving such a ruler truly makes him happy. Toru stood frozen in surprise over the pages of the open catalog, slowly realizing the scale of the workspace that had been gifted to him. Lady Ruki's eyes sparkled when she heard his next words. The boy laughed heartily and cut in that the proposals of the imperial princess no longer concerned him at all. He firmly stated that he is the happiest right here, in the lands of demons and beside her. The mighty demon silently watched the desolate sun, finally convinced that he had feared in vain of ruining the boy's future. A quiet, satisfied chuckle escaped from beneath his white mask. He acknowledged Tor's public statement about adopting the surname Kanan as an incredibly smart move. A crowd of monsters joyfully roared and welcomed the alchemist, unconditionally accepting him into their family. The hands proudly thrust out the chest and promised to personally intercept all letters and fend off persistent recruiters from now on. The operation was successful, so tomorrow she would set off back to Lordar's castle with the army. The elf Mabel nearly jumped for joy at the news of the land designated for development. Toru clenched his fist to a slight tremble. He would finally have not just an abandoned hut but a real alchemist's base. A pure hope ignited in his eyes. The Lord issued an order. While the construction of the new house is ongoing, Tora and Mabel will live in the luxurious estate of General Reizenga. Tor was glowing with happiness. His own workshop and the sign Alchemy seemed like a true miracle to him. The Dark Lord shared his enthusiasm, but ended the sentence with a significant but. The boy excitedly clenched his fists, already dreaming of a loud sign with the word rich and the perfect place with a pile of resources. The demon girl suddenly looked at him intently. A soft smile appeared on the masked face of the Lord. The girl playfully winked and promised to assign a supervisor from the castle to Thor, to which he cheerfully saluted. One confident step, and an endless mountain landscape opened up before them. Meanwhile, far away from there, the night silence was pierced by the hoarse breaths of exhausted soldiers. The exhausted knight fell to his knee and sighed. The letter never reached the addressee. The commander stood silently at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the darkness. He clenched his teeth in irritation. The plan to intercept the demonic sword and recruit a spy had failed, but the exposure of the alchemist compensated for this loss. The last doubts have disappeared. Tor Ligas personally confirmed that he is indeed the wandering genius. The white stripe of the road sharply cut through the night darkness. The commander recalled how cleverly the boy read the letter aloud and forever renounced the past and grimly acknowledged, "This young man is not just a talented craftsman but a devilishly clever opponent." Gritting his teeth, Zarand was shocked to admit that this guy was simply beyond normal. His masterful talent was perfectly complemented by an incredibly sharp mind. The old advisor sighed bitterly, resigned to the fact that he would forever remain a cautious man of rules. In a bright contrast to this was the confident Torkanen. The bloody expedition itself could now be described by the names of two monsters, the beast Gargaros and the demon King Ruki Everguard. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the forest, the eyes of an eerie shadow glimmered. Behind the neighboring trunk, someone's scarred face lay silently in wait. In the tall grass, a quiet rustle was heard as the remnants of the squad caught their breath on the hill. The advisor distracted himself from his thoughts and advised Princess Liana to gather strength before the morning return to the Empire. The girl remorsefully tried to take all the blame for the failure upon herself, but Zagrand harshly interrupted her. He warned that panic among the soldiers spreads instantly, so the ruler must maintain absolute dignity. Heavy clouds hung over the exhausted camp. Barely suppressing her trembling, Liana submissively acknowledged his correctness. For the sake of the Empire's survival, it could no longer afford to remain weak. In the complete darkness, two predatory eyes flashed. Zarand instantly tensed up. The princess called him by name with concern. A sharp rustle came from the nearby bushes. A massive horned rabbit jumped out to meet. The beast lunged forward with a roar, but the Minister of War coldly pierced its head with a dagger, calling out to Her Highness. With a powerful swing, he split the carcass in half. Looking at the bloodied rabbit, Zarand grimly stated that it was the gang's revenge. He raised his weapon and shouted to the knights to take battle positions. An anomalous monster is wandering nearby. The knights rushed to their battle positions, while the bewildered princess only asked which anomalous beast was being referred to. The gaze from under the monocle became steely. The man silently vowed to protect the princess at any cost. The knights immediately drew their swords, encircling the girl, but she calmly shattered all the drama. There was no aura of a monster, and the minister had just staged an epic battle with an ordinary wild animal. The Minister of War stood silently with a sword on his shoulder, while the knight repeated that it was just an ordinary wild animal. The princess looked around in confusion. She no longer felt the presence of the monsters and quietly called for Zagrand. He gasped heavily and suddenly burst into a hoarse laugh. A predatory glance flashed from behind his glasses. This foray into the domain of the Demon King left a deep scar on his psyche. Zarand dryly asked not to worry about him while the girl tightly wrapped the bandage around his bloodied arm. He suddenly jerked his hand away. The princess flinched in surprise. The old man reminded Her Highness of the duty to give a speech, completely ignoring how she was raising her voice and ordering the knights to call for a doctor. Zarand wondered to himself. Despite Lady Sophia's strict orders to keep a distance, the girl stubbornly continued to call him Grandpa. Looking at her bright smile, he cynically decided for himself that she was the perfect pawn. The man merely sighed heavily, lowering his eyes to the bandaged wound. The princess pouted discontentedly, pleading to at least now set aside the formalities and allow her to speak as she used to. In the palace, new tortures awaited her. The girl desperately waved her hands over a table piled with endless stacks of books. Her mentor was unfazed. He continued to lecture unperturbed. Already at sunset, the princess cheerfully teased Zagrand that his fatigue was quite normal for his respectable age. The old man walked silently, completely exhausted from this long day. Looking into the endless sky, they recalled the pile of urgent matters in the empire and impatiently decided to return home as soon as possible. Two figures turned and silently walked through the emptiness into the distance. The day after the victory over Gargaros, a peaceful sun rose over the mountains. The demon lord ceremoniously granted the smiling Thor permission for alchemy. The boy sincerely thanked for the unprecedented right to freely cast spells anywhere in the demonic lands. The lord stood immovably in his dark cloak, waiting for him to take the document. The stern-horned chancellor warned that the widespread dissemination of his inventions could change the world. Giving items to individuals is safe, but large-scale sales require strict control. Thor respectfully bowed his head, fully accepting these terms. Suddenly, the cold-blooded curve amusingly panicked. She waved her arms and began to beg Tor to let her know more often. The boy with the warm smile promised to stay in touch. He planned to use the journey on the general's land to gain experience and make the demonic state even stronger. The demon lord gently advised to just relax. This trip is their well-deserved vacation after a tough battle. The chancellor only sighed inwardly at the boy's excessive diligence. With joyful shouts, Thor and the maid waved goodbye to the ruler and his entourage. A long caravan of wagons slowly moved across the endless plain. They stood still, gazing at the endless mountain ranges. Under the rays of the morning sun, the young man firmly decided to take action. As soon as Thor mentioned the creation of a new artifact, the general joyfully interrupted him with an invitation to tour his holdings. Ahead lay a gigantic luxurious palace. The crowd greeted them with wild applause, while the general proudly puffed out his chest in front of his subjects. A royal feast was already steaming on the tables. The hosts were genuinely happy to have company and warmly smiled at the guests. Thor savored the dishes with delight, squinting from the taste. The elf girl clapped her hands excitedly. Soon, heavy clouds descended upon the palace. Thor suddenly wearily lowered his head right over the empty plates. With his arms crossed over his chest, he sank into deep thought. Noticing this sudden silence, the hostess cautiously inquired what was troubling him. Thor, the general called cautiously. The general was covered in a cold sweat, suspecting that the boy was once again contemplating the creation of new artifacts. The daughter tried to justify Tora's fatigue after yesterday's battle, while the young man silently sat with his eyes closed. A heavy pause hung in the air. The silence was only disturbed by a quiet bubbling. The general and the elven maidservant were intently watching the boy, anticipating the worst. The hot soup in the pot continued to boil. Suddenly, the elf girl opened her eyes wide and screamed. Her suspicions were confirmed. The father and daughter were taken aback by the surprise. The girl hurriedly asked the general if there were any necessary people among his acquaintances. Suddenly, Tora joyfully jumped up and exclaimed, "Does anyone here possess the combat magic of light?" He explained with burning eyes that this is critically necessary for the start of his new research. The attendees fell into a stunned silence, while the young man blinked in confusion, genuinely not understanding their reaction. The general tactfully cleared his throat into his fist. He had finally come to terms. This guy was indeed already thinking about his next invention. The general frowned and puzzledly rubbed his chin. Why did they need attacking light magic specifically? Thor smirked slyly, flashing his blade. He intended to explore the holy sword of the Empire. The boy recalled the terrible blow of the princess when the giant beam of light instantly turned the monsters of Gargaros to dust. Thor honestly admitted that he would never risk going against this weapon in battle. The destructive power of that light was undeniable. However, the general suddenly grinned maliciously. the magical laser blade struck him much more. Thor looked tenderly at his dark sword. To forge the perfect weapon, he would have to unravel all the secrets of the Imperial blade. He confidently cut it off. "This is just a prototype, there is room for growth." The girl just stood in surprise. Where could be better after such boundless strength? The general was almost swept away by fanatical euphoria, recalling how their attack far surpassed the holy sword and wiped out an entire wall of spiders. Thor clenched his fist, burning with excitement. Now he intended to create something capable of withstanding the blow of that very light blade. All three were simply stunned. A normal person wouldn't even think of blocking such devastating power, but the general merely enthusiastically acknowledged Thor's genius. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin. "If they manage to withstand the strongest blow, entirely different opportunities will open up ahead." Thor smiled broadly, confessing his passionate love for alchemy. Agni's father merely smiled warmly, acknowledging such dedication to science. The young man eagerly explained his plan. "If one studies light magic attacks, one can uncover the secret of the holy sword's power." He stubbornly clenched his fist. The man sighed resignedly and reminded that the demon lord had sent the young man on vacation precisely for the sake of rest. But the alchemist's eyes were already burning with fanatical gleam. He was eager to start the experiments right now while the memories of the weapon were still fresh. The father, smiling, surrendered and turned his gaze to his daughter, who, with a blush on her cheeks, joyfully supported Thor's enthusiasm. Agnes assured that among the many rare breeds on their lands, there would definitely be the right light mage. Thor instantly jumped up to her with a request to ask the locals, startling the girl with surprise. While he impatiently asked for the names of the candidates, Agnes was confusedly trying to find the words. Suddenly, Thor's gaze fell on the amulet that was shining brightly around her neck. The young man happily noted that the artifact worked flawlessly. The girl finally shed her heavy armor and flaunted a delicate dress, no longer fearing accidental bursts of her own flame. But her joy quickly faded under the nervous glances of the maids. The people around still trembled with fear at the sight of her without armor. Her father frowned sternly and sharply cut in. Regardless of others' fears, he and his daughter fully trust Thor's invention. Thor commanded Mabel to bring a souvenir, leaving Agnes completely bewildered. Everyone in the estate remembered the past well. As a child, the girl constantly burned her clothes with random magical bursts. It was for such occasions that Mabel proudly dumped a whole pile of earth-themed fabric onto the table. Thor explained to the general the difference. Their tent breathed thanks to the magic of the wind, while this new material is completely fireproof. They have already received official permission from the Chancellor. Agnes tightly clenched her hands, struck by the fact that the boy had tried so hard for her. Thor commissioned clothing to be made from this fabric so that everyone in the estate could see its fire resistance firsthand. With tears of gratitude, the girl fervently vowed to repay such unheard-of generosity. The general gladly accepted the gift and invited the guests to freely relax on his lands. Thor modestly waved it off. He himself was quite reliant on the general's help in building his own workshop. The tall man crossed his arms sternly over his chest. He found it hard to admit that he owed his daughter an apology. Waiting for the right moment, Thor and Mabel calmly walked down the corridor to their room. The cozy dinner went on peacefully. Suddenly, the father declared that he could no longer support his daughter's feelings for Thor. He grimly refused to explain the reason. The girl stood frozen in shock. Agnes instantly pieced together the puzzle. Could it be that the Lord of Demons had also set his sights on the boy? The father became embarrassed and tried to end the conversation. He could not confess that he had already sworn allegiance to the master, and he immediately panicked with his clumsy excuses. He just confirmed everything. Before my eyes still stood the predatory smile of the master and her intention to appropriate Thor. Agnes quickly composed herself and smiled gently, wishing for only one thing: to serve her hero devotedly. But she blushed deeply as soon as her father reminded her of her loving glances at the table. "Isn't this love, Agnes?" he asked directly. The girl was confused. Having spent most of her life in deaf knightly armor, she simply did not know how to recognize her own feelings. So while Thor stood carefree beside her, she fervently vowed to repay him for all his kindness, not at all expecting that her friends would immediately call it a direct marriage proposal. Agnes, in a panic, raised a huge boulder above her head. desperately justifying that her vow of service was by no means a proposal of hand and heart. The father smiled understandingly, and the girl, blushing deeply, promised to help Tor in every way possible. The general acknowledged that his daughter had grown up and promised to cautiously find out what Tora's preferences were. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura enveloped her. She began to jealously wonder who the guy preferred more: a passionate woman like a flame or a calm rival like a quiet night. The general nervously recoiled from his daughter's deadly gaze, covering it up with typical parental anxiety. From the pitch darkness, her furious eyes flashed. That same evening, the magnificent Lizengi estate trembled from the echoes of a loud family quarrel. Meanwhile, Thor calmly surveyed his new spacious room, where the spatial storage brought from the castle was already set up. The boy released magic from a small block. In a moment, he unfolded all the necessary equipment to create a temporary alchemical workshop. In his hands appeared a rare catalog of wonders, a thick chronicle of the world of heroes. From behind the door, the maid softly called out. Thor casually let her in, continuing to eagerly search the book for an item capable of blocking light attacks. Mabel brought Tora honey tea with fruits and thoughtfully offered a massage. The fact that Ruki herself is worried about him came as a surprise to the boy. However, he refused to rest because he urgently needed to find reliable protection from light attacks. The maid proudly stated that the queen personally entrusted her with the task of taking care of his health. Thor laughed and promised to take a break as soon as he found the necessary item. Mabel's eyes widened in shock. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, justifying that he had simply daydreamed too much about his friend's joy. Suddenly, the girl's tone changed to icy. She cleared her throat pointedly. Mabel hovered over the guy with a suspicious squint, making him nervously straighten up. A heavy silence hung in the air. Thor was sweating under her silent reproach. In the end, the girl gently reminded him how much he was cherished, and Thor suddenly realized the true purpose of these daily tea gatherings. With a grateful smile, he sincerely promised to take care of himself. During tea time, the demons confessed that their daily gatherings were just a clever way to make him take a break. Everyone in the castle took care of the boy, as the mistress would not have tolerated it if he returned exhausted. Mabel smiled softly in agreement. The boy cheerfully pulled out a thick catalog of wonders and asked the maid for help with the search. He slowly flipped through the pages, recalling his strange feelings during dinner. Mabel immediately figured out his plan. He was looking for items with the element of light in the book. He needed reliable protection from light attacks, and the girl curiously asked about the reason. He simply smiled contentedly, appreciating her sharp mind. The boy explained that in the past, heroes from another world constantly showered with light techniques and loved to shout their names. They hurled energy waves with such ease, as if their very nature was woven from this magic. Even the technique of their holy sword was pompously named the photon blade. From all this, one detail emerged: the foreigners regularly applied light skills. In their native world, it was an absolute everyday occurrence. They measured their strength as easily as they greeted each other on the street. He raised his finger, assembling the puzzle. In the homeland of heroes, light techniques were an ordinary part of life. A bright flash tore through the air. The hero struck down the enemy with a powerful blow of the light blade. The young man confessed to the maid that the power of the aliens from another world is simply unattainable, and their rules scare even demons. He leaned over the table, feeling a heavy tremor before this power. His hand suddenly trembled. Is there a chance to get closer to their level of an ordinary novice? But this trembling, even spread out on the table, the catalog of wonders displayed only a fraction of their true power. The young man suddenly turned to Mabel and asked if the demons had kept records of the hostile light techniques. The maid froze in place when the gentleman unexpectedly addressed her by name. His lips stretched into a smile. It turned out he felt not fear but pure excitement. The maid proudly confirmed that they still remember the blow that once destroyed the barrier of the first demon king. A colossal explosion of compressed light. The young man clenched his fist and grimaced. He recognized this strongest magic and now knew his target for sure. Thor smirked slyly, having finally unraveled the true essence of the absolute bright light technique. He leaned over the paper, recalling the old habit of heroes to constantly shorten the names of their combat techniques. The pen sharply drew two English letters on the sheet: U and V. Mabel was shocked into silence, realizing that the boy could write fluently in the dead language of the heroes. Thor opened the thick catalog of wonders and ordered the girl to catch every familiar word. Success came unexpectedly quickly. The young man intently scanned the lines of the tome. They found 2 items that were firmly connected to the legendary magic. The description simply baffled me. Initials, protection from bright light, all of this led to the outline of an ordinary umbrella. In my imagination, a grand advertising image emerged. A man in dark glasses spread his arms and proclaimed that the sun had finally been conquered. An eccentric image of a respectable man in dark glasses cut through my imagination as he pompously presented a sunshade. The stranger dramatically closed himself off with his hand, frightening with the terrible harm from accumulated radiation. And then he triumphantly raised his finger, praising this mundane thing as the ultimate magical weapon against ultraviolet. The picture was completed by a tanned girl in a bikini, who carefree basked under the scorching sun thanks to this reliable artifact. Their new product turned out to be a regular sunscreen lotion. Thor and Mabel were frozen in silent shock. The silence lingered. The boy tensed up, realizing the main thing. The sun had always been a source of the magic of light. A seller emerged in memory, who offered a means to conquer the sun. Mabel confirmed his guess. Since the beginning of time, the sun has bestowed the highest magic upon the world. She nodded slowly. Tora broke out in a cold sweat at the thought that heroes from another world were stopping this absolute power with just their bare skin. The sun was that very magic. He imagined how ordinary beachgoers lazily repelled the force capable of breaking the demon lord's barrier, and was horrified by the level of their world. Mabel smiled gently, reminding that now this protection is also with them. The shock receded and Thor exhaled contentedly. This madness was exactly what he had been searching for so long. Mabel fearfully exclaimed her master's name as he suddenly leaned forward. The boy clenched his fist decisively, ready to challenge the holy sword itself. A strange instruction emerged in the imagination. A skin lotion and an ordinary-looking umbrella could completely block the magic of light. Mabel confusedly confirmed that it couldn't be explained any other way. Thor covered his mouth with his hand. The mysterious abbreviation UV definitely meant ultraviolet bright light. Stopping the magic that once broke the barrier of the Demon King with ordinary oil sounded like pure madness, but it was worth checking. The young man thanked the maid and decided to continue working tomorrow. It would be too late to get materials from the general or Agnes in the middle of the night. Thor glanced at the full moon through the bars of the window and decided to limit himself to preparation for now. He abruptly turned away. Mabel thoughtfully brought a basin of water and gently offered her help before bedtime. The maid joyfully ordered him to raise his hands, but Thor panicked and jumped back. He would definitely wash himself. Wiping his bare body with a towel, the young man weighed all the tactical advantages of both items. The castle stood still in the night silence. The lotion provided an undeniable advantage. The umbrella blocks the whole arm, while the cream allows you to jump into battle immediately with a sword and shield. Thor decisively rubbed his chin, preparing for the first tests. Thor assessed the risks. The lotion is well suited for the group, but alone it's too easy to miss vulnerable spots on the back. The boy frowned in displeasure. He didn't want to test the dubious protection on bare skin, so he opted for the safer option with an umbrella. As soon as the decision was made, Mabel's voice was heard from outside the door as she came to fetch water. Thor joyfully called her inside. He was mentally unfolding the sunshade umbrella, imagining how simple and reliable it was. The boy turned to the girl and enthusiastically announced that the first thing they would create would be her. The maid gasped in shock. Blushing deeply, she asked in a trembling voice why the gentleman was still standing without a shirt. Thor, feeling no discomfort at all, took a step forward and casually asked her for help tomorrow. The elf panicked and started babbling that she would definitely take care of his back herself. Thor finally realized, immersed in calculations, he simply forgot to get dressed after washing. He blushed awkwardly, but Mabel suddenly interrupted his panic with calming words. The mention of some special item instantly swept away all shame, and the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mabel, with a sly smile, declared that she had saved something special for this occasion. She confidently walked forward, not afraid at all of getting her clothes wet. The elf appeared before him in a tight swimsuit made of magical fabric, forcing the embarrassed Thor to desperately hide his eyes from her luxurious curves. The boy had no choice but to come to terms with the situation. Blushing deeply, the girl insisted firmly that she was obliged to at least wash his back. A quiet splash of water echoed, and the maid nervously set to work. Thor's nerves were stretched to the limit. He sat neither alive nor dead. Mabel gently and carefully rubbed his tense shoulders. Gently squinting, she quietly added that she would fulfill any of his requests. The thunder instantly became covered in vapor from panic. Her breasts softly pressed against his bare back. Gasping for air, the boy barely managed to utter a short thank you. A full moon shone calmly over the night castle. Mabel blushed deeply and admitted that she is happiest when Thor is resting nearby. She awkwardly wished him good night and stepped back. Thor watched her with a gaze, genuinely impressed. With a warm smile, he waved goodbye to the girl and thanked her. Only now did the guy realize, while washing Mabel's back, she deliberately shifted his focus, making him completely forget about the exhausting alchemy. Thor stopped in the middle of the corridor, mentally scolding himself for making her worry so much. He closed his eyes with a slight smile. After all, the girl had to overcome her own shyness for his sake. Suddenly, his face lit up. Memories of her alluring figure and softness unexpectedly struck him, forcing him to nervously push away unnecessary thoughts. The gaze fell on the closed catalog of wonders. It was time to finish work and get a good night's sleep. Thor resolutely raised his head. He was once again convinced that his ideal assistant knew perfectly how to approach him. The castle was enveloped in deep night, and the boy was already set to give his all tomorrow in creating new items. From a distance, the imperial capital looked completely calm. In the office, however, Count Bargaligas broke into a wide smile, greeting the Minister of War upon his return. The one-eyed Minister of War silently entered the bottle-strewn office, and the Count got up to meet him. He firmly held an open bottle of premium alcohol in his hand. Looking around the room, the Count asked in surprise about the scattered cans and the general mess on the floor. The minister replied dryly that it was just dirt from his sword. The Count's gaze inadvertently caught on the fresh bandages on the guest's arm. Despite the alarming bell, Ligas quickly regained his cheerfulness and extended his glass, proposing a toast to the success of their secret conspiracy. The one-eyed minister interrupted him in an icy tone. The operation has failed and the Count's role is over. Ligas's face instantly elongated in shock. He froze in the middle of the room, not taking a sip. The glass slipped from his hands and shattered with a clang. The Count, in a panic, clutched his face, pitifully mumbling fragmented excuses. Sweating with fear, he finally realized his hopelessness. Thor had rejected his plea, signing his final sentence. Lord Zagrand coldly cut in. The sent letter turned out to be completely useless, so the father is immediately heading to the southern front. Looking at the frightened man, he asked if he really believed that after all the torment, the son would obey his orders. He just stood there in confusion, not understanding the obvious. The father hysterically burst into tears, assuring that a child always reaches out to their relatives, no matter how harsh the discipline may be. He sincerely believed that the disgraced exile would gladly seize the chance to return to the noble family and fulfill the order. "What nonsense, Lord Zagrand!" he continued to shout, refusing to acknowledge the failure. Zagrand calmly picked up the scroll with the seal and shattered his illusions. The letter was merely a trick to sow chaos in the Demon King's domain. He turned away, reminding himself that he had forbidden from the very beginning to place hopes on this guy. The cold glance over the shoulder struck like a whip. The Lord asked which child could possibly respect such a father. For years, he beat his son under the guise of education, publicly humiliated him, called him worthless, and ultimately joyfully handed him over to the demons. The man was covered in cold sweat and choked pitifully. Zagrand thoughtfully touched his chin, recalling the recent intelligence reports. The father fell to his knees and desperately clung to the last hope. If the letter had reached Torah, he must have sown doubts, and thus, the plan worked. "That's a valid point," the Lord agreed grimly, although he was already realizing that this boy had completely shattered their plans. The bearded Count Ligas flinched, nervously looking at the broken bottle. His son Thor had completely ruined their plan. The plan seemed flawless. If Thor had opened the letter alone, suspicion would inevitably arise among the demons. But the young man didn't even touch the envelope, forcing it to be read aloud in front of the entire crowd. Even so, the Count muttered. A cold sweat broke out on him from the realization. The son figured out their trick the moment he received the message. Lias blinked, refusing to believe his own ears. "Our plan failed precisely because of their absolute trust," the one-eyed advisor stated calmly. The nobleman burst into hysterical screams, not understanding how the inhabitants of the Demon Lord's lands could trust a human so much. The advisor coldly received, by declaring himself a local resident, Thor permanently deprived them of their leverage. The final blow was the news that the boy publicly renounced his family and took a new name, Thor. The Graf lost the gift of speech and stared blankly at the light above. He fell to his knees helplessly. Thor exceeded all expectations, proving to be a figure of an entirely different caliber. "I don't understand," the utterly broken father could only manage to say. The shards of broken dishes covered the floor. Once everyone thought that his fascination with strange substances made no sense at all. Since childhood, the father saw in him only a weak loser, incapable of anything except his childish alchemy. The stern official with a monocle coldly stated that the Lord is being sent to the southern front. The broken nobleman sank to the floor, tremblingly inquiring about his fate. Drenched in sweat, he screamed in panic about the future of his home. The official squinted silently. He dryly reminded them of the condition. Their plan had failed, so the mitigation of the punishment was cancelled and exile was inevitable. The Lord burst into hysterical screams, as he had followed all the orders to the letter. However, what was heard next was even more shocking. The Liega's house will be left untouched just to avoid provoking Tor, who is now working for the Lord of Demons. The father was stunned. He pitifully reminded that he is the head of the family but heard the cynical truth. The Empire must preserve the Torah as a home for the return, otherwise the boy will give all his strength to the enemy. Desperately widening his eyes, the nobleman shouted, completely not understanding his guilt. The guest moved towards the door. The role of this miserable pawn ended the moment he sent the letter. In the end, he threw over his shoulder a devastating truth. The father retained the title only thanks to the son he himself had expelled, and now he would be indebted to him for life. The wrinkled shadow mercilessly delivered the verdict. By expelling his son, the old man created an enemy of the Empire in the lands of the Lord of Demons, and due to his intrigues with the burning general, the House of Ligas should be completely wiped from the face of the earth. Through him, he thought in horror, bursting into a mad scream and in despair tearing at his own face. The desperate scream turned into a muffled animal-like wheeze. The fallen count struggled to lift his head and rasped that he was not finished yet. The face of the defeated enemy was drenched in sweat. He gasped desperately, swearing that one day he would take revenge and rise again. The man with the monocle watched this hysteria in icy silence. He abruptly turned around and curtly ordered the guards to throw the failure into the carriage and send him straight to the southern front. Already in his office, the winner tiredly rubbed his temple, exhausted from the constant hustle with the slow-witted. Heavy exhalation. The man understood that he wouldn't be able to rest. First, he needed to raise a reliable replacement for himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He briefly allowed to enter. Before his eyes stood the faces of the local fools, because of whom he was still serving, although after the recent incident he was truly considering resignation. Hearing the news from the visitor, he immediately got up and without further questions confirmed that he would start getting ready right away. At the door of the office stood the officer's deputy Mariella with an urgent summons to the High Council of the palace. Distracted from his affairs, he suddenly remarked calmly that the opponent he had punished was indeed too proud an aristocrat. Mariella nodded understandingly. She had heard the hysterical screams of Count Barga in the corridor and honestly admitted that after such disgrace, she herself would have cried out in despair. A broken man helplessly curled up on the floor. His home now depended solely on the son he had once driven away. Cold sweat rolled down the man's face as he stared in shock at the hanged man. Someone's voice indifferently called it the pitiful fate of the incompetent. By the window stood a blonde aristocrat who calmly noted this inglorious end. He turned away, pondering aloud how he would act himself, while the armored assistant listened attentively. He would simply give the young Tor a prestigious position and put him in charge of the alchemists. Taking clothes out of the wardrobe, the man referred to the boy as an extremely valuable card that Barga Ligas foolishly gave to the enemies. Wearing a monocle, the aristocrat dryly outlined his plan: to marry off Thor advantageously for the sake of an heir, and if he became unnecessary, to quietly send him out of the country. The boy's father didn't even suspect that the blood of the previous holy sword could produce a strong lineage, and by this, he personally destroyed his own house. But the man quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding to forget about the Liga's family forever. Meanwhile, in the luxurious palace, polite words of thanks for the visit were heard. A gentle girl's voice confessed that it always delights in the company of interlocutors while small birds chirped cheerfully around. The girl with a star in her hair gently held a bird on her hand and with a bright smile, awaited the arrival of a very dear person. Suddenly her breathing became irregular. The girl's health was rapidly deteriorating with each passing day. She pressed her hand tightly to her mouth and was seized by a severe coughing fit. By the open window, someone silently watched the birds. Liana stopped behind and quietly cleared her throat. A small bird chirped goodbye and fluttered away from her palm. A calm greeting sounded, and the girl forced a smile. "Liana, why such sadness?" asked a voice, and her false joy instantly shattered. "Everything was just as you said," she breathed out faintly. The memory struck like a blow to the mind. The Lord of Demons carelessly mowed down monsters that even the holy sword did not take. The girl was covered in cold sweat, recalling that devastating weapon and the eerie aura of his domain. Tears rolled down the cheeks. This power truly existed. The mentor quietly called her name, but the girl only shrank back, hiding her face in her hands. The animal terror tightened her throat. She stared into the void, acknowledging that she was terrified to death. Liana shrank back and covered her face with her hands, fearing that she had accidentally angered the Lord himself. Suddenly, she was gently stroked on the head, and the mentor reminded her that the battle was already over. Panic receded, replaced by a light smile. The girl learned the lesson that there are things in the world that will forever exceed any expectations. A hand rested on her head, sternly commanding her to learn this lesson, and the girl whispered her agreement with a confused tremor. The tension receded, and she smiled warmly, saying that she is always saved. Her gaze was filled with sincere gratitude towards her sister. Liana burned her tongue with hot tea, amusingly squinting. The blonde sister asked in surprise what had happened. The girl lowered her eyes guiltily and admitted that she had foolishly ignored the advice to be cautious in the domain of the Lord of Demons. The sister smiled gently and replied that for now she could only help in this way. She took a sip and fell silent with significance. Liana suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the local brilliant alchemist. She struck a dramatic pose and proudly declared that as a princess of the empire, she officially demanded to have the healer given to her. The memory of the terrifying Vladik of demons instantly knocked down all the pride, and the sister shockingly pointed out the absurdity of such statements in the midst of battle. Liana clenched her fist until it cracked, trying to find the right words. The blonde did not understand why it was so dangerous to provoke the enemy. The princess burst into tears and revealed the truth. This powerful master is the only chance to heal her sister's weak body. She comically waved her hands, desperately wishing to restore her ability to walk normally, to which she merely whispered her name with emotion. Wiping away her tears, Liana quietly confessed, she just wants her sister to finally see the big world. With a gentle smile, the girl noticed that her conversation partner had started speaking like a child again. She just shyly lowered her gaze. Suddenly, the friend became serious. With such magic of light and sharp intellect, she should have become the support of the entire empire. The princess recalled the cold instruction of Zagrand. To heal her sister, one must not beg the Lord of Demons but rather seize the alchemist by force. Sobbing, she confessed how the advisor pushed her forward and forbade her to bow before enemies. That's why she did not retreat despite the wild fear. He was convinced that simply luring the tired alchemist with a lucrative offer, using purely imperial methods, would work. Wiping her wet cheeks, the girl mumbled that now she would have to report everything to Grandpa Zarand. The hand gently reached forward. The princess cried even harder, indignantly throwing that she was once again being treated like a baby. The interlocutor smiled warmly. Although she plays the role of the perfect ruler, in reality, she can be quite awkward. She looked into her eyes with concern and firmly asked her not to rely on that man anymore. It's time to stop repeating someone else's imperial mantras and finally speak in our own voice. After all, the old measures the world solely by profit, and succumbing to his influence is too dangerous. The princess stood frozen in confusion. No matter what, it was her grandfather Zagrand who had been her main mentor throughout her life. You echoed in the space. The light-haired young man calmly advised her to hold firmly to her beliefs and act as her heart dictates. Liana blinked in confusion with tear-filled eyes, unable to believe that she even had the right to her own voice. The voice sharply reminded the girl that she is a person, not someone else's will-less vessel. The Emperor and Zagrand, who always told her that she must be the perfect princess for the Empire, surfaced in her memory. Strange hands gently cupped her cheeks as she panicked, trying to cope with her doubts. Looking down, Liana quietly promised that she would definitely understand these words after the mission was completed. Her gaze suddenly became sharp and clear, but she hesitantly blurted out. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden thought. Pressing her hands to her chest, she firmly decided to try to think for herself. A warm, sincere smile blossomed on her face. Thoughtfully touching her chin, she slyly admitted that she was now intrigued herself. Later, at the tea table, Liana was cheerfully asking her companion about the mysterious alchemist. The girl gently smiled, expressing her desire to meet him in person. Thor stood upright, placing his hand on his chest, when a direct question was asked if all of this was true. The young man joyfully, and without a shadow of doubt, confirmed that he must act. "I'm stunned and sweating from such audacity. Thor has attempted to create an artifact capable of withstanding the blow of the absolute bright light." The man anxiously rubbed his chin, as this legendary magic of the hero had once breached the defenses of the first demon lord himself. Thor listened carefully to every word, secretly swallowing his excitement. He perfectly understood the absurdity of his idea and mentally prepared himself for it to be rejected on the spot.